Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from the show floor at RSAC. This is our 10th year covering RSAC from Techstrong. We're going to have some great conversations all week, so stick around with us. Alan Schimmel will be here, Mitch Ashley, some other great folks. I'm joined by my first guest of the day, Itzik Alvis, the CEO and co-founder of Entro Security. Itzik, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Talk a little bit about, the launch was about 2.5 years or so ago.
Yeah.
I saw recognition from NASDAQ. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Give us a picture of what you saw gap-wise. You mentioning before we went live that you were a cyber practitioner for a long time. What gaps in the market did you see and go, we can solve this?
Yeah, so Entro is a non-human identity lifecycle management company. We're helping organizations to protect their non-human identities like service accounts, API keys, and so forth. So prior to Entro, I was responsible for the internal security at Microsoft. Prior to that, I was a CISO for an healthcare services company. I was possibly breached a few times by non-human identities. Yeah, so that's what led me to start Entro. So yeah, the main problem we're seeing in the industry is that usually developers are the ones who are creating, permissioning using those non-human identities, and they also scatter them around, like committing them into code and sending them over Slack and so forth. And the main problem we're seeing is that security teams don't really know how many non-human identities they have and where they are.
Devs are working on their own without security involvement?
With no security oversight whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you came on and said, we can help. So are you bringing the developers and the security folks together? Is that kind of one of the main things that you were facilitating?
We're letting development do what development are doing best, which is develop fast and enable the business. But we're an overlay platform that finds all of those non-human identities and then gather them, doing risk assessment, abnormal behaviors around them, and basically giving visibility and risk assessment to security teams while we're not touching anything the development teams are doing. So completely out of band.
Okay, excellent. That's a great collaborative environment, which is so
exactly.
It's essential these days. It's not even a nice to have, it's essential.
Right.
Talk a little bit about non-human identities. What are they? What are some of the critical functions that they handle?
So non-human identities, those are the credentials, if you will, that applications are using in order to access and authenticate to resources those application needs. So if you have an application that needs to use a database, they need some sort of a way to authenticate against the database, and that's the function of non-human identity. Programmatic credential, basically.
So they're becoming more and more common, yet they're also opening a door from a security breach perspective. Talk a little bit about
that. Yeah.
What's the balance there?
Currently, we're seeing that for every human identity, like human user, there's 92 times non-human identities.
92?
Which is insane. That's an insane number.
How do you even manage that?
You're unable to manage it without any sort of platform to help you do that.
Yeah.
And again, because developers are the ones who are creating them and managing them or unmanaging them, security don't really have even an inventory to answer the question of how many they have and where they are. So, of course, doing risk assessment, rotating them, like resetting their passwords and so forth, those are something that organizations are really struggling to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This divisibility on it, 92 times NHIs versus humans is...
Correct.
I imagine we're just seeing AI assistants are just becoming indispensable for every type of organization. How do you manage that?
So it's the same problem. AI, it's another application that needs to access resources within your organization, and they are using non-human identities in order to authenticate against the resources within the organization. So that's only increasing the current problem of non-human identities.
Is it time organizations start treating these assistants like employees, like humans?
I believe so. I believe that in the near future, we will start seeing those non-human identities being used by AI agent, creating more non-human identities and starting to do stuff within the organization on their own. And they will be kind of an employee. Yeah, I believe so.
So the challenge is there from a manageability perspective for security teams to get their handle on all of these non-human identities, get the developers really focused on developing code, but also managing this growing, probably exponentially growing opportunity/challenge. How does Entro come into the picture and eliminate those challenges for organizations?
So again, the main problem is they don't have any visibility or risk assessment around them. So what Entro is doing, we're able to find all of them and basically automate, secure their lifecycle. We're treating them as if they are human identities, like you're onboarding human and offboarding human. We're doing the same for non-human identities. So we're finding all of them, giving you an inventory, so you will be able to answer the question of how many non-human identities you have and where they are. We're then enriching them to a point you know which applications are using what non-human identities to access what resources and other vital data around them, like human ownership and so forth, permissions. And once you have the inventory and the classification, the map of what they are being used for, now you can do risk assessment. Now you can answer questions like, do I have non-human identities with more permissions than needed? Are they not in a secure location? And so forth. And then we're doing abnormal behaviors, which means, let's say someone from North Korea is using your non-human identity to access your environment. That will be probably an abnormal behavior. Little risky and something you would like to prevent. We're going to prevent it for you. We're going to move them to a secure location, and basically once they are no longer in use, we're going to offboard them for you.
Is it also part of shutting some of them down if they are insecure or also not really serving the right purpose for the business?
Yes. So usually when we're entering an environment, when we're starting to onboard intro, we're seeing that about 40% out of all non-human identities are no longer in use. They are enabled, 40% are enabled. Someone can use them, but no one is using them anymore, idle, stale. And that means that we're disabling all of them, deleting them, and basically decreasing the attack surface by 40%.
Wow, that's a big number. Almost
that's a big number, and during like the first week.
Necessary and opening exposure to risks for organizations. What problem do companies come to you with? I imagine they don't know what they don't know.
Exactly.
So what's the customer conversation like when you're talking with a prospect? They say, it's like, we've got a problem, but we don't even know what it is.
Like everybody is aware. Everybody are aware about the problem. They know developers are creating permissions and non-human identities to access databases and storage accounts and other resources. They know it's being done within the organization, and they would like a way in order to control control, govern what those developers are doing. That's the main problem. Security wants to govern any identity that can access their environment and data.
And is it developers that are creating these, or are there other users within organizations that are
usually developers, DevOps, like developers, DevOps, SREs, and so forth. Those are the ones who are creating them.
And their objective is what?
So again, those non-human identities like service accounts and so forth are being used by applications in order to authenticate against resources like database. So the objective is to enable the application to authenticate and connect to resources the application needs, like storage.
Offloading that task from a developer, for example.
Correct.
Yes, managing that. So what is a favorite customer story of yours that you think really shines the light on why you co-founded Entro and really big reductions in these NHIs that you're helping companies achieve? What's your favorite customer story?
Yeah, so actually just like I think 1 month ago, a DevOps left an organization. He left the organization and he downloaded all of those service accounts, all of those non-human identities.
Whoa.
And that was picked up by Entro, by our abnormal behaviors. So we helped them to find everything he downloaded, all of the credentials, all of the non-human identities, rotate them, like replace their credentials and so forth. So stuff like that we keep seeing.
Yeah.
Really giving me and the team, the energy boost we need to continue on.
And the confidence that you saw the right problem to solve for these organizations.
Correct.
And is this I imagine this is across industries, including government?
Including government, for sure. Every organization that have internal development have non-human identities.
Yeah.
Yeah. And lots of them.
Some of the stats you threw out were shocking, that there's a 92x multiplier NHIs versus humans.
Right.
And that 40% of them are either not usable or not necessary. So
they are usable, but not in use.
They're not in use.
Yeah, idle. Okay. And also, by IBM cost of data breach, probably the most, the best report in the industry, and Verizon report, the second best. Both of them are saying that non-human identities is the second most frequent attack vector and the number one most costly attack to an organization. So that's a real huge issue within the
huge
industry.
issue for organizations. Wow. What are some of the things that folks here that are attending RSAC can see and learn at your booth? I know you guys are exhibiting here.
Yeah, they should definitely come to the booth and understand how we're able to find all of them, how we're managing the lifecycle of them, reducing their permissions, rotating them, assigning ownership, and so forth. They should definitely stop by and see how they can fully manage and solve the non-human identity problem.
What's the time frame? I should have asked you this earlier. What's the time frame by the time Entro gets into an account where you're finding all of these NHIs and giving the control back to the organization? Is this something that happens fairly quickly?
Yeah, very quickly. Usually the onboarding takes like 15 minutes. We're able to connect like that.
Wow.
And then to scan for everything, few hours.
Okay. So the time to value is really short.
Correct.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
What's next for the business? You're 2.5 years old. What are some of the things that we can expect on the horizon? Anything on the roadmap you can share with us?
Yeah, we'll continue to grow. We're gonna keep creating and doing lots of partnerships. So we're already partners with Wiz. We're partners with other great companies. So we're gonna continue to expand what we're able to do and who we can work with. And hopefully we'll keep leading the market.
That's awesome. Itzik, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong TV, talking about non-human identities, the challenges there, but the opportunities that Entro is delivering to your clients across industries. We appreciate your insights.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
for having me.
All right, for Itzik Alves, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. Stick around. We have a full day of coverage today, tomorrow, and Thursday. We'll be right back with our next guest.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. You know, whether you've been naughty or nice, next week is RSA conference, and we are in full swing here in Techstrong. Very excited. I'm flying out Saturday. We'll be there setting up Sunday. Monday it was, of course, our DevSecOps event, and this year it's AI, and of course it's AI, cybersecurity, and app dev. We've got some great speakers. Really, really excited. I'm really excited to have these two ladies on, though, because for those of you who know or have been to RSA or follow what goes on at the RSA conference, you already know them. For those of you who don't, these are the powerhouses who run the RSA conference and have for, well, they're not as young as they look. They've been doing this a long time.
We have, I know.
Yes. But let me introduce you to my friends Linda Gray Martin, who is it Senior VP of RSAC? Is that the right title?
That's correct, yeah, of the conference. So I look after the conference, but I'm also Chief of Staff for the company too.
And let me introduce our next guest, who is a powerhouse in her own rights, my friend Britta Glade. Britta, welcome. It's so great to have you here.
It is my pleasure. Thank you, Ellen. Always great to see you.
So let me just make sure I got this right. VP Content and Curation for RSAC.
SVP, Senior Vice President for Service.
SVP.
Yeah.
And Alan, we actually changed the C because RSAC is all about, the C is all the things it means. Content and communities, because we have so many different communities at conference.
Okay. That's fantastic, Britta, and I think that's a perfect role for you. I was kidding around about how long you guys have been involved in RSAC, but it's got to be 15 years, 18 years?
Yeah, easily more than. I joined in 2006 when I was responsible for RSA Conference Europe. So back in those days. So yeah, 2000. So 19 years I've been at the company. Yeah, and Britta, you're...
I think I'm at about 11.
Yeah.
So I got you beat. I've been going to RSA since 2002.
Okay, you're the veteran here.
Uh-huh. I think... What year did we do San Jose? Do you remember? It was in 2003 or 4. It was like in the middle of a downturn.
It used to rotate. It used to be back and forth. San Francisco,
maybe
San
that's
Jose,
why I
San
remember it.
Francisco.
Because it was right after 9/11, and there were more people handing me resumes than they were talking about my product. And I was so bummed. But, that was a long time ago. Anyway, Britta, you mentioned the C in RSAC, right? It took me 5 years to always put the C on RSAC because I wanted to make sure people understood we were talking about RSA conference.
Conference. Absolutely.
But now the C is something else, or it's more.
Well, it can be many things. I think that's the beauty of it. I mean, obviously the conference is at the heart of what we do, you know, and it's definitely central to that kind of larger mission that we all feel. But you know, the C, I think, it just kind of highlights that we've become more than a conference. There's this need for year-round learning and education. And, you know, we're the epicenter of content, connection, culture, conversation, collaboration, I think, but mainly what it really means to all of us and in our hearts is community. It's all about community. So the C can be many things.
Very good. Let's talk a little bit about, Linda, you mentioned your SVP for the conference, but chief of staff for the company. Yes. For those people who may be a little confused about that, it goes to the heart of the C, if you will. But just, you know, let's close the loop on that one.
Let me close the loop. So hopefully you will have seen that recently we announced the launch of RSAC's membership platform. So, you know, it's going to include capabilities that allow people to continuously learn, to collaborate and to communicate, you know, to help them on a daily basis. So we've kind of got two parts of the business at this point. Obviously, the conference is the center of what we do and always will be. But we do have this expanded membership platform now. So obviously an expanded team that goes along with kind of building, launching, maintaining, and working with the community on that. So our company has grown significantly in the last 18 months. You know, we have 75 employees now. And it's really important that we maintain the very strong culture, you know, that we have on the conference as we build this company. And so really that is part of the role that I have as the chief of staff of the company, you know, working together with the teams, you know, making sure that everybody is collaborating effectively and coming together as we kind of go on this journey.
Absolutely. You know, that was always one of the best kept secrets, I think, in security. It's kind of like Wizard of Oz. You know, that behind the black curtain, there were like 6 people pulling the levers for this gigantic conference that the whole industry came to. And, you know, there were contractors and there was a lot of help because when you came to the event, there was people all over. But the fact of the matter was the RSA conference itself was only a handful of full-time employees, you know.
That's
and
right.
Back then you were putting on 3 shows, 3 different conferences a year.
I know. I don't know how we did it. When we look back, or maybe it's just that I've got older and my capacity is left.
There was a little kind of Wizard of Oz thing going on there.
Yeah, but it's
you know what I love about it though, Ellen? Those you're talking, the full-time employees, and yes, it was always surprising. However, to the heart of what Linda was talking about, community, we've always had a really large number of program committee members, folks from across the community who've, you know, they pick the sessions that are going to be put together. They go through them, they edit it, they prepare, you know, recommendations for how can this be the best possible content. And I've always loved that aspect about RSAC conference. You know, that it really is of, by, and for the community. It's always been the heart of what we do.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I'd love to sit and talk about this all day with you, but we're under, you know, we have to within time here. And it's the week before RSA conference.
Indeed.
First of all, thank you both, because I know you've both got to be spinning up 1,000,000 miles a minute right now. But let's talk about this year's conference. Why someone looking out here saying, should I go? Shouldn't I go? What do they have to look forward to?
There is so much. Where do we start? I mean, first of all, I just want to give a shout out to the theme of this year's conference, because I think it's one of the main reasons people should come, and it's all about community. So our theme this year is Many Voices, One Community. And it's the heart of everything that we do. And I know we've kind of mentioned that already. And that although people have different backgrounds and different perspectives and different strengths, we're unified together in this mission to help make the world a safer society. And so, and it's a very collaborative feeling. So, of course, we have 500, 600 sessions, 600 exhibitors, 700 speakers, all the stuff that you would expect that people have come to know and love RSA Conference for. And we will have all of that again. But, just being at the heart of this very passionate community where people want to help, they want to lift their peers and colleagues up and they want to share knowledge. It's such an opportunity. You'll quite often hear Hugh Thompson, our executive chairman, the convening authority for the cybersecurity industry. And it really is. It's where everybody comes together. So just a few thoughts from me.
Britta, you're SVP of Content and Communities. Talk to us about the content for this year's event.
Absolutely. I love all of the content. You're putting together a great seminar on Monday, right? And what I love with what we put together, the experience across the week, there's a lot of things that happen publicly. There's also a whole lot of content and gatherings and get-togethers that happen for private communities, which is very important. That collaboration, the conversations that happen at conference on different challenging topics, right? Where different groups need to get together. So we, as Linda mentioned, we have, over 600 sessions spread across 29 different tracks. We actually start Sunday with some closed door sessions, run through Thursday with a great closing celebration. The sessions are available, different things are open to different folks depending on what your pass type is. So that's, guidance I would give folks attending. Make sure, when you're looking at the agenda, when you're picking the sessions you want to attend, be sure to reserve a seat, something that's really, really important to you, reserve that seat, and make sure your pass type gets you into the session you want to attend. And then, it's a busy week. Look forward to after the week as well, being able to go back into the library, be able to see those sessions that you're interested in. We talked about the membership platform. There's going to be some great live groups that are available, conversations that will start before the event, during the event, and continue well beyond after the event. Hopefully weeks, months to follow, people continuing to benefit from those conversations they have with one another.
Guys, there are always fantastic keynotes. Some non-cyber keynotes. Last year was Alicia Keys, or was that the year before? They start
that
running
was last
into.
Year. Yeah,
that was last year.
Yeah,
I enjoyed that. I saw her there. Then I went to see her in concert as a result. But anyway, who do we have this year lined up? Kind of not your average cybersecurity person.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can run you through some of the guest speakers, certainly on the West stage, and then maybe Britta can talk to the South stage. But, just a note to that, what you said, our guest speakers aren't always to do with cybersecurity. And there's a reason for that, because they have other perspectives and other experiences that we can be inspired by or learn from. And, the closing celebration, which we started last year with Alicia Keys, who you mentioned, that's just, it is what it is. It's a celebration. We want people just to enjoy and sit back, relax with their colleagues, celebrate the week that we've just had, celebrate the work that everybody does, and just take an hour just to enjoy and have a different experience. And that's, we're continuing that this year. Although we've gone in a slightly different direction, which I'll tell you about. So just some of the guest speakers that people can look forward to on our West stage. We have Ron Howard, so famous, well-known movie director, who's actually going to be interviewed by his daughter, who's also an actress or actor and director, Bryce Dallas Howard. We're so excited about this. He's directed so many different movies, and I think many of them will resonate with our audience and with our attendees, from A Beautiful Mind to one of the Star Wars adventures. And I mean, there's just so much in
He'll
in
always
his
be Richie
back catalog.
Cunningham to me, Linda.
I know. Well, I was saying the other day, that's how, I used to watch Happy Days when I was back in the UK when I was little. That's how I first learned about the US and US culture. So it's like a massive part of my childhood. But I think he's going to be absolutely fascinating. So he's going to be Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday morning, we have Magic Johnson, two-time NBA Hall of Famer, entrepreneur, philanthropist, a very warm, charismatic guy who I think people are going to love listening to. And we've heard he's a fantastic speaker.
Yeah, I've seen Magic give keynotes. Let me tell you something. The athlete is a very, very small part of his whole story. This man is from being a pioneer and frankly living with AIDS.
Right.
100%.
And he likes to tell you he made money as an athlete. He became truly wealthy as an entrepreneur, and all through it, the Starbucks, the movie theaters, the Dodgers. That's a don't miss. That, I'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, exactly. We're super excited about him. And then our closing celebration this year, like I said, we're going in a slightly different direction. Award-winning actor, singer, comedian Jamie Foxx is going to be in conversation with Hugh, which we're
also has an amazing life story. With
amazing life story, but we're kicking off with a DJ, a guy called DJ Irie, who incidentally knows Jamie Foxx. So there's a nice connection there. And then we're having a musical set from a collective from San Francisco called Jazz Mafia, who I think are going to blow people away. It's like 12 super talented musicians who are just going to get that party started with some really interesting interpretations of songs. So again, I hope people can just enjoy that time, enjoy that last hour. It's going to be really special.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Linda, let's turn to you and talk South Stage.
Do you mean Britta?
Yes. South
Britta,
Stage.
you're Linda. I'm sorry.
I'm Linda.
South Stage is now YBCA. So this is an exciting part of RSAC this year as we've expanded our campus. So if you're facing Moscone North, right to the side of it has been this beautiful Blue Cross Theater that you've seen over the years you've walked past. We are taking over all of that area. It's called the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts. It's a beautiful theater and a proper theater, if you will. The ballet is there right now. So you'll imagine theater seating. So we've brought the goodness of these longer format keynotes onto that stage. We have a great lineup this year. We'll have the always popular AI safety. Where do we go from here? A panel with many different leaders from different AI platforms. AI is getting harder versus easier, right? Which I know you're exploring at your seminar. The cryptographers panel, always a fan favorite. That will be over on that stage as well. We have Bruce Schneier will be joining us again. We have, it's a host of really great sessions. Rob Lee will be there. If we look at how much has changed in this, critical infrastructure threat landscape. So we brought Rob Lee is going to be there on Thursday, delivering a really great keynote on that. And then many, many, many other great ones in between. Kevin Mandia will be back with us.
Okay, very cool.
The year in review of cybersecurity. So I'm excited for this venue. We're being able to introduce also over in the YBCA, DARPA is bringing their AI experience. And I think you're going to talk further with Cecilia about that. That is also do not miss territory. You need to attend this interactive, immersive experience to see AI in this imaginary city around us. And they've put together a fabulous experience for attendees.
Wow, it's great. So we finally have a proper keynote space. Not that the keynote stages were bad. I mean, over the years.
The big one that Linda, that's about 4,000 people in there. That is a huge, beautiful.
And we've got that's in Moscone West.
We have a production team that no one beats our team that puts together that system. But yes, for our longer form keynote stage, we've got this larger theater it'll blow people's socks off. So we're really
I can't wait. I'm excited.
We're excited about this campus expansion, and the sandbox is over in YBCA. there's it's just additional space for people to spread out, to be able to consume content.
I will be in West at Broadcast Alley, usually right next door to the door there, the whole week. So I pop in and out of West a lot, but I'll make it my business to get to YBCA. But
You don't want to miss it.
for those of you who've not been to RSA, it's not just about the keynotes. There's 600 plus sessions. If you have any interest in cyber and technology, there's a session there for you. There's probably 6 sessions there for you. A lot of them do get filled up because they're not all in 4,000 seat theaters. Right? There's 175 seats sometimes. When you're registering for the event, be sure to click in the ones you want to go to and get your seat, because otherwise you may find yourself shut out.
Yes.
And I'm not here hawking tickets to RSA. I'm just telling you the facts.
No, it's true. I think coming with a plan, we always advise that for people because, not only are there 600 sessions, there are 600 vendors in the expo as well.
Yes,
and it can be overwhelming. So it's like, just take the time to do a little bit of planning before you get to the conference. I think it will really help your experience and help you get the most out of it.
So rumor has it this will be the biggest RSA conference ever. You guys want to go out on the limb on that, or?
I think we just have to wait and see. It's just a few more days.
Okay. Again, things kick off Sunday. Monday is seminar day and a lot of other stuff going on. Monday afternoon, I think, is opening keynotes around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
3:30.
something like that.
3:30.
Yep. And then
the
Monday
expo
night,
floor
the expo
opens.
floor.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right
And we're
after
in
the
full
opening
swing.
keynotes.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, Linda and Britta, I look forward to seeing you in person in San
Always a
Francisco.
pleasure.
I know you guys get busy. I get a little busy myself, but I will make it my business to come find you and say hello. As usual, amazing job, difficult job. You guys
Thanks.
make it look easy, which is really the magic to the whole thing. So excited for this year. You know what? It's RSA Conference is the website, yes?
Yes, so it's RSAC conference is now that after we went through our new brand launch, and the website address, you can either reach us by onersac.com or at rsaconference.com.
Perfect. I just want to make sure. There's still time to register. By the way, if you're just looking for Expo passes, if you look online, you could probably find a free code for an Expo pass. There are Expo Plus passes, which is, I think, what Britta was referring to, that get you into some of the keynotes and sessions. And then there's the full passes as well.
Correct.
We'll see you at RSAC. Linda, Britta, thank you so much. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong.
Thanks for having us.
you.
Bye-bye.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel here for another episode of Shimmy Says. It's that time of year again where the security world anyway is getting ready to gather in San Francisco at the Moscone Center and the environs around it for another RSA conference. I've been going to the RSA conference since 2002, so about 23 years or something like that now. And over those years, far and away, it's my favorite conference to go to. I know I have friends in security who will not go to RSA. They say too much fluff, too much chatter, not enough real learning, and for whatever reason. But I will tell you, by and large, if you're in the cyber world, you belong in San Francisco for the RSA conference. This year, a lot's been going on. If you look at the history of the RSA conference, it was originally started by the company RSA, hence the name RSA. And for those who aren't familiar with the company RSA, these were bought by EMC and Dell and long history. But these are the folks who really kind of popularized cryptography and encryption. those little key fobs we use and the encryption in our digital certificates, they're all kind of pioneered by RSA. And they started the conference as an encryption conference probably 30 years ago, something like that. But over time, it morphed from being a conference just about encryption to being about security. And now, of course, we call it cybersecurity in general, and it's gotten bigger and bigger. Originally, it used to alternate between San Jose and San Francisco, but it's been in San Francisco, I think, steadily now since 2004. I think so. I think maybe 2002 or 2003 was the last one in San Jose. And it's gotten steadily bigger. I think this year expectations are probably more than 40,000 people will gather for RSA next week. If you've never been to RSA, I'll try to give you some newbie tips. If you have been, you know what to expect. But I wanted to call out some highlights for me anyway, for you, on what to do while you're at RSA. Number one, I want to mention that for the 10th year in a row, we're lucky enough here to be partnering with RSA and putting on our DevSecOps Connect. Man, over those 10 years, I think back to the original one where we had Gene Kim and Josh Corman and Jez Humble and other folks. And we were really trying to introduce the DevOps tribe to the cyber community. Over the course of the 10 years, DevSecOps has become a accepted part of both DevOps and security, and it does my heart good. This year, our theme for DevSecOps Connect is AI and AppSec for app dev, because that's kind of where DevSecOps is today, right? It's part of your AppSec, and of course everything is AI, and it's about the app dev. So Monday, we're going to kick things off, I believe, at 8:30 in the morning. I know it's an ungodly hour, but if you're there already, come on in. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. My friend Mark Miller helps with the speaker selection, and he's put together an amazing lineup. We've got security executives from the major AI companies like OpenAI and Anthropic and Meta and more. We have just many speakers. You could check it out if you go to techstrongevents.com and click through to the RSA event. You can see it there. You need at least an expo only pass, and you can get that free. We have a code to get it for you for free on the site if you look there. And really, there's no reason you can't come up Monday and hang with us. It'll be a great day. We've got all kinds of things planned. In addition to that, Techstrong will be at RSA all week. We're going to be on Broadcast Alley in Moscone West, Monday through Thursday, broadcasting live. So if you're not at RSA, you want to watch what we're doing, log in to Techstrong TV or any of our sites. But if you are at RSA, stop by Broadcast Alley. Come say hello. Of course, there's so much more going on than just what Techstrong is doing, though. I should mention that my good friend Mitchell Ashley, who Techstrong CTO, but now Futurum analyst, is going to be doing a panel on Thursday, along with our friends at Sonatype, on open source security and so forth. So that's a great one I'm going to recommend to you. But there's other things I want you to catch. This is the 20th year for what we call the Innovation Sandbox RSAC has been putting on. The Innovation Sandbox recognizes up-and-coming new companies. I think you got to be less than 3 years old. And if you look at over the course of the 20 years, companies that have made the finalists over for that event, it reads like a who's who in the security community. Some really great companies came through RSA Innovation Sandbox. This year's no different. They've got 10 great finalists. But what is different is this year, everyone in the finalists gets $5 million in VC money, which is fantastic. And it should be a great competition. That is on Monday. I think it's one floor below where our DevSecOps event is. You can fly back. You can go up the escalator back and forth all day on that if you want. In addition to the Innovation Sandbox, there's also the Launchpad. This is for the Innovation Launchpad. These are for companies coming out of stealth. And again, just a tremendous way to see what's coming down the pike, what's new in innovation in security. I know so many of my friends say, what's the innovation in cyber? Well, go to Launchpad. That's on Tuesday afternoon, and you can see for yourself what's coming there. I should mention that the whole innovation program, Innovation and Scholars program, a lot of what they're going to be doing, though, is also going to be at the new edition of RSA, which is the YBAC, the Yerner Buena, I think, Activity Center, but I forgot what AC stands for. Anyway, it's next to Moscone North. It has the theater there. So a lot of the big keynotes are going to be there. There's going to be a lot of activities there. If you've been to RSAC before, and you didn't go over to, it wasn't open, so you wouldn't have gone over to it. But do check that out. Also, just a few other sessions that I think you should catch. Number one, there's a session with Splunk and Cisco on the future of threat detection. It's a keynote. I know it's a sponsored keynote, but it promises to be a really great session. Historically, Cisco does great stuff there. There's also Shaping the Future of Security with Agentic AI by a woman from Microsoft. And, look, Agentic AI is going to be the big theme this year at RSA. I'm sure that won't be the only session. That's not the only session on it. It may not be the only session you attend. But I would definitely talk, go to that session. Other things that I want, there's over 600 sessions, so there's something there for everyone. There's a whole track this year for the first time dedicated to security entrepreneurs and VCs. So if that's your thing, check out that track as well. I think it's going to be great. Couple of other things that you may not get on your average RSA preview. Number one, the expo floor. The expo floor takes over the entire lower floor of Moscone South and North. It's huge. I always tell people, and it could be overwhelming. It's not the kind of thing you're going to go in and get out of in an hour or something. I always tell people to approach the expo floor at RSA like you're in Star Wars in a galaxy far, far away. At the heart of the galaxy where they have that giant black hole, you're going to have the giant booths. These are the 40 by 40 booths that people, companies pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for. And it's companies like Microsoft and Cisco, Splunk and Palo Alto and, the big giants of our cyber industry. And they have great booths with great presentations, and you can learn stuff there. But if you're one of the people looking for innovation, go to what I call one of the outer spiral arms of the galaxy, right? Those are the outer areas of the expo floor where you see new companies who really can only afford maybe the 10 by 10 booths. Booths aren't cheap at RSA. Doing RSA is not cheap. But you can, go to the outer spiral arms there in the uncharted territory. And there you will see companies that are innovating, that have new products out, that are interesting as heck. Go check those out. Don't just get sucked into the black hole in the middle. Go to those outer spiral arms and check them out. The expo floor, you need to set aside 3 to 4 hours, honestly, to do the floor well. Parties. They start the weekend before and they'll go right through past the end. There are so many great parties at RSA. When I was younger, parties were free drinks, free food, and it was all good. But the real players at RSA don't really go to the parties for the free drinks or even free food. And you won't see them reveling on the dance floor or something. Business gets done at those parties. You got to approach those parties as business events. You go there, make sure you have some sort of contact info. I know no one has business cards anymore. Maybe a QR code, though, that's a security hazard. But you got to have some way of connecting with people and being able to follow up with them. I know drinks are free and everyone loves free drinks, but fat, drunk, and stupid's no way to go through RSA. Been there and done that. So don't drink. Go there. You're there for business. You're there to network. You're there to meet more cybersecurity people. So go do that. And then finally, it ends. We used to have Code Breakers Bowl Thursday night and Friday. RSA ends. Now it ends at the end of the day, Thursday. Last year they had an amazing end of conference with Alicia Keys. This year they've got Jamie Foxx. Jamie's going to be there with some DJ and there's some other, I think, jazz musicians playing. But usually that end keynote, celebration is a great celebration. If you stick around for it, it's worth your time to go to. Also, they got Ron Howard, Richie Cunningham. Well, he's better known today as a director. He'll always be Richie Cunningham for me, though, if not Opie. But Ron Howard is speaking at a keynote. I checked that out as well. One final thing. It's now called RSAC Conference. The C in RSA doesn't necessarily stand for conference, though it can. But the C really stands for community. And RSAC will not stop at the end of the conference this year. It's going to continue on their website as they seek to build out this community. So it's now officially known as RSAC Conference. Be there. I'll be there. Come say hello if you are. Enjoy it. It's a great conference. See you in San Francisco. This is Shimmy. I'm out.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of the Techstrong.ai video series. I'm your host, Mike Bazzara. Today we're talking with Nitesh Manzal, who's CEO for R Systems. And we're talking about the greater appreciation there is nowadays, or should be, for data lineage and data competency in the age of AI. Nitesh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike. Pleasure to be here.
What's your assessment of what's happening here with AI? I feel like a lot of what we're doing out there is embracing AI enthusiastically without understanding exactly how these models were created. And then we're being surprised when the data doesn't quite align and the output winds up being something we didn't anticipate. Is that kind of where we are at the moment? And how do we kind of move beyond that?
I would say that's a fairly apt summary of where we seem to be. However, I think we need to look beyond what's apparent. Look, with any technology wave, it is very clear that there's an initial exuberance to try things out, to look at what's the next big thing, next shiny object that we can go towards. And clearly, there are those tech forward companies who will obviously want to take the lead and get those things in place. So this has been the case with IoT in the past. This has been the case with cloud in the past. This has been the case with any new technology wave that has come in. In AI, what is different is people have a lot more latitude and a lot more space to try various things. Now, the models have been put out there by some very large tech companies and open source models out there to try things out. There is a promise of the outcome, the insight, the additional revenue stream that can be created. And when people implement those, that's when the real devil in the detail, which is about your own data that you're consuming to build that model, to build that insight that comes out. And that's why I continue to, whenever talking to my clients, I continue to advocate that the power of AI also lies in the power of the data that you have, the power of the data that you feed it with, and how clean, how curated, how well managed that data itself is. So I wouldn't really call it that we are seeing something like we've tried, but it hasn't really delivered. I think we have tried to realize that to make it deliver, we actually need the data behind to get the real power out of it.
Is this creating some seminal moment here in the history of data management? Because I feel like I've been kind of banging the drum about data management being a mess for more decades than I care to admit. And is this all coming home to roost now?
We've been there for sure. I mean, old times of master data management, getting our customer master and product master and all those things in line. We've been there. But I think the context has shifted. And the context was what was largely an enterprise's own internal context of getting their processes in line, getting the everyday MIS or ability to act and decide, put those things together, has now suddenly gone outside the organization. Because where AI has the largest promise is in developing the customer intimacy, in creating new customer experiences, in coming out with products with your ability to monetize them in a micro monetization manner, create new revenue models. And what that does is the amplitude of impact has suddenly gone up, right? So is it a seminal moment? Well, like you rightly said, the importance of data has always been there. The realization has always been there, but the value impact today is higher than ever. If we want to leverage AI to really differentiate our company, our offerings, and our services to our clients, and we want to leverage it to the best of its capabilities, then the realization that we need to leverage our data well, and for that we need to have good data behind, has become really front and center.
In a lot of ways, we've been talking about things like data lakes even before the rise of AI. But now that we kind of seem to have data lakes that work, and maybe they're not data swamps, but how do I find the data that I need out of that to drive to the right AI model? Because it seems like the challenge here is I got to get the right data to the right place at the right time. And that's a lot easier said than done.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, having data lakes in order to pull out some of the organizational data and to be able to respond to some queries is probably easier. But when we look at the models that are driving revenues, models that are driving customer experience, a recent study, I think it was probably a McKinsey study or something, two factors that came out. Number one, the use of AI in driving customer experiences has almost doubled over the last 2 years, right? So that means there is bigger imperative in driving some of those differentiation using AI. Second, the data point says that in order to build a proper, insightful AI engine, you're probably leveraging more than 8 data sources, right? And that's where this whole element of have I put a data lake together and is it comprehensive enough actually comes into question. Is it really a data lake that can feed that model? Are we going to be requiring external data sources that need to be plugged in? How are those pipelines getting curated? How are those pipelines getting tested? Some elements that were not so important earlier, which were relating to how that data has been tested for bias or accuracy, all of those have become to the forefront, right? And that's why I think the whole imperative of data first approach on platform designing or data first approach to look at what AI models we are putting forward has become very important.
We hear a lot about the general shortage of AI expertise, but when I look into it, it seems like we even have less available skills for data management. So how do we kind of get at all this in a way that enables us to build these models? Because I kind of feel like this issue is the thing that's holding back all these applications from being built in the first place.
Skills wise, I think the data skills have probably always been there. The focus of data engineers always trying to, then move towards becoming data scientists or analysts has driven them towards roles that have promised them, that kind of exposure. We have to pull back and create a new set of data engineers who are more focused and more versed on data quality, on data management, lineage, and more importantly, testing. Because testing that data for keeping it, again, like I said earlier, free of bias, of understanding the variety of sources that data has come from. Is it representative enough? Is it wide enough? And in addition to that, the ability to integrate external data sources has to be taken into account to build this. From a talent perspective, clearly the focus is there, and the talent is being prepared to do that. Within our own organization, for example, we put a lot of focus on training people on these disciplines. And to do that, we have to also train them on general AI literacy. How is this data going to be used? Because people who are preparing or curating data, people who are testing those pipelines, also need to have an understanding of how is this data going to be used to finally deliver the outcome that we are planning to use it for. That enables them to actually test it better, to prepare it better, and to create those pipelines better.
Will we wind up using AI to essentially automate the process of training the AI models using AI agents that are specifically designed for data engineering tasks?
I don't think we are completely there yet, because we do use AI for doing certain amount of testing, but even for that, the AI model needs to be trained on how to differentiate between the right kind of data sets that get through versus not. And the question of, again, bias and completeness continue to spring up over there. I'll give you an example. Working on a platform where we are using AI to develop dynamic content. And this is dynamic content, marketing content being developed based on the profile and the behavior of the user that platform is interacting with. So there is a library of contents. That content needs to get stitched up in real time to create a very specific personalized marketing content as an output. And for doing that data training, the combination of using an AI model to train the data, or to rather curate the data, and having human in the loop, both become equally important, right? So the human in the loop part is something that we cannot really take our focus away from, while the model will become better and better at curating the data because it's coming from a library that has already been built, but continuously looking at the human in the loop factors of, was it right for the audience? Did it really get the nuances of what the user was looking for? And what other inputs need to be provided back so that next time when the model does this curation and select the right data points or data sources to create that content, it is actually corrected for whatever was noticed by the human in the loop.
So does that mean we need something that feels like a feedback loop? Because I think models, whether on purpose or inadvertently, will get exposed to additional data after they've been deployed, and then we might start to see some drift.
That risk is positively possible, and we all need to embrace the data cleansing, data curation as an ongoing priority, not as a one-time job. Because you're absolutely right, as we consume data to serve our customers, we actually generate even more insight and even more data that gets in. And if that is not subjected to the same rigor with which the original data set was prepared, it will show a drift. And hence, the human in the loop, the feedback process, the whole revisiting the entire, what I would call the filter set on which the data was filtered or curated, that itself needs to be revisited from time to time. So this whole discipline of establishing the lineage, curating the data, cleansing it, staging it for the right purpose is not a one-time activity. One, it is a continuous activity, and second, it is also an activity that needs to be revisited, and the assumptions need to be revalidated periodically.
Speaking of revisiting, do we need to maybe take a look at the way IT teams are organized in the age of AI? Because I feel like there's data scientists and data engineers, but then I got to add in application developers and security folks. And by the time I get not to mention DevOps and engineers and a few other folks, but by the time I build and deploy some sort of AI application, it takes a village. So does the village need to be reorganized?
If it has not already been done so, Mike, yes. I mean, we work with leading products and platform companies in helping them design and develop their platforms. most of which are SaaS platforms, which are basically plugged in with ongoing understanding of every interaction. That interaction feeds back into creating their customer profiles, creating the personalization. And there is absolutely no way we can think of a team that is delivering that without having a combination of those skills and things which are which probably could have been done as an afterthought in the past, which was like, okay, I'll do a security testing towards the end of this. No, these days we are working on this continuous loop of doing integrations and deployments. We are continuously working on data getting added and new insights coming out. That security has to be an integral part of the team, right? So whether it is, like you mentioned, the whole DevOps side of things, absolutely. The front-end, back-end engineers to get the right back-end data in place, the right experience in place, the developers which are developing it, but also the quality engineering, the security engineering aspects of it have to go hand in hand.
One area.
Hey, welcome back to Techstrong TV, live from the show floor at RSAC in Moscone West in San Francisco. I'm your host, Lisa Martin. We have great conversations lined up today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So stick around. Lots of great content coming your way. My next guest is Dr. Katie Paxton-Fear, Principal Security Research Engineer at Traceable by Harness. Dr. Katie, it's great to have you on Techstrong TV.
It's so exciting to be here.
Isn't it great?
I love it. Like the energy, this is so cool.
It is cool. Well, we appreciate your time. So Traceable by Harness, this merger was only announced in February.
Yes, it's been a whirlwind.
I bet it has. So really aiming to create this new leader in secure software delivery. Talk to us about that and how these two powerhouses are going to do just that.
So I think quite a lot of the traditional security model has been really focused on security teams. And while that's great, and we obviously love talking to security teams, actually, it's not just about security teams. There's a whole, other range of people in an organization. Yeah. The most important people there are developers.
Right.
And at the end of the day, they're the ones that are developing secure software, right? They're the ones that is their job, that is their mission, their purpose.
Right.
And if you have a software solution, like a security solution that only speaks to the security engineers, you've kind of missed out a major part of the kind of story there, because what about the people who write the code? And I think really what Traceable by Harness is doing and kind of pushing for in industry has been this move to be, it's not just about security, it's about the developer experience, it's about developers, and how do we merge those two worlds together? And often when we speak to our customers, and obviously Harness is a sister company to us, and Harness and we share a lot of customers, right?
Okay.
When we speak to them, they are the same buyer. They are interested. They want to get both solutions.
Yeah.
And so as we see this kind of push towards, from two separate ideas, developers and security, to DevSecOps, everything's got to adapt with it. Security solutions are moving towards, it's not just about security teams, it's about the developer experience as well.
Are you seeing this kind of rapid convergence of DevOps and security? We've been talking about DevSecOps for a while, but it's a cultural shift, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of the early movements of like DevSecOps were very much the cultural more than the actual shift.
Okay.
And they still had like quite siloed responsibilities. And actually what we're now seeing is way more convergence of that, way more, it's not just about security teams. And in organizations where developers outnumber security people by, hundreds in some teams, you can't forget them.
No.
And you can't be in a situation where you're telling the developers what to do.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It doesn't feel good for the developers. They don't want to engage in security. You have to work with them instead of trying to work against them.
Yeah.
And I think bringing those two worlds together and really bringing the kind of making security something developers want to do.
Yeah.
Make it something they're excited about. Make it products that they really love will give us so much more secure software.
Absolutely. AI coding tools. I mean, we can't go a day without talking about AI anymore since ChatGPT burst onto the scene. You're an OG AI expert.
I'm a hipster. I'm an AI hipster.
Hipster.
I was
knew
it
that
before it
wrong
was cool.
and now it is cool.
Yeah.
But AI coding is also introducing some security risks.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Talk a little bit about some of those doors that's opening up and how your solution helps to close those doors.
So obviously we've heard a lot about vibe coding.
Yes.
That is the term. No programming, no thinking, just vibing with the AI, just being like, make me a game that allows me to, buy like cities and buildings and make me a city builder game. And the AI just does it for you.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about it. The problem is you don't have to think about it.
That's the problem.
And a lot of developers are using this code and just copying and pasting it and putting it straight in. And the problem is with AI, security, if you think about the history of computing, is such a new kind of idea. These security events like RSA that we're going to now, they really have become more popular kind of in the last, 10 years.
Right.
Programming's been around for years before then.
Right.
And if you think about AI is statistics. It has so many more examples of broken code, of code that is insecure because it wasn't much of a thing at the time, that it's not surprising that it doesn't know how to secure it, because security is something new. It's something in the grand scheme of things that is like a blip. And I think really with like vibe coding, it's all about how do we enable developers to use AI, because we want them to, because this can take, I actually did a vibe coded application recently. I did it in language I didn't know anything about as like a little test. One, as someone who knows about security, I was not thinking about security at the time I wrote it. The second it started generating code, even as someone who has a PhD in security, who knows this is a problem, I just copy and pasted it. I was like, this is too easy. I'm just going to get AI to do it all.
Okay.
And
it's a double-edged sword, it sounds like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's how do we, enable developers to use things like AI, but also to think critically about it and actually have, we hear a lot about human in the loop.
Absolutely.
Making sure, you're not just coding based on vibes.
Yeah.
You're also coding based on security.
Absolutely.
And I think really when it comes to what, security solutions like Traceable by Harness really do, enables that AI revolution, gets, that AI in the developer's hands, get them using it, get them, experiment with it, having them rely on AI, but in a secure way, in a way where, we are a security company. We've thought about security. We know security.
Yeah.
And really seeing, that perspective when we're developing the AI and enabling those developers.
Right. It needs to be factored in, and the security from the beginning cannot be bolt-on or an afterthought.
Absolutely. And I think when it comes to, the real risk of AI, the real risk of AI is not necessarily in, say, AI performing security attacks or anything like that. The real risk is if you've got developers who are just implementing code uncritically and just copying and pasting, whatever the AI gives them, you're just going to introduce the same security vulnerabilities we solved 5, 10, plus years ago.
Okay.
And my real worry and the real problem that I think we're going to start to see really crop up is those old vulnerabilities we've considered solved that we're not even thinking about anymore.
Right, moved past them.
And then we're just reintroducing them. They're going to get a new lease of life, and that's what we've seen across quite a lot of security research.
So vibe coding is also a relatively new concept. This is a buzzword, but this was coined in February.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago. Are you seeing more of your work really revolving around enabling the developers to understand how to rely on it securely versus just blindly relying on it?
It's interesting because I don't think there's a lot of discussion about it at the moment. I think there's a lot of like how we enable developers to use AI, but the securely has kind of been missing a little bit. It's kind of not really been talked about as much, because I think when it comes to vibe coding at the moment, the problem is, I don't know if you've seen this, there's a Twitter post of somebody who's like, I vibe coded an application, I don't know anything about programming in this many hours, here's the link. And maybe like 12 hours later, he followed up with, please stop hacking my application.
Oh no.
And then after that, he's like, I fixed this problem. And then there was more security problems.
Sure.
Because, and at the end of the day, developers aren't security experts.
Right.
They're not.
And they don't have to be.
And they don't have to be. And you know what? AI should be secure. That can be a security expert. That can be a security resource that developers use. It can help them do it. Unfortunately, kind of what we have at the moment in a lot of the kind of vibe coding application space is more of like a prompt that ends with, please implement securely. And that's it. Like, and if you look at the advice as well, if you look on Twitter and see developers talking about this, they actually list front and center that security is optional.
Really?
Yeah.
In 2025, they're still thinking like that?
Yeah.
That shocks me.
But it's tempting though. Like, I have to say, as somebody who did this, I was able to implement an application that would have taken, you know, me doing it properly, like a week, maybe 2 weeks, in 6 hours.
Wow.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
That you want to have that advantage.
The productivity advantage is there.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's such a good advantage. And to like discount it is it's unthinkable. So we really need to think about, you know, enabling developers, whether or not that looks like, you know, having security in things like the security in the pipeline, CI/CD.
Yeah.
A lot of the work we do at Traceable by Harness is how do we put API security testing in the CI/CD pipeline, have it something that's automatic, have it something that developers don't think about. And that's kind of where we want to get to. We want to get to a way where they're using the products and they're not really thinking about it.
They don't
have to.
Right, exactly. But it seems like from a vibe coding perspective, a lot more awareness needs to be done consistently. What's the ideal in this AI era that we're all living and working in? What's the ideal developer experience?
Honestly, that security should be as invisible as we can get it, but still something developers want to engage with.
Yeah.
The problem is if you are a developer and security becomes a blocker for you, if it's you're trying to write code and it's like, no, sorry, you can't do that. No, this has got, you know, this many vulnerabilities, fix them, you're not able to do it. If we have that kind of mentality, we're almost like, we're just getting in the way.
Yeah.
We're making it annoying. We're making security be the department of no. We want to be the people on the development team who know about security, who you can come to.
Yeah.
We're not going to add workload to you.
Right.
We're going to be enablers for you. We're going to make it as easy as possible for you to do your job.
Yeah.
That is our job as security folks. And having solutions that kind of use that mentality of, you know, the ideal developer experience is the security team does it. The ideal security team experience is that developers do it. There's got to be a middle ground there. And I think it's how do we invite developers into security spaces, into security tools, get them hands-on, get them excited about security, and also be a member of the team who will say, you vibe code an application, that's so cool. Let's run a security test. And if it passes, let's see how we can put this into production or put it into, you know, maybe an internal tool.
Right.
It's that kind of change from being, no, you can't do that, that's bad security, to, yeah, we have tools that can do things like security scanning for this application. You don't have to worry about it. If it comes back clean, we'll do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this.
And if it doesn't,
together.
we can fix it.
And if
all the vulnerabilities.
we can fix it together. It's not you fail, bad, you get an F, you failed your test.
Yeah.
It's we will work together to get your goal out there.
So do you see yourself as a facilitator of the DevSecOps movement? And is that evolving fast enough?
I think every security professional needs to think of themselves as like an ambassador for developers. You know, I don't think it's as simple as saying, I'm in the security team, that's not my job.
Right.
It's moving to a situation where, you know, developers they don't have to know about security. They have to know maybe a little bit, but they're not experts in it.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be.
They shouldn't have to be.
And they want to. You want to have a relationship with them where they feel like they can come to you
and trust.
And trust, yeah. And once you lose that trust, once the developer considers you like a blocker in their workflow, it's so hard to get it back.
Sure.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's like, how do you make your developers not hate you as a security professional?
Yeah.
But the thing is, we've got a great opportunity. I want to say that. We have a great opportunity to use AI as a bridge between the two and to use it to make both of our lives easier and to
as a bridge.
Enable us.
Yeah.
So I see myself as an ambassador, and I want to be the kind of security person who will be there for developers, that is on their side, that is not working against them, but working with them.
With them, absolutely, in collaboration.
Yeah, and any security person who doesn't see their role like that, I think has like a very dated mindset of, what security looks like now in 2025.
Yeah. Time to modernize. I love that you kind of wrap things up with looking at AI as that bridge between the developer, between security, and a lot of opportunity there. Last question for you, Katie. Favorite customer story that really shines light on the value that you're delivering?
So I work in like the security research side of things. So I obviously see quite a lot of security attacks, and I will look at attacks and look at, when we see a new vulnerability being released, I'll look at the data and see whether or not our customers have been affected by it. It's not just me, that we've got an entire team that does it. So I will tell you a story from one of these incidents. So we were looking at a customer. They worked in the finance industry, so really sensitive.
Very regulated.
Yeah, very regulated. And we were noticing some traffic on their servers were a little bit anomalous. It wasn't an attack per se. This wasn't like, screaming alerts going off, panic. It was just a little bit weird. So we went and investigated it. We looked at the behavior and we noticed a pattern. We could see that there were these attacks, these campaigns that attackers were running. 80% of traffic on one of their APIs was all attackers.
80%?
80%.
Wow.
Now, here's the best bit. We looked at this. We gave the results to the customers like, hey, we blocked it for them, of course. Like, they were fine.
Yeah.
Again, it wasn't that they had, gained a lot of access, but it was like an ongoing campaign. We actually caught them before they were able to do quite a lot of the kind of exfiltration part of it.
Fantastic.
So we're like, I wonder if this is true for other customers. And we found another customer. We found the same campaign.
Oh, wow.
So we were able to detect this. It was, for the technical people watching, it was sandboxing. We were able to detect it on not just one customer, but multiple.
Yeah.
And I think it was so, for me as a researcher, it was so cool. One, to catch it ahead of time.
Yes.
Like, as someone who's a hacker, I spend quite a lot of time talking about the after effects.
Right.
Rather than the pre. But it was just so cool to see, hey, this isn't something that just applied to one person, it's something that applied to multiple customers.
Yeah.
And they're not the only ones that are going to be affected.
No, of course not. It's probably just going to proliferate.
Exactly.
And you can spot it, you can find it, you can remedy it.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Great stuff. Katie, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong. I really enjoyed our conversation. Really how you're an ambassador, you're an AI hipster. I love that, an ethical hacker. But thank you for sharing what you're seeing out there and how AI can be that bridge between the developers and the security folks. We appreciate your insights.
Thank you so much for having me. It's
My
been a pleasure.
Good. For Dr. Katie Paxton-Fear, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC at Moscone West in San Francisco. Stick around. We have more great content coming up. I'll be back with my next guest in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong, and you're watching another episode of Cracking the Code, our podcast devoted to DevSecOps. Before we get started, this is only our second episode, so let me do a little housekeeping. Cracking the Code is a joint production between our good friends at Checkmarks and us here at Techstrong, and we're going to be exploring relevant topics in DevSecOps. It include platform engineering, DevOps, AppSec, anything that touches on how are we securing code as it moves along the software pipeline, all the way through to deployment and even beyond. I mentioned it's a joint production with Checkmarks, so if you're not familiar, is one of the leaders in the AppSec market for a long time now, and we're thrilled to have them producing this with us. We have an exciting episode to talk about today, but before I get into that, let me introduce you to our panel for today's show. First of all, he's a longtime friend. We've been following Brian's career here on DevOps.com probably for the 12 years.
Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from RSAC at Moscone West in San Francisco. We're going to be talking all things security all the way through Thursday. Some great content we've already filmed. Hopefully you've been watching. More great content coming your way. My next guest is Naomi Buckwalter. She's the Senior Director of Product Security at Contrast Security. Naomi, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
Lisa. It's good to be here.
Thank you for joining me.
I'm so excited. How are you today?
I'm excellent.
Awesome.
My feet don't hurt yet. It's day one. That's why I'm wearing
And I
heels.
hope that is true for the rest of it.
Me too.
Fantastic.
That's one thing about conferences, you can guarantee a ton of steps and sore feet.
And no lines in the women's room.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is
sadly.
true. That's one plus for us girls. So I love the tagline at Contrast Security. You can't stop what you can't see. Tell the audience a little bit about Contrast Security. What is it that you guys are solving for customers?
Oh, interesting. Well, if I could give you an elevator pitch,
yes.
We do application security in production. That's the easiest way I can explain it.
I love that.
Right?
Nice and
It's so
clean.
easy to understand.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, we have other things in security production things. Like we have our CrowdStrikes that's running in production boxes, right?
Okay.
Like we have different agents that run in production. If you think about the vendor space, there's not a ton of application security happening in production, in runtime. A lot of it's before the runtime happens. So you've got your static scans, your SCAs, all the scans that happen in QA and dev and all the things that aren't actually production.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder why. It's
I was
kind of
gonna
weird.
ask.
It's weird.
Well, you were saying, that doing AppSec in production isn't crazy. It's smart.
It's so smart.
Why aren't more
Wait,
folks?
did you say that or did I say that?
I got that from
Oh, okay.
you.
So smart. You're smart. Actually, it is smart because,
why aren't folks doing
it's where behavior happens. It's where the users are. It's where the attacks are. Why aren't we doing more security where the bad stuff is happening?
Right.
Why do we assume we're testing for all the cases prior to releasing the thing in production?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you why. I know it's smart. We just said it. You said it. But I think it's because people are scared of doing AppSec in production. I think just tech in the past, we've had downtime as an issue. Your company is like, no, we need to have this uptime 99.999 or whatever,
yeah.
right? The 5.9 sync you. And I think it's put us back a lot. So if you think about some of the bigger breaches in the past, it really comes down to you probably just had this old server running with an unpatched thing for the longest time.
Yeah.
And you were afraid of taking it offline, off production, right, just to fix it and then put it back up.
Yeah.
Because your business is like, no, we need all the uptime, we need all the revenue. And it becomes this problem because you don't have the protections that you actually need in production.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, and it's like nobody wants to be the next headline for a breach, so it makes sense. Right.
I know.
I mean, the brand reputation, the churn that happens, nobody wants to be that. I mean, and in this day and age, security attacks aren't, is it going to happen to us? It's when?
Oh, it's happening
It's how
now.
often?
It's happening
It's
now.
what
Yeah.
is the cost it's going to cost my business?
Right.
So that alone, you think would make enough sense for them to put AppSec in production.
But I didn't even get to the biggest part. It's because we don't have the insight that we need in production, in our applications. We are really good as an industry of getting our network traffic understood, all the things that are happening on our hosts understood. We know all the things that are going on because we have observation, we have sensors in those areas.
Yeah.
What we don't have are those same sensors happening in our applications at runtime, in production. And now we're trying to say as a company, I think it's time. It's okay to do AppSec in production. It's okay, guys. Like, I almost feel like here at RSA would be our unveiling.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Yeah.
Our unveiling, like our unboxing for YouTubers.
Yeah.
So it would be our way of saying to the community, like, it's time. Shift left probably has failed.
Yeah. Well, how much of what you're doing at Contrast is really education and making these folks aware that it's time, and this is why that old playbook has to be thrown out, because nobody wants to be the next headline.
And it's a little like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
If we had like an interpretive dance, maybe people would probably understand it more. Because it's sometimes they're like, "What are you talking about?" I had a dinner yesterday with somebody at a different company, someone who does static scanning. And it's like when I told him we should do AppSec in production, it's like I stabbed his child. Like, his reaction to that was just like, oh, you could just tell his face. I was like, I'm sorry. Do I need to apologize right now? Like, he was just so insulted, the fact that I even said that. Because it's so ingrained.
It's cultural.
In us. Right.
It's behavioral.
Exactly.
And that's
why?
hard to change.
Why?
But why? You're right.
Our critical thinking turns off whenever we are thrown another framework or another way of doing something. Oh, and everyone does it this way. Think of the thousands of other people here.
So I'm going to follow that line.
Way. Absolutely.
Yep.
It's a bias that is not well understood by me just because I can see the issues. And most of us in AppSec actually do. Yeah. And here's another problem is security people traditionally don't have the best grasp of applications anyway. Okay. So what they do is, or what we do, is we kind of just say, hey, we're going to let the developers take care of it. We're going to do our scans. We're going to give them the issues, and then they're just going to magically fix it. That's not what the developers want to do. Trust me. They want to build stuff fast. Yes. They want to make money. They want to go home and build cool shit at the end of the day. I'm sorry. They build cool shit and then call it a day. They see security people, and they always have, as a gate.
Yeah, gate.
As a detractor to what they're trying to do.
As a, no, you can't do that.
Exactly. Yeah. So what we're now saying is maybe that approach has failed us because think of all the issues that are still happening. OWASP top 10 hasn't changed in like 2 decades, right? How embarrassing for us. Now we're saying application security can be done without the developers. We don't need them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that sounds really like, who the heck are you, Karen?
Yeah.
But we haven't given this a shot enough to say that maybe it won't work, maybe it will. Yeah. Why not? Right.
So you're in effect enabling the optimal developer experience because you're pulling this out of their hands, and the AppSec folks can take the responsibility on in production.
Amazing. Do you have a newsletter? I want to sign up for your newsletter. That was really good. Yes, you do. Yeah.
So where are you talking? Who are you selling to? Is it the developers? Is it the security folks? Is it both? Is it the application owners?
Oh my gosh. Well, everyone and anyone who will write a check. But I will say we are targeting a new audience, and it's our SOC people, our security operations folks.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to sell them is more insight into the applications that are on their networks. Like all the applications and hosts that are on the machines that you care about, run processes and things and accept traffic and do stuff with that traffic in your host that you should really know about, right? So we're giving them observations, more data, more insight into their application layer, into their APIs that they don't already have. Right. And I think our SOC, what we're hearing from the fields is that, wow, this is great. Like before it was just another network packet. Like I don't know what this is doing. Now it's, wow, it's not only do I know where this packet is going, what route it's hitting, what that route is doing, what it's executing in the host, or what data point it's hitting on the back end, right? Like now that we have all that insight, we can do something about it. If it's an application attack, we can block it because Contrast does that really well.
Yeah.
If it's a vulnerability that is out there, maybe we could tell the developers how to fix it. And we do that too. Not only do we block the attack, we can tell you where the vulnerability is. We can patch it, right? Like we have AI how to fix, like we have all these cool tools that can just tell you how to fix it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Well, that application detection and response technologies observability are game-changing for organizations.
Yes.
It's like the tagline that I like, you can't stop what you can't see. They need to have that visibility.
Yeah.
But also, in a sense, getting out of the way of the developers, letting them have the optimal developer experience that they want, that they expect, but providing that visibility so the blinders are off.
Absolutely. And you're letting them do their job better. And you're doing your job better too as security people. Yeah. Security people can do application security. I know it's sometimes hard because they have to keep up with their technology. But once we do, we can show them we're on the same team.
Right.
And then now you're building relationships. Now you're building culture on your team.
And
trust. And
which
that is 100% what you need when you're working with developers. Like, I had conversations where like, why are we doing it with you guys? We can ruin your life if we want to. Like that is an adversarial relationship.
Wow.
Right. This is not a person that I worked with, but I was just talking. They're like, we can ruin security people's lives if we want to. Like, why are they so mean to us? Right. Right.
Wow. What's your favorite customer story of Contrast that you think this just perfectly shines a spotlight on what we do well and why we're doing it?
Well, it's funny because I'm a security practitioner. I'm my favorite customer. I actually use Contrast every single day.
Awesome. Drinking your own champagne.
Thank you. Oh, not the dog food thing?
No.
The champagne.
I like the champagne. I elevated it.
Thank you. It's so much better. Well, so I'm a security practitioner. I would not be working for a security vendor if I did not deeply believe in our products.
Yeah.
I am not even saying that lightly. Like, I understand how cringe it is to be here. I'm sorry, RSA. I love you. but it is cringe. And I will say, it's just like LinkedIn. It's like, why are you so cringe? Why do you have to be this cringe? It's security vendors doing too much, and it's not actually helping do security. So me as a security practitioner really appreciates a tool like Contrast because it makes my job so much easier. I don't have to do a scan and be like, here's 500 vulnerabilities at the static, and I haven't even validated each one. Good luck with that, developers. Like I can give our developers actual vulnerabilities, actual vulnerable routes, things that have been exercised in our applications, which means endpoints that have been hit in production because we know this is a route that has been used and here's a vulnerability, here's an attack that happened, and then we could do something about it immediately. I don't have to wait for the patch.
Right.
I can do something in our tool, Contrast, can be like, okay, we're going to block this for now, and then gives us some time to patch on the developer side.
Yeah.
And think about Log4Shell, it was the same way.
Yeah.
We blocked Log4Shell out of the box before anyone even knew Log4Shell was a thing. And now it buys the developers time, right? Because you're like, you're using old versions of Log4j that are vulnerable to Log4Shell. Go ahead and fix this thing.
Right.
And by the way, we have Contrast on the other side, acting as that last gate. Thank God we have them, you know?
You should be a developer's BFF.
I already am, Lisa. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you are. Naomi, it's been such a pleasure having you on Techstrong TV. Thank you for really explaining what you guys are doing so well, why AppSec in production is smart. We appreciate your insights and your candor as well.
Appreciate that.
For Naomi Buckwalter, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. We'll join you again after a lunch break with our next guest, so stick around.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong, and you're watching another episode of Cracking the Code, our podcast devoted to DevSecOps. Before we get started, this is only our second episode, so let me do a little housekeeping. Cracking the Code is a joint production between our good friends at Checkmarks and us here at Techstrong, and we're going to be exploring relevant topics in DevSecOps. Will include platform engineering, DevOps, AppSec, anything that touches on how we securing code as it moves along the software pipeline, all the way through to deployment and even beyond. I mentioned it's a joint production with Checkmarks, who, if you're not familiar, is one of the leaders in the AppSec market for a long time now, and we're thrilled to have them producing this with us. We have an exciting episode to talk about today, but before I get into that, let me introduce you to our panel for today's show. First of all, he's a longtime friend. We I've been following Brian's career here on DevOps.com probably for the 12 years I've been doing it. Our friend Brian Dawson. Hey, Brian, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Good to be back on with you. And yeah, it's been easily pushing on 10 years. So great to be rejoining the gang here for a bit.
I think it's every bit of 10 years. Yes. Also joining us from, I guess it looks like she's home in New Mexico. She is the CEO of Deploy Hub, as well as sort of an open source ambassador extraordinaire involved with several different open source projects and foundations, including Aurelius, of which she is the founder of that as well. And she's a regular here on Techstrong, our friend Tracy Reagan. Hey, Tracy, how are you?
I'm doing great, Ellen. Thank you for having me. And Checkmark, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being on a discussion that is so near and dear to my heart.
Absolutely. Then last but not least is my new co-host for Cracking the Code. He's new to Checkmark, so we're going to give him a chance to introduce himself. He's not new to us here at Techstrong, though we've had the pleasure of working with Aaron for years and years. It's Aaron Kinsbrunner. And Aaron, welcome. Congratulations. Tell us what's going on. You're now at Checkmarks. What's the role?
Thank you so much for having me, Alan. I'm excited to, together with Checkmarks, to sponsor this podcast. I've been with Checkmarks for almost a month now. I'm the VP of Portfolio Marketing and also doing a lot of evangelizing with the AppSec in the AppSec domain. So I'm not working on a new book as of today, but who knows? Yeah,
that would be great. That would be great. And of course, you've written books as well. So, Aaron, it's a pleasure to have you on here, and I know you'll bring a lot to our discussion. Let's jump into today's discussion, if you don't mind. You know, when I first started DevOps.com, 2013, March 2014, I first published, there was a raging debate in the community about, is DevOps better for large teams, or is DevOps really a startup game, right? It's great for small teams where everyone's wearing a lot of hats, and you do kind of do DevOps organically, if you will. And is there a difference in the DevOps that you do with large organizations versus small organizations? Well, the same kind of arguments and the same sort of divisions, if you will, seem to apply to AppSec and DevSecOps in small versus larger organizations. So, no pun intended, and don't take it the wrong way, but does size matter, right? Does the size of your team, does the size of your organization dictate a different strategy for what type of AppSec an AppSec kind of policies and processes and tools you're going to use? Aaron, I know you're only there a month, but you've been around this game a long time. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, you're the AppSec vendor here. You've got to lead us off. What do you think?
So I think that's a great question. And actually, I have a lot of insights about it. And you mentioned, a word about scale and stuff like that. When you're a small startup, and by the way, I'm joining Checkmarks from being over 2 years at a startup, right? Startup is very much focused on a specific software development lifecycle methodology. Call it DevOps, it's fine. But when you're at a small startup, we have 70, 100 developers. It's fine, it's good. Right? But let's take one step forward and look at an enterprise. I recently engaged with a large financial enterprise, and he told me, our bank is like a museum of software, right? And the museum consists of things from a legacy perspective, like huge monorepos of 1 billion lines of code and different technologies that they still need to maintain and support. And also modern technologies, microservices, serverless architecture, software, a lot of open source libraries and the likes. So it goes with scale, but also maturity number of customers, different geographies, different compliances that you need to consider when you're obviously going big. And then, the number of development teams that you need to multiply your AppSec program, because within a small organization, you don't need to call it a startup, but with a small organization, you have one dev team. Okay. And this one dev team mostly uses one runtime language or two runtime languages. When you scale to a large enterprise, you can have 100 development teams across 1,000 pipelines across 10 different runtime languages, Java and Python and JavaScript and you name it, and Go, right? So it's definitely the size matter here, because you need to support a large set of development teams, large set of pipelines that are running, and you need to make sure that you are supporting them and also reducing the noise as you shift left your app security, practices, program methodologies. So just in a nutshell, that's my thought.
Tracy, I'm hesitant to ask you, but what's your take on this one?
Everybody needs to do some level of security. I don't think that the size of the organization matters. We all have to do some level of security. But what does impact us is the size of our budget authority. And not every organization has a massive budget that they'll put into security. And unfortunately, I'll say that, I'll say what we don't want to hear. Testing and security get put on the back burner when the budget gets cut. And as we may be headed into a recession. We don't know what our economy is looking like. Directors and CTOs want to start cutting back on technical debt, as we call it. So what happens is the smaller companies tend to do less testing and less security scanning and security practices, regardless of how much they may want to or know that it's important. So this is why I'm so happy to be a part of the open source communities, because we're talking mainly about many of these problems come from the open source community. Packages that we're consuming is what's bringing in these bad actors and allowing them to get into our back door. So open source has to fix this, to be quite honest, because every single organization should have the ability to do some basic level of scanning, generating SBOMs, and tracking these components as they move into your production environments. Signing. There are so many open source tools right now that you can implement. The only thing then that becomes an issue is, do we have the resources in smaller companies to implement? Because we know a larger company will implement open source tooling. If they don't have budget authority, they'll go down the open source route to implement as much as they can, but they'll have somebody assigned to do that. Smaller companies struggle even with that. I'm right now working as much as I can with satellite companies. I'm really fascinated with the satellite market. And you'd be surprised how, I don't want to call it immature, but basic their software factory floor looks like. Many of them are just doing check-ins and then builds, and they don't even have a Jenkins workflow. So they're not going to be able to do a whole lot in terms of security scanning across the pipeline if they don't even have a pipeline. So it's the size of the budget and the team that matters, and what they can achieve with very little cash and very little help. And unfortunately, that's what we're looking at in terms of the DevOps pipeline right now, and adding security tooling into it.
So size only matters when it comes to budget.
Budget matters.
You heard it here first. Go ahead, Brian.
I'd challenge you, threw in the only, right? And I'd say it's not only budget absolutely matters. But again, I'll start to frame my background, right? I've, built out software processes with companies of less than 10, companies that were 50 to 150, or have done consulting with companies that were thousands of devs. And yes, budget is a key thing, but there's also capacity and sort of what I'd say the size of the network of developers that have to communicate and coordinate. So in a startup, it's always a catch-22, right? I got more work to do than I have resources. I have nearly the same sort of security risk as the largest companies in the world, but I have fewer resources and I have more to do. So yes, is automation of your AppSec posture, of your application security posture management critical? Yes. But how much can you afford to invest into getting the optimal, most robust pipeline? And when I say afford, I don't necessarily mean budget. I mean in terms of time. Not a lot. But what you can and need to do is ensure that you have a base level of automation in place so you can do more with less. You can forego some of your network is smaller, so you can forego some of the tools that facilitate knowledge transfer, centralization, cross-team coordination. Meanwhile, you take your larger companies, you arguably have all the resources in the world in terms of capacity, right? You have hundreds, if not thousands of devs. But the problem is you still need to be fast and you need to control spend. So you're really about overcoming the complex developer network effect and ensuring that you have central systems, a central source of information. And one of the challenges enterprises struggle with today in terms of AppSec is how do I, at any given time, gather a snapshot of the security posture of hundreds, if not thousands of systems that have been deployed.
Interestingly, here's what I didn't hear all three of you say. That security, or AppSec specifically, AppSec requirements are different whether it's a big or a small organization. As a matter of fact, just the opposite. I think I hear you all say that, there's a baseline of security which is absolute across, regardless of size. Right? And there's just no getting around that, if you will. Aaron, I've known your career a long time, and we know, a lot of where you come from. Is open source an equalizer here? Or can the small guy have good security without open source? Or good AppSec, rather?
Definitely not. I think open source is key for putting security aside. Open source is like 70, 80, some would say 90% of our software that we are building is based on open source. Okay. By Checkmarx contributes to open source and does a lot with open source. But the reality also shows, right, that with the entire software security supply chain or software supply chain, you need to have a proper security program that can protect the business. And going back to Tracy, you mentioned about the budgets and stuff. At the end of the day, the budget is one thing, but the business risks when security impacts the entire organization, whether it comes from open source or other security vulnerabilities, that's a huge impact, which sometimes might be bigger than the budget savings that you would consider putting on an app security platform. But with regards to open source and requirements, at the end of the day, and in the current reality especially, you want to make sure that and we see it not just within security, right? You see this shift left thing. You see the power moving more and more towards the developers. This podcast is even called like DevSecOps, right? The developers today, which by the way are the ones owning, maintaining, using open source libraries and solutions, they need to be better empowered within their environments, within their IDEs, so they can control what they are consuming per each pull request, recommit. They need to be able to automate, going back to Brian, right? They need to be able to automate this entire security journey from code to cloud, so everyone is protected. And to do so, right, they need to have not just the static code analysis scanning, they need to have SCA, they need to have repository health checks, they need to have secrets detection. App security is a wide thing, right? And with open source, you have all these security vulnerabilities that can be exposed to your repository, right? All the secrets that you are dealing with, all the software composition analysis. Within Checkmarx, we have analyzed over 400,000 malicious packages that we detected over the past years, right? So it all comes to culture. It all comes to this shift left and empowerment. And also going back to Tracy, also looking at the production, right? What happens when the code is being deployed with the open source components and the likes, right? How do you manage and get this ASPM view also within your development environment so you continue moving on fast?
Absolutely. Aaron,
So let me respond to that too, Alan, what you just said. Okay, so everybody has to do security, right? But how much security do you need to put in if you are a small company versus a large? We have to think about it in terms of the attack surface, or what I like to call the blast radius, which I've said many times. And no, we're not going to toast every time I say blast radius.
You did that. Oh, I'm sorry. You remember.
Because when you're talking about a modernized application, a cloud modernized application, you are going from one binary one build that's building all your binaries, and you might even generate a single SBOM for all of this that you're building in that one build, to a decoupled environment where a single package vulnerability could be living in literally thousands of containers within your environment. So you're not just fixing one binary, you're going to have to fix every single container that has that vulnerability in it. When you're a smaller company, your blast radius is smaller. When you're a larger company, you have a lot to do. You have a lot of places to update that, and it becomes more impactful. A smaller company can be more agile. They can fix this quicker. Larger companies aren't as agile. They're going to take longer. Right now, we're looking at a good example is I think Sonatype's state of software security report indicated that we have 185 days for the government to remediate a vulnerability, 100 days for private sector, and 10 days for an attack, a hacker to exploit that attack.
Yeah.
So the small company can, if they know that they have the vulnerability running in production, right, they can get it fixed. The larger company can too. It's just going to take them a lot longer to do it. So that is why they need to make sure that they're spending money on SaaS and DAST, and hopefully understanding what a evidence catalog is, and being able to continually scan for vulnerabilities after production release. Because we often think, well, we're going to fix everything and shift left. But we do all this work, and then tomorrow there's a new vulnerability in something that we just released. And sometimes we're completely unaware of it because we're not able to map that low-level package to an endpoint. So we have the situation where small companies have less exposure because they're pushing it out to maybe a smaller group of end users. Large companies have more containers to manage, and their impact, their blast radius is far wider than a small company could ever experience. So we do have a difference. So size does matter when it comes to remediation.
So, but you're right. It does. And I think to not acknowledge that is wrong, but it also depends. A small company in finance or healthcare probably has a higher profile to be attacked security wise than a manufacturing company or some other run-of-the-mill kind of company. So I think there are mitigating factors beyond just size, if you will, right? Beyond just this, how many developers you have or how big a company your revenue is or employees or what have you. Aaron, you started something in your last comment. You started naming some specific AppSec tools. And it's funny because look, I've been in security since before there was a thing called AppSec, right? And originally AppSec was just sort of doing, a scan, DAST, not DAST, the static scan, not the dynamic scans. Yeah. Right. And white hat security, my friend Jeremiah Grossman first started doing it as almost like a SaaS model. Before that, you would come in and, HD Moore and the guys. But the bottom line is today, AppSec is there's so many different aspects and different tools within each specialty of AppSec. AppSec has become an umbrella, right? Even just scanning, for instance, as I mentioned, there was static scanning. Then we had dynamic scanning. Then we had SCA, software composition analysis, open source scanning. And then every company has their own little take on iSAST and this SAST and that SAST. Aaron, you've been in this business. And that's just the scanners. If you don't mind, let's put together a list of the different AppSec tools. And then we could talk big org, or is it really geared towards a little org? Now, Tracy, I know, you'll work with the OSSF and so forth. So beyond the scanners, that different kinds of scanning that I mentioned, what else falls under this AppSec umbrella today? WAF? Is WAF still a thing, Aaron, or has it gone away already?
So from what we are seeing in the market from Checkmarx, we are focused on the most advanced engines for scanning. So you mentioned SAST, DAST, like runtime security. We are looking and very much focused on software supply chain security, which includes also SCA underneath, but also secrets detections, malicious packages, repository health, and these kind of things. And then you also have what we call AI security. That there wouldn't be a show without mentioning AI, but AI is not new, but it definitely starts to penetrate within the AppSec umbrella of tools. And that's exactly, to the points of Tracy. We talked about shift left, but definitely making sure that whether you are a small organization or large, your developers can find and also fix security vulnerabilities as soon as they're writing the code. And if they're not trained, we know that developers are not security experts, and they are sometimes using either AI security generated code or, other open source libraries. Being able to meet the developers where they are and empower them with AI as well. That's exactly what we are seeing nowadays, is something that we see a lot and contribute a lot and plan to do a lot in the future. So it's a mix of the traditional, which are very important tools, SAST and DAST and SCA, but also ASPM with dashboards and correlation from runtime production and AI security remediation and even guidance, education for the developers as they're writing the lines of code.
Fair. But there's a lot there, right? There's
a lot there.
Tracy, what's your take on that?
Well, so the first question you asked is, what else do you need, right? So I'm going to plug one of the special interest groups that the Continuous Delivery Foundation is currently working on. In fact, their meeting is happening as we speak right now. It's called the CI/CD Cybersecurity SIG, and it's with the Continuous Delivery Foundation. It's not a best practices. It's basically the process of going through some of these defined frameworks. We're starting with the Secure Software Development Framework, and we're going through each of the tasks associated to the Secure Software Development Framework, and we are assigning to that task open source tools that can be used to achieve it. This allows anyone who wants to build a DevSecOps pipeline to do so with open source tooling and be able to achieve a secure software development framework. The next step will be to start looking at the cybersecurity framework, the CIS cybersecurity framework, and cross-reference it over to the secure software development framework, and also identify what you need to do in order to achieve that. So there's quite a bit. Let's just talk about SBOMs, right? SBOMs are needed, but I wrote a blog once called SBOMs, so far so good, so what? Because if you're not consuming them, they don't do anything for you. And that's what Ortelius is about, is consuming the SBOMs and aggregating it up to the higher levels when you're in a decoupled architecture. And then I'm going to do one more call out. And this is to all the developers out there who are writing open source packages. The Spring people, you know, all of these open source packages that we rely on. Every single one of you need to be able to show an open SSF scorecard value. Because if you're not, what you're saying is, I'm not interested in being compliant. And we know that you are. So let's start. We need to have those open source packages have an open SSF scorecard value. Because me as a consumer, I want to know that you're doing at least signing, right? I want to know the basic level that you've achieved. Get it to level 5 if you can. I know it can be hard, but it's so important. And it just means you're using open source tooling to protect the open source packages that you are delivering to thousands and thousands of consumers worldwide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump in. There's a number of things I'd like to jump in on, but sort of trailing off of, you, Tracy, is, you know, or this question that we started with a bit ago, how important is open source? Not only do we already know that open source is critically important to us being able to build and deliver the software that we do today, but in terms of using open source tooling to improve and maintain your AppSec posture, it is also critical. Again, when we talk about small teams, a number of the tools that they build, that they put together and they bring into their DevSecOps pipeline, they automate within their orchestration process, are going to be based on open source tools. Now, one of the things that I would say open source tools do at this stage in terms of open source security tooling standards and frameworks, and let's be clear, you wouldn't have your CVE databases. You wouldn't have proof of concepts. You wouldn't necessarily have many remediations if it wasn't for open source software, open source standard bodies. Look, there are attackers up 24/7 and now accelerated with AI today, that are trying to attack, say, small company with 12 developers and 80 employees overall. I cannot rely on a small set of developers with a commercial tool to do that. I need open source that has the expertise and input of decades of experience and experts, right? I would also extend that becomes even more important for small companies when you realize that, look, today, attackers don't have to necessarily pick their highest value target. With the acceleration and speed of AI to quickly identify what vulnerabilities are out there, have AI craft exploits for them, and then have AI go out like a bunch, AI bots just go out and attempt to attack places, right? Attack people, compromise them. You no longer as an attacker have to prioritize a large company versus a small company, right? Yes, a small company may be more aware. They may be able to respond faster. But I'm going to attack my 200, 300 person software technology company, across the board of the long tail, just as vehemently as I'm going to attack our big mega Fortune 1000 companies.
Absolutely. Brian, I remember back to your CloudBees days. One of the interesting things about CloudBees is back then, they were the Jenkins company, right? People who were using Jenkins, which was probably the most popular CI/CD tool, and still is.
Yeah, I was going to say, our friend Mark Waite would say they still are, right?
They still are. But CloudBees had figured out when was the time to move from the open source Jenkins to the CloudBees Enterprise. Right.
Yes.
It was based upon how many pipelines you had, how much, you were publishing instances of Jenkins and so forth.
Yeah.
And it really was a size issue, right? How many developer teams you had.
Yeah. Right. Right.
Can't we come up with some sort of formula like that for some of this AppSec stuff? Or is it, because I appreciate Aaron, everything you've said, Tracy, you're an expert on this. I'm afraid people listening or watching this at home are saying, my God, that's a lot of tools. Do they really expect a small organization to have all those things?
I was kind of saying, yes, we do at least on the scanner side of things. Yes, we do expect small organizations to have them, but go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that the number of tools doesn't need to scare anyone as long as they're kind of unified under a single platform that allows you to automate and do this shift left, serve both the developers and the CISOs within the organization with ASPM dashboards and the likes. Then it's baked into the process. You mentioned CloudBees, you mentioned CI/CD. You have all the SCM tools, right? If as a practice within your software development organization, developers are, plugging these engines, these scan engines upon each commit pull request that they are doing, then everything aggregates, and everything being propagated to the same dashboard, to a single dashboard, to a unified view, which gives you kind of a risk mitigation dashboard. So at the end of the day, as an executive, as a CISO, as a decision maker, you don't really care. Yeah, wow, I've ran 10 different tools. You can run 20 tools as long as they can, give you a single pane of glass, a single point of view of your security posture. How is your, open source components? How is your entire software portfolio secured when it's being deployed to production, deployed to the market on a continuous, manner? Because, Alan, you might know from my previous books, I was always saying software quality and software security is always a moment in time. Today you are safe, tomorrow you aren't. Okay. So in my mind, doesn't really go down to the number of tools. It goes down to the culture, to the process. How can you automate? How can you, present, your current status at any given point on demand?
And if I may jump in and add, I'd say this is the point though where we talk about, again, a 50-person development shop doesn't have the necessary cross-team communication and coordination complexity, right? So they oftentimes you can focus more on integrating these scanning tools and standard security tools into your delivery pipeline. Don't try to do everything everywhere all at once. Rather, prioritize and stepwise integrate these to fortify your delivery pipeline. Now, do they have the same need for an enterprise grade dashboard, right? Or organizational view? No, not necessarily. They may be able to pump the results into Jira or Confluence and everybody has a standard dashboard they can read there. I'd also say, for example, to get in vulnerability patch management, right? That is great. We've done scans. We've shipped software. A vulnerability is discovered after it's shipped. We got to find that vulnerability. But as Tracy said, how the heck do we figure out where it's deployed and fix it? Not the same level of problem at a small company. So they maybe necessarily they need vulnerability detection tools. They don't necessarily need management and remediation, for example.
And Alan, your point is well taken, though. And I'm going to harp on something I've been harping on for the last several years, and I'm so frustrated we haven't fixed it yet. And that is that our pipelines are very brittle. And in order to implement this, we have to visit thousands, literally thousands of workflow files, Jenkins workflow files, whatever, Harness, whatever you're using. And that is cumbersome. And it takes a long time. So if you want to add, something as simple as an SBOM, you've got a lot of work to do to generate an SBOM for every container that you have in your workflow. We should have several years back, we as the industry, the CD Foundation was working on something called CD events to get rid of plugins and be able to have a more streamlined workflow process so we could add these tools in a much more efficient way. The CD events team did amazing work on defining requirements and the kind of what the payload looks like, the inputs and outputs. but we didn't, none of the giants, none of the, I call the, the IBMs, the Apple, the Google, the Microsoft really embraced it and put enough money into it to make it real. But now maybe there's a reason for it. There always is. We have AI now, and in the Techstrong gang, I think it was, would have shown yesterday. I think we talked about, model context protocols, which is a way for you to, it's Anthropic developed it, and it allows these models to use data coming from multiple locations, context from multiple locations. When I learned about that, all I could think about was how appropriate that would be for a DevOps pipeline, because it allows us to see in a better way what that pipeline is doing and how mature it is. If it gave us a way to automatically update that pipeline to include SBOM generation at minimum, we would be making huge strides in solving this problem. So maybe there's a future for us that's not quite so brittle. And that part of being brittle is what keeps large organizations from achieving a strong security profile, because they've got millions, literally, they've got thousands at minimum, thousands of workflow files to fix.
Fair enough. Aaron, I've got the last topic I wanted to discuss, and it's aimed at you and Checkmarx. I know Checkmarx a long time. Checkmarx prides itself on being an enterprise solution for AppSec. Deal with some of the biggest enterprises in the world. Does size matter to a security vendor? Right? Is your solution so tailored to enterprises that the smaller guys don't benefit from it? Or does it fit all sizes?
That's a good question. So as a general statement, Checkmarx fits every size of organization, specifically with enterprises in mind. Going back to the beginning of this session, I think that they care a lot about what we have to give them because of, the different scales that they're coping with, the amount of developers that are sometimes putting their business at risk. Okay. Thousands of pipelines, multiple applications, different cloud providers, right? At any given enterprise, application might be deployed on a Google Cloud, Azure, AWS, different deployment engines, different tools, different runtime languages. So the problems that we talked about earlier, which are maybe small within a small organization, you can multiply them by 1,000 or even more. And that's kind of the headache. Recently, we have done a webinar with Michael's stores in the US, right? Large retailer, everyone knows them. And the CISO over there, going back to your point, Aaron, told us, that he believes in the trinity of architects. That's how he thinks about a good software security program in which a tool or a platform like Checkmarx can serve both the developers early in the cycle, the security engineers, the security analysts, as well as him as the CISO. So each gets what they need from an objective perspective when they need it. Okay. So definitely, and enterprises care about platforms such as Checkmarx because, again, the scale of problems, the risk that is, in front of them is huge, and they need also to be able to gain trust in the software development lifecycle, but also noise. We haven't mentioned in this entire discussion the word noise. We did mention SBOM. Sometimes people would say, yeah, SBOM might create too much noise, false positives, and the likes, right? So think about this size or the let's say size of noise, because we're not talking about the size in this chapter. So the noise within a large enterprise, when it comes to so many different pipelines, so many different SBOMs, so many different deliverables, that's the headache that these C-level executives need to cope with. And that's where they need this single pane of glass, this enterprise-grade architecture platform, etc. So I hope I addressed the question, Alan.
I think you did. And good work with that. Tracy, you sit on these open source councils and Aurelius and SBOMs and so forth. Does the size of the vendor matter?
That's a good question. I think, from being a small company, I can tell you, yes, it does, because they don't want to take a chance on a small company, even though you might have a superior product. So the size of the vendor can.
And you know what, Aaron has been on both sides of that fence, right? He's one of the big boys and he's done the startups. I don't mean boys, the big companies and the startups. And just branding and awareness, right? How do you get that out when you're a small company? So it kind of does. But in terms of the product delivered, I'm not sure, because you can have a startup that has a really devoted, hardcore team that's solving problems that maybe a larger company hasn't seen. So I think you should always keep an open mind. Small companies can do some amazing things.
Oh, yeah. I think sometimes if you're a small company looking to engage with a vendor, you may have a harder time, and I know this wouldn't be the case with checkmarks, getting the attention that you need from a large vendor. So there's going to be times as a small company that you're better engaging with a software security vendor that can act as your partner, which, when we go back to one of the roles CloudBeast played it, in its early days, was they were a small company that became a partner of our customers.
And just remember, Log4j was managed by one person, and everybody who had a Java application in the world used it. So there you go.
That's funny.
Well, we know how that turned out.
Yeah.
What a way to end it. Tracy, Brian, thank you so much for being our guest on this episode of Cracking the Code. Aaron, I am thrilled to have you on here. It's good to have someone who has the experience comparable to mine, and we both been through the block a few times. So we're gonna have fun times here. I'm looking forward to it.
Likewise. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. If this is the first time you've watched Cracking the Code, it's available. I don't know where you're listening or watching it, but it's on YouTube. It's on all of your favorite podcast channels, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher. It's on Techstrong TV, social media. There'll probably be cuts of this available on various platforms as well. The most important thing is subscribe and watch it. We'll be doing it every other week religiously. And we've just scratched the surface. We got a lot to go into. Thank you all. This is Alan Schimmel for Techstrong. We're out.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. It's Alan Schimmel, and we're back here on Techstrong TV. By the time you watch this, I'll probably be out in San Francisco at the RSA conference, where, the world gathers to talk security. But one of the, besides AI, which everyone's talking about, one of the hot topics in security is the future of what we call quantum security, right? A lot of people were very afraid of quantum, frankly. Is it going to break all of our encryptions and our RSA encryption and so forth? It happens to be an area where NIST got involved, the industry has gotten involved. We have some quantum-proof algorithms, but there's more to quantum security than that. I want to introduce you to Andres Chair. Andres is the Vice President, Principal Analyst at Forrester, covering this topic. Let's welcome to Techstrong TV. Hi, Andres. Welcome, and thanks for being here.
Absolutely. Thanks, Alan, for having me.
My pleasure.
Really good to be here. I'll be at RSA as well next week, so interested parties will likely see me there. So
we will
that's all good.
We're on Broadcast Alley all week, over in Moscone West. So if you find yourself over there, come by and say hello.
Yeah, well, definitely. I shall do that.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. So I'm an analyst here at Forrester. I look at encryption, cloud encryption technologies. So that's and cloud security on a broader scale. Identity and access management, mainly the customer-facing side of things. That also has a lot of authentication use in public key infrastructure or PKI. as well as fraud management. So definitely adjacencies to quantum security, quantum safe, quantum proof encryption.
Sure.
Okay. So a lot of questions from all sorts of end users on the topic, and they're definitely happy to kind of share some of what we're telling our customers here on these advisors.
Sure. So, Andres, as I mentioned in the opening, for once, it seemed like we got out ahead of an issue, right? And over the last couple of years, NIST has spearheaded a move towards enabling, as they call it, quantum-proof algorithms, which should theoretically protect, our encrypted data in a quantum world.
Absolutely.
What's your thoughts on that?
So it is absolutely great, right? I mean, this is a great first step. The national standards body in the U.S. obviously has done this, and there's other agencies, other similar kinds of agencies with similar mandates globally that have done similar things. The fun part is that the approved and sanctioned algorithms are not necessarily the same, right? So there's this slight differences between countries as to what the country's national standards body or regulator thinks will be the nirvana and the best kind of quantum safe encryption mechanism that quantum computers won't be able to break, hopefully, right? So there's some fragmentation already. Google has also been kind of announcing their own algorithm, right? That's another kind of thing, a little bit of a monkey wrench in the machinery. Hopefully these, kind of standards wars or encryption standard kind of algorithm disagreements, wars, and contention will settle, and the world will settle on a handful of technologies, right? So that's all good. The other aspect that is generally problematic is basically just, the sheer kind of adoption, right, of currently or quantum vulnerable, encryption. So this is mainly asymmetrical cryptography, RSA, elliptical curve cryptography, the Diffie-Hellman set of methods. These are the highest adopted, largest footprint encryption mechanisms that will be, kind of impacted by quantum computers. The question is when, right? I mean, everybody asks that question. It's basically the next 10 years, it's about 50%, right? That this will happen. So it's not there's no Y2K kind of deadline, right? The 1st of January 2000, the whole world will come to an end if we don't do something. That's one. And two, when a national security agency has a quantum computer, you're not going to be able to maybe even read about it on, in the media, right? They'll probably want to keep it hush hush for as long as
Well, it makes you think possible. They don't have one already.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right. So that is entirely possible. So basically these are some of the challenges. And then there's, beyond the adoption, right, is basically the speed with which companies can actually implement data discovery, data prioritization, and what we call crypto agility. So crypto agility in essence is basically a huge undertaking, and it really means, in simple terms, moving away from the current hard-coded, algorithms and all infrastructure, software, libraries, etc., such that the algorithms are readily replaceable and pluggable without having to rip apart the software or the library itself, right? So it's a lot more modular, pluggable architecture and infrastructure for cryptography that, we would definitely want to see out there. And going there is, like I said, is just because of the breadth and depth of in-house developed software and commercial off-the-shelf software from vendors. It's a huge undertaking.
Sure. I mean, to me, it sounds like it's going to be a race to the bottom, so to speak, of how fast can we upgrade. It's always the same story. Greenfield, those are easy. We'll build them with quantum-proof algorithms from the get-go, and they're fine. It's the brownfield, the dirty stuff that we need to update.
100%.
And how fast, and there's so much of it, as you say, how fast can we update it versus how fast can the bad guys infiltrate it using quantum? And that's really the point. if it's nation states that we're talking about, China or Russia, or even Iran or, North Korea, they may have a quantum computer in order to break, older algorithms, older encryption, much sooner than, let's say, gangs, your typical cyber threat gangs, getting a hold of a quantum computer is going to be out of their touch, I would imagine, for a long time.
Yes, 100%. And the speed with which these algorithms can be broken to. So it's like how soon and then basically how fast the decryption will happen. And keep in mind, Alan, right, that there's a lot of harvest now, decrypt later,
yes, there is
too, right? So there's a lot of, data that's been already communicated in an encrypted,
salted,
hitherto thought to be, basically, but encrypted, fashion over the internet, which is sensitive, difficult, kind of really confidential, et cetera, to be protected. And, obviously everybody has been able to harvest these data pieces. And once the quantum computers are there, you can actually decrypt this data pieces. So, and obviously, there's data that is more likely to change, right? Like over a period of years, right? Like next 2 to 3 years, like stock prices will likely change, right? And national news headlines will likely change. And there's a lot of volatile, data pieces, but, some of the highly confidential pieces of information as to how to build like a nuclear warhead, right? Or how to, where the silos are for ICBMs, right? These things will not change, right? So it is really difficult to kind of change all this information. So, part of what will have to happen, right, to kind of curb the impact of decrypting the harvested now kind of data is going to be, in addition to all these problems of crypto library replacements, retroactive work, is going to be data decoys, right? So basically disinformation and spreading, conflicting, updated information pieces around, all these previously static kind of data pieces that will confuse the adversaries, right? So that even if they're able to decrypt that data, they'll be able to kind of not necessarily make a decision as to which, kind of encrypted them, then that by them decrypted data is the truth or the most up-to-date version, right? So there's definitely that piece there as well, which is also an interesting, kind of conversation we have with organizations.
It's interesting times. Yeah, we were talking offline. I told you we did a story on Techstrong Gang the other day where a company out of Australia, using quantum, developed a sort of like an alternative GPS, obviously not using GPS, using quantum instead, a system for navigation 10x more accurate than GPS and spoof proof and interference proof. So they say. But again, it's why we can't have nice things on the internet, right? If they're using it, the bad guys will be using it too. And,
yeah, awesome.
You mentioned, 50% in 10 years is what we can hope to upgrade to a quantum proof type of algorithm and so forth. But, when Forrester advising clients, where do they see the quantum adoption curve?
So basically we have research on emerging technologies of which quantum computing and quantum security are part of, right? Obviously with the current 100, 150, non-error corrected qubits, right? It's still, early to talk about, quantum computers that can do anything, really helpful. But the adoption of, the appearance of quantum chips that, will likely be horizontally scalable, right? That's definitely going to be an interesting, the Microsoft, Google, and other, quantum chips that are definitely coming along. We'll see horizontal scaling, right? And that can lead to some advances. I mean, we've heard estimates that it takes about 10,000 error-corrected qubits to be able to break the asymmetrical encryption algorithms. Current chips are 100, kind of non-error-corrected qubits. So you take about 10 non-error-corrected qubit to get one, error-corrected qubit. So, 100 to 1,000 chips, right, in an array, right, is starting to kind of basically at a point, if you can use them in a cluster environment and in a grid, right, to be able to kind of deploy them against, these algorithms. So definitely, the time is going to be much, much shorter, maybe than this 10 years, right, or even 5 years, because of all these advances and breakthroughs and, kind of technology accelerated innovation that basically will have a positive feedback, a loop impact on the technology. Sure.
So you referenced Google and Microsoft. Of course, Google announced a quantum chip, I think, called Willow, right? That they're working on. And then, not to be outdone, Microsoft announced basically inventing a new state of matter for their new quantum chip that, they think will have commercial applications soon. Of course, soon is relative. But Andres, for people maybe who want to stay on top of what Forrester is saying in this, burgeoning new era, how, do you have any reports you can send them to recently?
Definitely. So we actually have published the state of quantum security, as well as the future of quantum security. These are documents that we can, definitely, reference here. And then we are also working on the architect's guide to quantum security. That's going to be the TRIA's third piece, right? And this is again all part of Forrester's emerging technology, report, portfolio and coverage. So
I haven't checked yet. Is there any quantum security sessions over at RSA?
There's definitely the innovation sandbox that's happening. There's a number of startup vendors that work in, being able to create proxies of upgraded algorithms, encryption algorithms that are quantum safe and use them as shims between, legacy vulnerable algorithms in network security, PKCS and other areas, right? So the work has definitely begun, and the vendor investment and the venture capital investment has started to kind of prioritize these technologies. It again is basically the vast array of infrastructure that we have here, as well as the libraries and really commercial products that will have to be kind of all looked at, investigated, upgraded, as well as the data, right? So basically discovering and prioritizing data is what we really tell people. Know what you need to protect, identify the top 10% most sensitive data, and focus on the infrastructure that handles that data or stores that data or transmits that data, and basically put your initial quantum safe crypto agility efforts in that domain.
Excellent. Andres, we're about out of time. Hey, enjoy RSA. Do stop by and see us. We'll put the links here for the Forrester reports and notes. Thanks for coming on Techstrong TV. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right.
My pleasure, Alan.
Keep us posted. Andres Char, Vice President, Principal Analyst, Forrester, here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Caroline Wong, and I could not be more delighted than to introduce you to the very first episode of a brand new podcast called the AI Security Edge. Joining me today is my very good friend and colleague, Daniel Meisler. If you want to look up Daniel, and you should, you can find all the details that you need to know about him. When I think of Daniel, I think about three things. Thing one, Daniel might be the single deepest thinker in our industry. Thing two, Daniel is extremely self-aware, particularly of the fact that he is a human, that I'm a human. And thing three, I think he's really good at humaning. Maybe that's an unusual way to introduce a podcast guest, but it is simply the truth. And I'm here to speak the truth. On this podcast, we're going to talk about AI. We're going to talk about cybersecurity. We're going to talk about how AI is changing cybersecurity. What are the ways in which cybersecurity makes life easier for attackers and harder for defenders? And what are the ways in which AI makes life better for information security professionals? And how does it make it harder? That's what we're talking about. Daniel, welcome. And thank you so much for being here with me.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And thank you for that kind intro. I've never had an intro like that. That was very nice of you.
You're so welcome. Daniel, I'd love to start out with, if you could talk to us about your current favorite way to use AI.
Yeah. So, a lot of people have like a favorite model. So an Anthropic model or, ChatGPT or OpenAI or something. And the way that I think of interacting with AI is that we have a integration problem and not a capabilities problem. So what that means to me is like the AI is already amazing, right? All the different models are great. They're good for different things, depending on how you use them, different use cases. But for me, the problem is, we, like you said, we're humans. We have human problems. We have things we want to do with AI. And, the problem is when you have a task that needs to be done, the question isn't, is there an AI that can do this well? Because the answer is always yes. The question is, how quickly can I get this problem into AI and get the answer back in a usable way within my workflow of life? So a lot of what I've been working on, I came up with this project called Fabric back in, I guess it was right in the beginning of 24, but it's all about this integration. It happens to be command line, so it's a little bit difficult for some people to get into, but there's also a GUI, so that helps. But the whole point of that was to have a problem set, which you could bring into that tool and get the problem solved and then go back to your regular life. So that being said, at the end of last year, I was working on my life optimization workflow, and I decided to double down on a tool called Raycast, which is a Mac-based tool. It's like the replacement for Spotlight, basically, and also the replacement for, excuse me, a previous tool called Alfred. And so what it is it's basically an application launcher, which you open with command space, and it just pops up this thing. But what you can do is you can basically bring all of your operating system functions like into that tool. So you could take screenshots, you can search for your screenshots, you can invoke all sorts of different programs, you can like adjust all the screens on your computer, you could search for things, you could open things. And what I did was I just started watching like tens of hours of videos on this thing, and I got most of my life things that I do in my computer, calendaring, email, everything, all into this one tool. So the tagline for this tool is amazing. And by the way, it's free. So I'm not like affiliated. I'm selling an idea, not the particular product, but the tagline for this tool is action at the speed of thought. So the idea is you basically command space and you just think, and your fingers essentially invoke this thing, whether that's launching an appointment or whatever. Now, the craziest thing, the sickest thing about this is that it is to get to your question, it is my on-ramp into AI. So I can do command space, and then I could type anything. If I press enter with my pinky, it's a Google search. So check this out. I haven't seen the Google website in years. I don't go to the Google website. I used to just do a command L inside of my browser and go and then search. Yeah, because that'll take you to your URL bar. But now I don't even do that because that requires that I'm in the browser. Now I could be anywhere on my thing. I do command space. I start typing. I've just done a search. If I do P space, that's a perplexity search. So that's an AI search. But watch this. If I just start typing any query, what is Caroline Wong working on these days? Oh, she started a new podcast. You should go check it out. If I do option, so if my left thumb goes down to option and then I press enter, it calls my AI, the AI that I want to use. It does a search with, in this case, Sonnet 3.5, which is part of Anthropic. It does a search there, but Raycast also does a live search. So it will literally go crawl social media. It'll crawl your website and everything, and it will find that you just launched a new podcast. It will say, Caroline is working on a new podcast. It just launched and there's this many episodes out and she is working on solving these problems. So not only did you invoke AI to get you the best answer and the best formulation of the answer, but it's also live. It's a live lookup, and you did not go to any website. You did not open Claude or Anthropic or ChatGPT, any of it. Now, here's what's really, really crazy. So when you're on a website, you can invoke the same thing, command space, and you could just ask a question about the web page, and it will answer about the web page. And if you do command J, you actually can have a conversation about the web page. So it's almost like you're asking the author questions, and the chat interaction is actually reaching out and interacting with the content. And if you ask something that's not on the page, it'll go out and search. So long story short, this is a completely different way of interacting with AI by just doing it directly and not through a tool. You're just thinking of an answer you want, and you just on-ramp instantly. And by the way, you could change the AI that you're using. You could use any model that you want on the back end, but you have this really smooth instant interface instead of this clunky 1 or 2 steps, because friction is the enemy.
Friction is the enemy.
Yeah.
Gosh, Daniel, I am kind of a visual thinker. And when I heard you telling me about this, what I picture is like you operating like an enormous robot that you're like sitting in, and it's just like the 2025 version of that. I think a lot about sort of analog life, call it pre-computing, and our modern lives that we live today. And I think that what's happening is what's been invisible inside of our heads has been taking form via computing. And it's also been growing. It's like, you went from having one of those grabby tools to like an arm. That's extraordinary. I'm so happy to hear about it. I want to kind of pivot to the second theme of our conversation today, which is we're talking about AI and cybersecurity. I think it's overly simplistic to say there are attackers and defenders, but for the sake of a 20 or 30 minute podcast, let's just go with that model.
Sure.
How is AI helping attackers?
Yeah, I would say that I guess the most encompassing way to think about that is it's taking things that they have always wished they could do and making them possible. And the way I think about this is I've got this framework I'm working on. I would actually love to collaborate with you on it. It's called the Attacker Capabilities Framework. And so what I'm doing is I'm putting it down a list of everything that an attacker wishes they could do. And I'm thinking specifically of attack surface mapping. I'm thinking of VIP or employee dossier creation, spear phishing creation, continuous attack surface monitoring. So like you're getting asset updates of the target, and then automated attacks on top of that. So now you're doing enumeration, but now you find all the stuff. Now you're doing the actual attacks. Then you're doing a ransomware campaign or extortion or whatever it is. So this is a whole life cycle of things that need to be done. And so now you're this attacker and let's say you've got 5 employees, or let's say you've got 100 employees, and they have various skill levels or whatever. And your TAM, let's call it that, is like a country. Like you're trying to attack Canada, or you're trying to attack the United States, or the entire West, or whatever your target market is. The question is, how many companies can you actually do attack surface gathering on, right? How quickly can you get a full asset map of everything they own, all their domains, all their websites, find all their vulnerabilities, and knowing that that will be expired tomorrow, right? It'll be kind of old. It'll start getting stale the moment you gather it. Well, with AI, and especially going into 25, with agents rising up and actually getting quite good, more and more things on this list in this attacker capabilities framework, they start to go from red X to green check mark. Okay, because so watch this. Like, we already know that we can do this attack surface map with an extremely high skilled person who spends 3 hours, right? We know that's true. Problem is there's a cost associated with it because this is the best tester there. They're the best tester. They're the founder of this attacking organization. They're the best at OSINT. They're the best at all this. They wrote all these tools. So that has a cost. That costs them 3 hours, not counting the tools that they had to make, right? So the cost is very high and the repeatability is very low, right? So you add the agents in 2025 and suddenly that cost goes down by not a percentage, but factors of 10, right? So now it costs 10 cents to keep this updated. And now instead of that one company, guess what? They launched it on 5,000 companies at the same time. Okay, now you move to the next step. Now let's do enumeration. Now let's find every single employee inside of the company. How long did that take? That was also that very skilled person using a different set of skills to find these people, create a dossier on them. Again, the FSB can do this. CIA can do this. But can this 100-person company do it? Not likely. Well, now they can. So what you're doing is you're taking attackers in a 10-person company, in a 100-person company. You are turning them into an attacking organization that is 5 levels smarter than them, who is now a 20,000-person company. And the cost of doing every single task is divided by like 100 or divided by 1,000. So that's what it's doing to attackers.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. There is just so much in there. What does an attacker want to do? And how can they do it in a fraction of the time, in orders of magnitude, less of the time? And and really maximize the impact of whatever limited resources they have. I mean, that sounds like a doomsday scenario, or depending on like, you know, whose side you're on, maybe like very revolutionary.
Really exciting and really, lucrative.
Yeah,
exactly. What's interesting, which is a theme for AI in general, what it does is it takes people who have really good ideas and it magnifies them. It turns them into actual superheroes, which means if you have this really smart attacker in some country somewhere, and they're like, I have the perfect attack methodology. I only have 3 people. But if I could just build all this tech, like if I had time to actually write out all this tech, I would become a criminal mastermind. But I can't, because it's 2022 and real AI hasn't come out yet. So I am this 3-person org. So I'm doing a lot of damage, but only to a tiny number of companies. That person is now going to become like Lex Luthor. That person is going to have a 20,000 person company with massive scale and massive capability at low cost.
There's a total shakeup of the power distribution.
Yes.
And power relies so much less on capacity of human time and number of humans and level of skill of those number of humans.
Yes. It's more about the quality of the idea and your ability to explain that idea to AI. And the better the AI gets, the worse your explanation actually has to be. Because eventually you'll be like, yeah, and I guess we need to do OSINT. And it's like, oh, you mean you need to do OSINT followed by enumeration? And it's like, yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. And so it just starts building out these pieces. And yeah, it's really extraordinary. It is quite frightening,
Daniel, we are starting this particular bit of the conversation with an assumption that you've got an attacker and that person is brilliant. Can a person who's not brilliant do the same thing?
They can. It depends on what their skills are. If their skill is that they're like really disciplined and smart about how to get resources, they will essentially have the same capabilities as the super brilliant attacker, because what they will do is just find that person and collaborate, or they will find that tech stack and bring it over. They don't have to invent it. The person who won't do well is someone who thinks they're brilliant and isn't, and just isn't very disciplined, because they will stay with bad tech. They'll stay at a small scale. But unfortunately, the way the attacker ecosystem works, as you know, is like, it's very Adam Smithy in the sense that like there's whole ecosystems of economy where it's like, hey, I'm really good at getting access, not really good at pivoting once we're inside. So I use a pivoting network.
Yeah.
And you have like these brokers, and it's just like, it finds the best service for doing that particular task. So basically committed attackers, even if they're not even programmers, they're going to be able to maximize their capabilities.
Yeah. You know, this ties beautifully into a concept that I touched on in your introduction, which is this concept of self-awareness. You know, to the extent that we can be self-aware of ourselves, recognize what our strengths and not strengths are, and then find compensation for our not strengths, find folks whose superpower is my weakness, and collaborate with that either individual or function or blob. Well, that's good and terrifying, you know, and what I want is I want I want those attackers to have the same values as me. And I want them to have the same objectives as me, which is delving a little bit into, you know, the not quite rightness of this model of attackers and defenders. But again, for simplicity, we're going to go for that. And so how does it work on the flip side for a cybersecurity professional that is faced with that level of power on the attacker side? What do we do?
Yeah. I think there's lots of ways to answer that, but I think the simplest way that I'm trying to view this is to simply start with the attacker capabilities framework and just say, okay, well, lots of different things I could do, but let's just start with that capabilities framework. Let's just understand that that is what is coming for me. And let's do that. Let's us get really, really good at that. So we point it at ourselves. So essentially, both groups need to build this to be the best that they can be. The good news is that if a defender builds this and it's anywhere near as good as the attacker's version, the defender will win. And the reason is they have all the internal data. They have direct access to AWS. They have direct access to all the assets. So their AI context is just better because both the attacker and the defender are working off this central concept, which is so powerful in this AI thing. I kind of think AI context is kind of like the center. I think it replaces all software, essentially. So essentially, AI context is the state of the thing that you care about, the state of the human, the state of the company, the state of the AWS infrastructure. So the question is, how quickly can you gather state and how quickly can you update it? And then you ask that thing questions, and then you take actions based on the answers to the questions. And if you look at the attacker capabilities framework, that's all it is. You're gathering state of your target. You're asking questions of what's vulnerable. Based on the answer that comes back, you take an action. So it's just this cycle. And the question is, how good is your state? How much does your model of this thing match the actual thing? So the way to think about this as a defender is to say, I need my model of reality to be better than the attacker's model. It needs to be more updated faster, because it comes down to this. The developer gets access. They're super excited. They're very junior. I'm not sure why they got hired, but they're like, hey, the CEO would be really impressed if I started this new product. I'm going to grab a copy of the production data. I'm going to bring it over into this environment. I'm going to spin up this box. Oh, the phone rang. I'm going to go answer this phone. Oh, it turns out I've got to take my kids to school, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they just spun up that box. It's got a copy of the production data on it. It's listening on the Postgres port. That's an open port with the database of the company data facing the internet, and they just ran off and did something else. So the timer just started. So here's the question. This automated AI, two worlds, the defender world and the attacker world, they are racing to find that open port and exploit it. So the question is the defender AI system as fast and as good as the attacker one, because we're both racing to the same thing?
Wow. 20 years ago, folks used to say and maybe believe that, a defender has limited resources, limited time. They have to protect against every possible attack. An attacker has maybe infinite resources, infinite time in a certain way, and they only have to find one that works. And so there was this concept of like severe asymmetry.
Yeah.
Now it seems like we've got sort of like equal capabilities. Attacker capabilities framework, attacker capabilities framework. Is my context better? Is my context better? Who can figure that out faster? And shadow IT maybe is like what makes the difference, right? The fact that technology, and I think you and I happen to have more of a specialization in software, and this pro and con of software being so malleable, so fast to fix, that culturally devs thrive on doing whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yes.
And the cybersecurity professional's job to try and just like keep their picture accurate, and get their model to match as fast as they can. And the same thing on the other side.
Yes.
Gosh, I'm so excited to see where this goes. I am so excited, to have had all of these different bits of my brain just started racing in different directions thanks to my conversation with you today. Daniel, thank you. Thank you for your generosity. For folks who are not yet subscribed to UL Unsupervised Learning, do yourself an incredible favor. Sign up right now. I often get asked the question, like, Caroline, how do you keep up to date with stuff? And number one thing I say, Daniel Miessler's Unsupervised Learning. If you are a reading type, you can get emails. If you are a listening or watching type, there are podcasts and YouTube videos. Daniel, thank you. What a pleasure this has been.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I enjoyed it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. You know, if you can't feel it in the air, it's RSA time almost. By the time you guys watch this on Friday, well, I'll still be here, but almost on my way to San Francisco for RSA next week. RSAC. Actually, it's RSAC conference, if we're going to get it right.
I am so proud of you, Alan. Thank you.
You like that, Cecilia? I thought I did a nice job.
Excellent.
Let me introduce you to my friend Cecilia Marinier. Cecilia is new title, Vice President for Innovation and Scholars at RSAC. Now, RSAC is the company that puts on the RSA conference. So it's RSAC conference. And that's how we're going to do it going forward. If you hear someone say it sounds new to you, it's new, but it's old. It's the same RSA conference we've grown and loved for, I forget now, 30 years, maybe more. I think I'm going 25 years. So, long time. It's also the 20th anniversary of the Innovation Sandbox, which kind of the granddaddy of these kind of innovation displays or exhibits and contests that we've seen become so popular. This is kind of the granddaddy of it, as I mentioned, but it has a new twist this year. Cecilia, how long have you been running the Sandbox and everything?
So I have run the Innovation Sandbox contest for the past 10 years. It's been so much fun. I know, Alan, you get to see me every year. You're like, oh my gosh, she's back. But I have to say this year, we're really excited because we are celebrating 20 years of giving a platform for these entrepreneurs to get out there in front of the most important people in the industry. I mean, these are decision makers, whether it's from government policy or technology. We have that crowd coming. And that's why I think this contest has had such great resonance, because we've allowed for the judges who are coming from industry and volunteering their time to adjudicate and select from a large number of submissions 10 companies that you have to watch. And this year is going to be even better. It's going to be great. Well, actually, every year is better. It's always great. And I love all these different companies. So it's a really exciting year. I highly recommend everybody coming to the contest itself on Monday.
We're going to get to that in 1 second. I want to just give a little history lesson and play professor here, right?
Okay.
So Sandbox, the Innovation Sandbox, which as you mentioned is its 20th year, is a competition for new companies, right? For new companies in the cyberspace. And there are only 10 finalists picked every year that get to compete and display and exhibit at the Innovation Sandbox at RSAC conference. But hundreds, well, dozens, if not hundreds of companies actually apply for the Innovation Sandbox. And just making, it's a cliche, but just making the finalists makes you a winner.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's like to get up on that stage and to be in front of, like, there's going to be 1,500 of us in the audience this year. And then having it have a resonance afterwards because it sits on our website. I mean, this is a really important way for entrepreneurs and companies, startups, to actually raise above the noise and show people what's happening in the space. And Alan, we need innovation in the space. Cybersecurity is such an evolving field, and our adversaries are very nimble, that we need to actually have a lot of different solutions that are coming out every year. And this is the only way to give those entrepreneurs a chance to actually demonstrate what they're doing to actually challenge the complex and solve the complex problems in our industry.
Absolutely. And again, just a little history. If you look at past winners, past finalists over the 20 years, it's a who's who of giant, of really, I mean, so many of the companies have blasted off, which gets us to something else we're going to talk about in a second. But
I love the transition. But I agree with you. You've probably heard of Imperva or SentinelOne or Exonius or Wiz or Hidden Layer, and all of those companies, Big ID, they have all come across the Innovation Sandbox stage early on in their trajectory to launching off,
Absolutely.
Like you said.
Now this year, though, man, we have broken the mold in that there's money there. I mean, it used to be just the prestige of winning itself kind of was a huge thing, but now there's I spoke about it with you probably 2 months ago already, but there's money involved now. Tell us, just for those maybe you didn't catch our interview with you, chairman of RSAC. Cecilia, tell us, what's in it for our winners?
So every one of the winners will receive a $5 million investment into their company, and from Crosspoint Capital, which is our parent company. And this money can then be used immediately to help them take their company from now until they launch it to the next phase. So it gives them a chance not to have to go raise some funds. They'll have some funds at hand to actually just take the platform that they are being given at RSAC and actually apply it. Because what we've heard, and you can read blogs, and this is not me, like I honestly I love using other people's anecdotes, but we had the person from Volcheck wrote a great blog about the experience he had for the 1 hour with our audience that created a pipeline of business for those companies for Volcheck right afterwards. And he said it was absolutely insane what they got out of this contest being there. So you get to have awareness, and it's a great opportunity for companies to actually be on the stage.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. Whether you've been naughty or nice, next week is RSA conference.
Hi, my name is...
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong, and you're watching another episode of Cracking the Code, our podcast devoted to DevSecOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi everyone, it's Alan Schimmel, and we're back here on Techstrong TV. By the time you watch this, I'll probably be out in San Francisco at the RSA conference where, the world gathers to talk security. But one of the, besides AI, which everyone's talking about, one of the hot topics in security is the future of what we call quantum security, right? A lot of people were very afraid of quantum, frankly.
Hi, my name is Caroline.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. If you can't feel it in the air, it's RSA time almost. By the time you guys watch this on Friday, well, I'll still be here, but almost on my way to San Francisco for RSA next week, RSAC. Actually, it's RSAC conference, if we're going to get it right.
I am so proud of you, Alan. Thank you.
You like that, Cecilia? I thought I did a nice job.
Excellent.
Let me introduce you to my friend Cecilia Marinier. Cecilia is new title, Vice President for Innovation and Scholars at RSAC. Now, RSAC is the company that puts on the RSA conference. So it's RSAC conference. And that's how we're going to do it going forward. If you hear someone say it sounds new to you, it's new, but it's old. It's the same RSA conference we've grown and loved for, I forget now, 30 years, maybe more. I think I'm going 25 years. So, long time. It's also the 20th anniversary of the Innovation Sandbox, which kind of the granddaddy of these kind of...
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of the Techstrong.ai video series. I'm your host, Mike Vizora. Today we're with...
Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. If you can't feel it in the air, it's RSA time almost. By the time you guys watch this on Friday, well, I'll still be here, but almost on my way to San Francisco for RSA next week, RSAC. Actually, it's RSAC conference, if we're going to get it right.
I am so proud of you, Alan. Thank you.
You like that, Cecilia? I thought I did a nice job.
Excellent.
Let me introduce you to my friend Cecilia Marinier. Cecilia is new title, Vice President for Innovation and Scholars at RSAC. Now, RSAC is the company that puts on the RSA conference. So it's RSAC conference. And that's how we're going to do it going forward. If you hear someone say it sounds new to you, it's new, but it's old. It's the same RSA conference we've grown and loved for, I forget now, 30 years, maybe more. I think I'm going 25 years. So, long time. It's also the 20th anniversary of the Innovation Sandbox, which kind of the granddaddy of these kind of innovation displays or exhibits and contests that we've seen become so popular. This is kind of the granddaddy of it, as I mentioned, but it has a new twist this year. Cecilia, how long have you been running the sandbox and everything?
So I have run the Innovation Sandbox contest for the past 10 years. It's been so much fun. I know, Alan, you get to see me every year. You're like, oh my gosh, she's back. But I have to say this year, we're really excited because we are celebrating 20 years of giving a platform for these entrepreneurs to get out there in front of the most important people in the industry. I mean, these are decision makers, whether it's from government policy or technology. We have that crowd coming. And that's why I think this contest has had such great resonance, because we've allowed for the judges who are coming from industry and volunteering their time to adjudicate and select from a large number of submissions 10 companies that you have to watch. And this year is going to be even better. It's going to be great. Well, actually, every year is better. It's always great. And I love all these different companies. So it's a really exciting year. I highly recommend everybody coming to the contest itself on Monday.
We're going to get to that in 1 second. I want to just give a little history lesson and play professor here, right?
Okay.
So Sandbox, the Innovation Sandbox, which as you mentioned is its 20th year, is a competition for new companies, right? For new companies in the cyberspace. And there are only 10 finalists picked every year that get to compete and display and exhibit at the Innovation Sandbox at RSAC conference. But dozens, if not hundreds of companies actually apply for the Innovation Sandbox. And just making, it's a cliche, but just making the finalists makes you a winner.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's like to get up on that stage and to be in front of, like, there's going to be 1,500 of us in the audience this year. And then having it have a resonance afterwards because it sits on our website. I mean, this is a really important way for entrepreneurs and companies, startups, to actually raise above the noise and show people what's happening in the space. And Alan, we need innovation in the space. Cybersecurity is such an evolving field, and our adversaries are very nimble, that we need to actually have a lot of different solutions that are coming out every year. And this is the only way to give those entrepreneurs a chance to actually demonstrate what they're doing to actually challenge the complex and solve the complex problems in our industry.
Absolutely. And again, just a little history. If you look at past winners, past finalists over the 20 years, it's a who's who of giant, of really, I mean, so many of the companies have blasted off, which gets us to something else we're going to talk about in a second. But it's
I love the transition. But I agree with you. You've probably heard of Imperva or SentinelOne or Exonius or Wiz or Hidden Layer, and all of those companies, Big ID, they have all come across the Innovation Sandbox stage early on in their trajectory to launking off,
Absolutely.
like you said.
Now this year, though, man, we have broken the mold in that there's money there. I mean, it used to be just the prestige of winning itself kind of was a huge thing, but now there's I spoke about it with you probably 2 months ago already, but there's money involved now. Tell us, just for those maybe you didn't catch our interview with you, chairman of RSAC. Cecilia, tell us, what's in it for our winners?
So every one of the winners will receive a $5 million investment into their company, and from Crosspoint Capital, which is our parent company. And this money can then be used immediately to help them take their company from now until they launch it to the next phase. So it gives them a chance not to have to go raise some funds. They'll have some funds at hand to actually just take the platform that they are being given at RSAC and actually apply it. Because what we've heard, and you can read blogs, and this is not me, like I honestly I love using other people's anecdotes, but we had the person from Volcheck wrote a great blog about the experience he had for the 1 hour with our audience that created a pipeline of business for those companies for Volcheck right afterwards. And he said it was absolutely insane what they got out of this contest being there. So you get to have awareness and a pipeline. It's a great opportunity for companies to actually be on the stage.
And I want to emphasize, all 10 finalists get the $5 million
all
each.
10, $50 million total. It's freaked me out when I first heard it, Alan. Not going to lie, but I'm super excited about it. I think it's a great opportunity for these 10.
I agree with you. We're going to come back and we'll talk about this year's 10 finalists, but I want to circle back to something else. Innovation Sandbox is not the only innovation and scholars project that RSAC runs at RSAC conference.
That's right.
Right? There's more.
But
Cecilia,
exactly.
Tell
there's
us.
more. Yes. So we have an entire area called the Early Stage Expo, and that has about 78 companies, 78 startups that are there, and it's open from Tuesday evening, Wednesday, and Thursday. So definitely stop by there to check out what's hot and new. In addition, we have another contest that's called Launchpad. And these are for companies that are coming out of stealth. They're really early on in their journey. Part of this is to kind of just test out with the audience as well as the judges. And this time, the difference here is we are making this like a Shark Tank. And we have 3 incredible judges with Barmak Mefta from Ballistic and Sarah Gao, who's a rock star from Conviction, and Enrique Salem from Bain. All 3 of them have also down selected to 3 of these startups that they are interested in learning more about. And what we're providing the audience is just this opportunity to actually sit in the room and hear what is the VC asking these entrepreneurs, and having the entrepreneurs share their story. And then at the end of it, Hugh, as you mentioned, gets up there and says, hey, Enrique, are you in? And what they're asking is like, would you take another meeting with this group? And they each of the VCs provide a little bit of advice. So it's kind of like you get into the boardroom of a VC, and instead of like when you leave as an entrepreneur and you walk out the door and you have no idea, did that work? You actually get to see what's behind the scenes and see what does the VC think. So it's a great, fun, fast experience. Yeah.
Now, Sandbox is Monday. When is Launchpad? Also?
Tuesday at 3:30. Tuesday at 3:30. And it's actually in the same, it's in the same area. There's a different room, but it's the same area. So
let's talk really about areas for a second. You know, we had Linda Gray Martin and
Britta
Glade on a couple days ago, and they were talking about how actually RSAC conference has expanded this year into the what do they call it? YB Yerna Brainer conference area?
Center for the Art. It's a Yerba Buena Center for the Art. It's a nonprofit. You just bring it. I know you were working on the acronym.
Look, I barely got RSAC conference back in my head. You want me to remember another one? But anyway, so for those who are familiar with the Moscone Center, it's usually the one on this side, it's to the right of it usually. It's attached, right? But
it's attached. It's right in the same campus. Like if you are looking coming out of South and you're looking over at North, you're going to see YBCA theaters right there. And then North is across the street. So they're like North and YBCA are really adjacent to one another. And the YBCA...
Welcome back to Techstrong TV, guys. I'm Lisa Martin. Great to be with you. We are live at RSAC in San Francisco at Moscone West, having great conversations with leading cybersecurity experts across industries for the next 4 days of live coverage. Alan Schimmel and Mitch Ashley will join me in the next couple of days, so be sure to keep tuning in. My next guest is Chris Weissapal, Chief Security Evangelist at Veracode. Chris, great to have you on Techstrong.
Hi, it's great to be here.
You are an OG cybersecurity expert. You've been in cybersecurity space for probably, you said you've been to like at least 20 RSAs.
That's right.
Talk to me about the evolution you've seen, because as technology advances, the good guys have access to it, the bad actors have access to it. We're in this AI era now, which just spreads that attack surface even more amorphously. What have you seen that struck you over the last 20 years?
Well, I mean, I think we keep making the problem harder and harder for ourselves because we keep making more software, we keep expanding our attack surface. Someone was telling me today that there's risky plugins for Teams now. I'm like, really? There's plugins for Teams? So like, there's just more and more software coming at us constantly being deployed, and all of that software has risk.
Yeah.
And now we have AI generating code,
yes,
which means more software faster.
Yes.
So that's what we have to do as a cybersecurity industry, is protect this evolving attack surface, which the technology changes, and the developers build new stuff. They change technologies on us, and I always feel like security is always catching up.
Okay.
But I do think we're making good progress.
Yeah. Good.
When I spoke earlier today, my talk was secure by design, are we winning?
Yeah.
And what I wanted to show was there is some good news. There are some good indicators, and we derive this data from Veracode's customers. We call it the State of Software Security Report.
Yep.
And in that data, it actually shows that over the last 15 years, there's less vulnerabilities in the software that vendors are producing.
That's good.
And it actually was very slow incremental progress for the first 10 years of the report. 1% a year improvement in apps that didn't have one of these OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities in them. But in the last 5 years, we had 4% a year improvement. So
what accounts for that acceleration?
Yeah. Well, that's what I want to figure out, right?
Okay.
Right? I mean, it's great to see the outcome,
yeah,
and then you try to figure out, like, what are the practices people are doing? What are the motivations that is causing them to make better software?
Right.
And then, I would say, like, let's have more companies do that.
Do you think that's a DevSecOps
Absolutely.
evolution?
Absolutely.
And developers and security folks finally coming together to collaborate?
Absolutely. I think the DevSecOps process gets that security more closely embedded into the actual development workflow, and the whole shift left.
Yeah.
And it's not the only answer, but it is definitely one of the things that you need to do to make improvements. And that has been a process change that's really taken hold in the last 5 years.
Oh yeah, well,
so
it's
I think
cultural
that
too,
is
right?
One of them. Yeah, developers are very aware
Yes.
of the security tools that are running now, where 10, 15 years ago, it was something that someone else did, and they pressured me to maybe fix a few flaws, and I didn't really understand it. Now, with DevSecOps, the improvement is it's part of their job. And we're getting there. It isn't absolutely part of every developer's job.
Sure.
But I like to say it's part of the definition of done software is, the features are in there, they've been tested and they work, and it's been security tested, and the security bug's fixed.
Yeah.
Now it's done. And so that process improvement is what's making one of the big improvements in this outcome.
That's good. I'm sure you were pleasantly surprised to see that increase after 10 years of very small incremental improvements.
1% a year, I was like, and we were starting at, I think it was 23% passing rate, and we got to 32% after 10 years. I was like, I'm going to be long retired before we get to over 50%.
Yeah.
But then we had this acceleration in the last 5 years, and I feel like we can actually improve things a lot over the next 5.
Well, the challenge, it's kind of like it's a flywheel, right? I mean, you talked about we have so much more software now,
right?
But that phenomenon is only accelerating. It's not going to slow down. So how does Veracode help get control for the developers? So from a business perspective, nobody wants to be the next headline. Is it possible to gain control over this?
Yeah. So yes, but it isn't something that happens overnight. And one of the big reasons is when you first test your software, you have years and years of security debt. All that time you weren't testing the software, you had vulnerabilities that you were completely ignoring. You didn't even know they existed.
Right.
And then you sort of have to slowly drive down that security debt. You have to allocate a percentage of time, because you can't do it all at once. You can't I know Microsoft said they did this back in 2003 with their trustworthy computing memo. Bill Gates said, we're going to stop writing software. Everyone's going to learn how to write secure software. We're going to fix all the bugs. It's like you just can't stop your company for a year, let alone a month.
No.
Right? You have to weave it in.
Yeah.
And you have to slowly drive that debt down. So that's what we do when we start engaging with a customer, is we put these tools in place, but we say you still have to keep shipping your software.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you're going to be shipping software, whether it's to the cloud or to your mobile device or to your customers on-prem, that has security bugs in it. Because you can't fix them all right away.
Right.
But what you want to get to is have enough capacity to fix at least the new bugs you're creating, so you sort of stop the bleeding and you're not getting worse.
Yeah.
And then you incrementally make process. So it typically takes a company a few years to go from no process to being best in class. I would say 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay, so that's a journey.
Yeah, it's a journey.
As the evangelist, where are you having conversations within customers? Is it at the CISO level? Is it at the ELT level? Is it the developers? All of the above? It's
mostly with the developers.
Okay.
And that's great, because all the security people already know who I am. They know who Veracode is. They know what we do.
Yeah.
But the developers have no idea, right? So a company will have a developer day. Will they fly all their developers to one location, and they'll have talks throughout the day. I love speaking at those talks because I get to engage directly with, it might not be the developers, it might be sort of the development managers. But it would be developers and architects.
But that's your audience.
And that would be the audience that I really like to talk to.
Talk a little bit about, you mentioned the Secure by Design campaign. CISA launched that, a couple of years ago?
Yes.
It's been a couple of years now.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. They launched their Secure by Design pledge 2 years ago.
What's the, conceptually?
So Secure by Design has been around for a long time. In my talk, and my co-presenter, actually, Jason Healy, he's from Columbia, he's a security researcher. He talks about a paper written by the Air Force in 1972 that actually said, we have no hope to build secure software unless we start from the beginning and build it secure by design.
Oh,
so the concept isn't new.
Got it.
It's just that people haven't been practicing it.
Why do you think that is? Is it behavioral?
Because when you start building software, that's the time where time is the most precious, right? You're trying to see if you can get the software to market.
Yeah.
It might be a competitive situation where you're doing catch up with your competitor. I mean, the competitive pressures is the big reason that people aren't fixing flaws, because they need that feature, right? Or they have a customer complaining about something. So when you have those scenarios, fixing a security bug becomes deprioritized. Right. And I think the Secure by Design is deprioritized because it's in the beginning of when you're building software. But unless you do it, you kind of have no hope over the lifetime of that software of having it be really secure.
Right.
It's really hard to bolt stuff back on. If you look at what Adobe did with Flash, I don't know if you remember, but there was years after years of critical bugs in Adobe Flash. This was really old software. Adobe Flash was created in the late 90s, and it persisted until, 2015 or something like that. And they finally said, we can't keep up with the bugs.
Wow.
We're gonna terminate this software, and we're gonna shut it down and end of life it.
Yeah.
That's an extreme case.
Yeah.
But it sort of shows the point, because they didn't build it securely in the beginning, and it was very popular, very critical piece of software in all kinds of websites.
Yeah.
It was constantly attacked, and they could never
keep
catch up. So that's sort of the worst case scenario.
Sure.
But that's what can happen if you don't start Secure by Design.
Well, it needs to be baked in from the beginning. Application security, where does that belong in production? It can't be a bolt-on afterthought, because companies time and again have proved that doesn't work.
Right. The worst place to put it is maybe just scanning stuff after you put it in production.
Yeah.
That would be the worst. But most people realize that gives no time to fix anything that you find. So a lot of companies scan the code or test the code just before production.
Okay.
But the problem is with DevSecOps, with so many quick iterations where you might be pushing code on a daily basis, there's no time to both test it and fix it. So you got to. This is where the whole shift left comes in.
Okay.
Ideally, in the developer's IDE or at pull request time, when that code is changing, test it, and you have the opportunity to fix it. Then too. But I think that also is a little short-sighted just to shift left, because so we say you have to shift right too. Like you have to understand what's going on in production.
Sure.
Because there's stuff in production that doesn't exist on the developer's desktop.
Okay.
It's interacting with the cloud environment that might be configured differently. There might be other software deployed in production that it's interacting with. So you need to test there too.
Sure.
So we say shift left and right.
Okay.
Both as early as you can and in production to give you that complete picture.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that we're driving to at Veracode. We have this product called Veracode Risk Manager, which connects results found in production back with the results of your testing, back with the code and the root cause of the problem to make one coherent picture of risk and where to fix it, the best place to fix issues. So instead of fixing 100 individual issues, if you can determine it's really just one issue, you want to do that.
Yeah. Go
so
upstream.
And so that's our drive, is to constantly make things more efficient for the developers, because we know their time is so limited.
Yes.
So we want the context, point them right to the fix. And now we're introducing AI, generative AI-based fixing.
Okay.
So have the AI fix it.
Yeah.
And if you think about, like, we talked about the velocities are getting quicker and quicker, there's more code. Generative AI is just making that go faster.
Exactly.
Right? So I've seen data to say each developer can write 50% more code using generative AI.
Yeah.
So now you have 50% more code per developer. Who's going to fix the flaws?
Right, because we can't just expect it's going to be secure.
So you need to, you can't assume that the generative AI stuff is secure. So we got to test that just the same, but then you need something that can fix it.
Yeah.
And so we're focused on automating the fixing process using generative AI as much as possible, make things that are reliable and built in, that just maybe every time vulnerabilities are found in a pull request, automatically fix them.
Yeah. It sounds like what you're giving the developers is visibility.
Yep.
Way more visibility than they had before to really understand where things are, where the vulnerabilities are, how to fix them, allowing them to use Gen AI to be more productive, which is what they want. They want to write code.
Exactly.
They want to generate applications.
They want to vibe code.
Yeah, they want to vibe code. Yes.
Who wants to look up what this API parameters
I know.
are?
That's not
already
fun.
knows it.
Yeah.
Just say, I want to make a database call.
Yep.
Yep.
What's your favorite customer story of Veracode that you think really shines a light on the true value you're delivering so that organizations can really become cyber resilient? That's a journey in and of itself.
Yeah, so I think the way I like to look at it is, if we look at our State of Software Security report, which we came out in 2025, we look through the data and we have a lot of averages. The average application, the average bug takes this long to fix. The average application has this many % of OWASP top 10. But then we split it into quartiles and we said, what are the organizations that are leading? What are the ones that are doing the best? Yeah. And so it shows you what you, as an organization, you can benchmark yourself against this data and say, I want to improve. I want to be like that. So that's sort of the story I like to tell, is, the best organizations are fixing 10% of all the security bugs they know about on a monthly basis.
And is that acceptable, 10%?
Yes, that will keep your head above water.
Got it.
That'll keep your head keep your head above water. So we look at those metrics of the leading organizations, like how fast are they fixing flaws? Is it taking them 6 months, a year, or is it taking them 30 days? And then it shows you, like, well, this is possible.
Yeah.
This is possible to do. I would love to add in survey data to say, like, exactly how are you getting to these outcomes? Because we just see the outcome in the data. We don't know what they're actually doing.
That would be a nice insight to have.
Yeah, so I would love to do that, to tell a better story, so a customer or just any company can look at our report and say, if I do these things, I'm going to get an outcome like this.
Right.
And I don't have to just listen to something as a best practice. This is what companies that are getting these good results are actually doing. And I think that's connecting practices with outcomes.
Absolutely.
Is super important, because everyone here speaking in all these halls is talking about what's the best way to do this, what's the best way of that. But they have to show that the actual outcomes are of real world companies, or it's just a pipe dream.
It's all about outcomes.
Yeah.
Last question for you. As we're living in this AI era, it's funny, AI has been around for decades, but ChatGPT was born, and then everybody is talking about AI, and there's a lot of AI washing going on. You can't go to a conference without hearing tons about AI, but how in this AI era, organizations, I talk to CMOs a lot, or everybody's embracing Gen AI, agentic AI. How do you help organizations defend this digital frontier in the age of AI when the frontier is just continually changing?
Right. One of the challenges is just knowing where the AI is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of it is like it's creeping into all these different products, and like sometimes CISOs are completely surprised that something has been transcribing all of their employee video conferencing calls.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, because anybody can shadow IT. Anybody can
you
use
can just,
Otter or Zoom. Everything's got note takers.
Totally. So it's, again, this AI attack surface is percolating through everything. And if, say, you're using a SaaS service and you're sending your data out of your enterprise somewhere else to be processed, right? Are they training on my data? Mm-hmm. Right? Is there a chance that my secrets end up in the answer to someone else's support question?
Yeah.
Right? So those are the things you need to ask, or CISOs need to ask, is where is all this AI activity happening? Because AI has to learn from something.
Right.
And there's so much value in AI learning from proprietary data sets, because everyone can train on the open source code or all the published books out there. There's a lot of stuff they're not supposed to be training on, but they are because it's available.
Right.
But if you have a proprietary data set, that gives you a competitive advantage.
Okay.
And what's a great one? The data my customers are creating.
Right.
So this is one big thing that people need to be aware of. The other one is, where is AI being built into my own software?
Right.
Like if I'm building a chatbot for my website, are they hooking in ChatGPT API into that thing, and they're having it talk? That's a risk. Now can have things like prompt injection, right? Maybe attackers can get into my proprietary data through the chatbot on my website because it has access to my customer records or something like that. So there's a risk of losing your proprietary data, and there's a risk of by people training on it, but there's also this risk of attackers using the AI you're building in to steal your data.
Wow.
So it's a new, I feel like it's the cloud era all over again, where cloud changed everything.
Sure.
I think AI is changing everything again.
Yeah. What's the one positive that you can share with the audience that you've seen from this evolution that we talked about at the beginning of cybersecurity? What's that golden nugget? We're going in the right direction here.
I think we are going in the right direction. So the big picture is, like, as this technology constantly changes, is it helping defenders more, or is it helping offense more?
Yeah.
Right. And we have to constantly think, like, how does defense constantly get better?
Right.
And one of those things is secure by design.
Yeah.
Right. That is something that helps the defense get better, because you have more defendable software, less vulnerabilities, less patching, less incidents to respond to. Right. So I think the secure by design is definitely the biggest thing that I'm seeing as a potential game changer.
Excellent.
But I also think that this connecting the dots of the technology with the root cause of the problems. So this attack surface management, discovering vulnerabilities, but then connecting it back to the root problem. This is giving us much better visibility.
Exactly. I was just
into risk. So the visibility into risk is getting better, but we have to act on it.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's then you have to make improvements based on the information you have. You can't just get this great information then do nothing with it.
Right. It's a never-ending story.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong TV today. I learned so much from you, what you're doing at Veracode, what you're enabling developers to achieve, that visibility, those blinders are coming off. And that's so important as cybersecurity will just continue to evolve in good ways and not so good ways. Got to stay a step ahead. We appreciate your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. For Chris Weisopel, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. This is day one of 4 days of coverage from Techstrong. Keep it on this channel. We've got more great content coming up. Thanks for watching.
and welcome to the latest edition of the Techstrong.ai video series. I'm your host, Mike Vizora. Today we're with Offer Friedman, who is Chief Business Development Officer for All10Tix. And we're talking about all these deep fakes that are now applying for jobs out there, and HR departments are getting fooled left, right, and center. Offer, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
How is all this happening? You wouldn't think that the deep fakes are that good, but it seems to become a much more pressing problem. Almost every day you're hearing about somebody had some sort of incident. So what's going on here?
Well, there are the defects you know and the defects you might not. Because those you hear about are those that have been detected and those that are being written about. Problem is that there is the normal world and there is the underworld of deepfake. And I mean more professional crime. And the level of tools and the intensity of usage and the effectiveness of it are out of the scale of most detection systems.
Is this more something of a organized crime phenomenon? And what is the ultimate purpose here? Is it just to steal payroll, or what's the ill-gotten gain?
When you're talking about generative AI, and particularly the one known as deepfake, you're talking about media as we know it. And as a media, it's not just for applying for a job, it's also your news, and it's also your basically media, communication, etc. So it touches virtually the basic fabric of society as we know it. It's time to doubt what your senses are saying.
So all these deep fakes essentially become insiders inside these organizations, and then they know what's going to happen, and then they share that with people who might be trying to make or manipulate stock prices, for example. What else can they do with all that information?
Well, first of all, let's differentiate between amateurs and professionals. So the average amateur would probably want to open an account somewhere, withdraw some money somewhere. They will be using off-the-shelf tools of one kind or another, probably combining deepfake, i.e. generative AI, but also injection, because I'm now talking to you, so I need to respond to you. It's not just me sending some kind of video. So the amateur might do it once. It will be, by and large, detectable. What's worrying is what professionals are doing. And professionals are, let's say, at least three types of them. You have those people who basically group together in order to do that. They are producing some volumes of attacks, and the level should be much better than the average because they know how to use a combination of tools in order to produce it. Then you have organized crime level of deepfakes. And I think that I've already been interviewed a couple of times about what's now rapidly becoming deepfake fraud as a service, which means it's not just in my ability to now create some kind of response to you over a streaming video. It is an ability to launch a coordinated attack in big numbers. And by big numbers, I mean our biggest catch of last year was 20,000 attacks. Each one of them using AI, not just to replicate the attack, but also to make changes of it so you never repeat yourself. And as a service, it means that I could show you, but I don't want to give people wrong ideas. You already have tools online available. It won't cost you that much. That enables you to say, I want to be this and that person in terms of the details. I want this and that face, and I want to attack company X, company Y, company Z. All you have to do is bring it all in, and the entire onboarding and identification process is done for you. You don't have to talk to me now. It's already being done because professionals even know which technologies are protecting which companies. And obviously, it's not every company. It's usually those who are worthwhile attacking, like companies in crypto and that sort of thing. Now, once you are nearing election time, obviously there is the political aspect of it. So now you're talking, presumably, about government-led or government-sponsored or whatever you want to call it, usage of deepfake in order now to basically engineer mindsets.
How sophisticated does the organization have to be to launch these types of attacks? I mean, is it going to be the same people that we see building ransomware as a service kind of platforms, or is this a special type of entity?
First of all, I'm kind of would not be much surprised if some of them have already been working for companies who are supposed to be detecting fraud. So the mode of operation and the tools used are familiar to them. And secondly, you do need skills. In order for this to pass, and not once, but multiple times, you have to have tools which basically are a kind of CRM for fraud. And there must be combining, if possible, seamlessly, the production of the deepfake, but also the insertion of the deepfake, and the response to whatever you're being required to do on the other side. Now it's now a little bit talked about in terms of job seeking, because more and more of it is being done remotely. Obviously, in a situation where I'm sitting in front of you in the same office, works less. But more and more, you see those international platforms where, like gig economy, etc., where people are selling their services or applying, not necessarily in your office. And then what plays into the hands of fraudsters is basically types of biases, cognitive biases that could not exist until deepfake came into play.
How do we go about detecting any of this then? I mean, is there some way to go after this, or do we just have to be extra vigilant on everybody we deal with?
I wish we could be extra vigilant. You can say the same about detecting viruses attacking you. Please be extra vigilant, and let's see how much it helps you. No, it is no longer the question of vigilance, although vigilance obviously would be recommended. It's a question of tools. And here, some gaps already appear in the market, because at least 2 generations of deepfake, I'm talking now only about deepfake, not about the injection. At least 2 generations of detection exist in the market. The most prevalent of them would be having learned big data, which you generated or got otherwise, to teach them into a system, and then the system should be able to detect deepfake. Now, this obviously is very short term, because the assumption of simple deep learning is that once there is a generated deepfake, that's what deepfakes look like. So they don't get better. So if you have a big pool of those to learn on, you're good. Problem is, the deepfake changes. It improves at a rate that I don't think any other method of fraud has been improving so fast. And here, by the way, talking about the job seeking or job interview market, it's even more problematic to detect, because you have at least 2 types of deepfake happening at the same time, challenging your senses, which is if it's a job interview like this, you're seeing me, I'm responding to you, but you also hear me. So at least 2 of your senses are saying that's real. In any other setting you can think about, which is not sitting in front of you, you either see what I wrote or you see something I sent you. Now, too many senses are telling you this is me. So the detection of it becomes a little bit more complicated. And the good old way of let's get a big chunk of big data of samples generated or otherwise and learn them, it doesn't hold water. We see it changing so fast that you'll have to keep on generating those and presuming that you can generate even the newly coming types of tools and frauds, which doesn't make sense. In other words, the strategy that probably makes the most sense, and I think companies like Reality Defender is one of the forerunners of, is multiple engines. Instead of trying to detect the fraud because something in the picture or the video should be wrong, you are looking for the footprint or fingerprint or the DNA of an engine that creates them. It's kind of a way, if you will, a kind of fast forward to what happened at the world of virus detection. If you remember at the beginning, they would detect a virus, then they would create some kind of detection method from it. So a new one comes, a new one has to be analyzed, etc. Obviously, there are so many of them, there's no way to do it. That's why the strategy switched to the detection of anomalies without necessarily knowing what that particular virus is doing. And the same thing needs to happen also in defect detection.
As we kind of think this through for a minute, this is going to get worse before it gets better, I think, because the large language models that are being used to create the deep fakes have more advanced reasoning capabilities. Am I correct?
First of all, let's say this. First of all, in order to create a good, convincing deepfake, let's say a year ago, you needed a couple of tools. So first thing to do is combine all those different elements like lip syncing and the picture, etc., 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 into one. Then comes the issue of how to do it in real time, because now I'm talking to you. You don't want to reach the conclusion that I'm not me at the end of it or after application. So it has to happen in real time. So what I'm saying is that it's a different ballgame than fraud detection as anyone knew it.
Will we have to find some way to actually authenticate people where I can know that maybe through some multi-factor approach that multiple people that I know vouch that you are who you are, and we can have devices that confirm that you are where you are? I mean, can we use any of our existing tools to help with this?
Well, as you probably know, the world is supposedly fast moving into the generation of digital IDs, i.e. IDs that are not paper, plastic, but are on your mobile. They are supposed to and are obviously much safer because they are based on asymmetric keys that are extremely difficult to break if you don't have a quantum computer. And by the way, you will have in, let's say, a decade. But until then, it's supposed to be safe. But what's happening is that not just fraud is changing, but also the methodology is changing. Since it's more difficult to break my code, it is not my point of onboarding that it will not be compromised. It's when I'm calling you. I'm already your client. I can pretend to be a client you already have, so I'm pre-verified. So what is happening is that, true, you can defend the identity source in a way, but not necessarily the other vulnerabilities that exist along the pipeline. So instead of fraud now concentrated so much on the point of customer onboarding, it will be more on pretending to be you when you're already a customer. So if I know which bank you're working with, I'm sure you'll tell me shortly, and I have the basic details, I can be you without any problem. And normally, I mean, how many times will I need to undergo a complete verification if I'm already a client? And more so, if I'm a client with a digital ID, I'm pre-verified. You don't need a plastic ID anymore. So breaking into mobiles will be a good idea to get convincing IDs, and then using them in conjunction with deepfake and injection. So look, it's an arms race. There is no antidote, and that's it. Everyone is good.
Are HR teams aware of this now, and what's your best advice for them? Because I would assume they need some help from their cybersecurity teams.
Well, first of all, cybersecurity and identity verification that used to be kind of different domains are actually converging. They are supposed to be doing similar things, if not copying methodologies, and eventually coordinate, like cooperating and coordinating. So yes, you do need basically, and I think you mentioned it, it's obviously a question of multi-layer defense. The more hurdles you put in front of someone, the more you, let's say, increase the chances of removing not the mafia perhaps, but most of the others. And in terms of volume, until now, the mafia doesn't constitute most of the attacks. By the way, the problem now is with automation. The share of professional attacks are increasing because of the ability to launch multiple ones. So you'll see more professional attacks in comparison to amateur attacks. So the second thing is you need probably to check what kind of defense you have, because deepfake detection is no longer just deepfake detection and that's it. You need to see what is the methodology a multi-engine detection. Is the methodology just learning based on AI learning of samples of deepfakes? Is it based on generating your own samples in order to do your own training, or is it an algorithmic way to do that? So you kind of have to go a little bit more professional in order to ask the questions. And the issue is that the market doesn't know it yet. The vast majority of companies is not aware of it. And my assumption is that slowly it will sink in for a simple reason. Because all the social media and the news media, or media as you know it, will incorporate such capabilities in it. So the expectation to have some kind of deepfake detection methodology will be common knowledge. Everyone would expect it. And the only question would be, once you know you have to do that check on the box, is to check what exactly is being sold to you. I'll be happy to advise anyone, but if not, you have to kind of do your learning and at least start by understanding what kind of deepfakes are there and what kind of methodologies can serve you.
How patient will these attackers be? Because I can imagine a scenario where they create a deep fake and the deep fake goes to work for some company and they could be in there like a mole for multiple years, and then they get a job somewhere else based on the fact that they have a history of employment somewhere, and then they turn out to be a deep fake. So my question is are deep fakes essentially, going to become moles over time that, may be operating for years?
Look, they already are. The problem with identity verification or identity fraud is that once you got in, by definition, you're good. Okay? And until now, there was no way to go back to your database and say, hey, we have XYZ number of people who actually are not real people. But now there's actually the technology to do that. At least we have. Which is not based on the common case level analysis. There is a picture of an ID and there is a picture of a face and there was some kind of liveness detection done on it, because these already have been done. They're already in. So there is actually a methodology to go back into your database and flush those Trojan horses out. Because if you don't, we are actually going into an era where confidence in your identity is going to increase and not decrease because of the digital IDs. Everyone is being taught that they are, if not flawless, they are so strong that they will curb the vast majority of fraud. Unfortunately, that's not the situation. So the long story short is there are already moles in, especially the lucrative companies, the cryptos, the money transfers, those who are typically being attacked, and they will be waking up and activating at a certain point in time. And B, let's say in the US, many states are now moving into the real ID, and you are supposed to actually physically go to some DMV and issue but what you have to show in order to be cleared and verified are the good old means you've been showing before. So that's the heyday of whitewashing, if you will, fake IDs, reinventing yourself and getting the stamp. So now it'll be just another plastic real ID, safer, it will have microprints, it will have whatever, which obviously will not help you that much in a remote online situation. But shortly, and already there are states that are issuing, I'm referring to the US, although it exists worldwide, digital IDs on mobiles. Once you're verified, no one will ask for you for anything else, because there is no plastic anymore. It's all on your mobile.
Folks, you heard it here. Deep fakes are getting more insidious, and just when you think you might have a handle on it, turns out these things are going to become deep moles inside of your organization. Hey, Ofer, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you all for watching the latest episode of the Techstrong.ai video series. You can watch this episode and others on our website. We invite you to check them all out. Until then, we'll see you next time.
Hi, everybody, and you've joined us today on another episode of the last great cloud transformation. We're happy to be doing this series, sponsored by Cloudflare, talking about really the evolution, kind of where we're going next, how the cloud looks today, but what it's going to look like tomorrow, what some of the drivers are behind that, from the old days of hub and spoke and just connecting places through our suppliers. The networks take on a lot of different characteristics today. Matter of fact, what we think of as the network is quite a bit different. So I'm Mitch Ashley, and I am VP and practice lead with one of the analyst areas at Futurum Group. Also have served as CTO with the Techstrong Group, folks that are putting this on. And I have the pleasure of being joined by a couple distinguished gentlemen here today. First of all, Dan, do you want to introduce yourself? Both with Cloudflare, by the way. Dan, go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Mitch. Dan Kent here. I'm the field CTO for Cloudflare, supporting the Americas and in particular focus on public sector. Prior to that, I've been a CTO for 6 years prior to that, focused on most around public sector offers and OEMs. And then prior to that, I was at Cisco for 15 years, where I supported the public sector as their field CTO.
Great. Longevity in this part of the industry, which is perfect for this conversation. Great. Let's next go to Matt. Matt, introduce yourself.
Yeah, very happy to. Nice to be here, Mitch. Matthew Schneider, I lead our U.S. public sector team. Was brought over to Cloudflare about 3 years ago now to build out the public sector go-to-market. My last 30 years or so in the public sector have led to this, coming from service providers and infrastructure companies over with Dan at Cisco for a long time, into software with VMware and security with Palo Alto before joining Cloudflare, like I said, about 3 years ago. So very excited.
Excellent. To be here. Very good. Well, when we say public sector, Matt, that is very big. You were talking about super large, because you're talking about everything from the Defense Department to Department of the Interior, or pick any agency, any department. Maybe if you could give us your thoughts initially of what some of the biggest challenges in modernizing IT in these organizations are.
Yeah, as you said, public sector it's a microcosm of the rest of industry. So it's everything from manufacturing for elements, with our U.S. Department of Mint and where we would go on everything on that side, to finance, to healthcare, to every other element in there. So you have the same challenges you do in enterprise, but you have an increased amount of what we unfortunately refer to as technical debt, as these programs continue to build and be required to be maintained at a different level than a traditional enterprise might. So we get to the environment where government will always be in a state of modernizing. They will never be fully modernized from that footprint. So whether it's the mainframes that still exist in so many parts of government today as they do in enterprise, right on down to trying to increase citizen services and constituent services, they're always going to be chasing that goal of delivering at the same pace of the enterprise out there.
One of the things from my experience in the public sector too is it's not a solution from one vendor. It's a integrator or, a prime on the contract, and you have a lot of companies coming together that get selected in those deals for that, which means where do you go for kind of support or picking up pieces of where they were left when that contract was done? What's that like to unravel and untangle that and kind of figure out what all this is, where it came from, and how do we move it forward? Give us a little bit of a thought on that. I'm interested in your ideas.
Dan, you want to go with that one?
Sure, I'll go with that one. Yeah, it is interesting. One of the differences, and we're talking really just the federal government right now, because public sector does support. It includes state and local as well as education in most cases. But in the federal government, those are very large programs. And what differentiates the federal government agencies from commercial, and there's a lot of commonality, like Matt brought up. Oftentimes, so these programs that they're building are much larger than an enterprise. Now, obviously, if you're in retail, you look at Amazon, that's a pretty large enterprise. But if you look at like Social Security, they have a program that has to support every citizen in the United States, 300 million customers. So, and it makes it, and the other issue with it is typically it's a one-off. There's only one of them, right? So, and that's why it's complicated. And that's why they bring in these multi-vendor systems integrators, because they typically are building something that wasn't built before for one customer. And so it's really hard to then repeat that and sell it somewhere else. So, but interestingly, looking at that in the technical that we mentioned, because these systems are so big and so complicated, we do find some of these applications like Social Security, like the IRS, that are 50 years old, still have COBOL in them. And we are now absolutely going through, and how do we pull those back apart, and how do we modernize those? And as we've come to talk about micro modernization rather than the Big Bang theory of replacing it all at once, because you have to do it that way. We've realized, I think, one of the easiest ways to modernize is piece by piece at a time. When you try to do the Big Bang approach, that's typically when you hear the horror stories of the government overspending, unfortunately, and taking much longer than it should take.
Yeah, I remember the quickest way to lose your job in telecom was to replace the billing system. I can't imagine trying to replace a large IRS system, something like that. And in the commercial sector, usually it's some kind of finance, either a gain of what we're looking to, we need to do something in market, so we need to modernize this, or it's a cost reduction. Are those similar drivers in the public sector, or are there other ones that we don't see in the commercial side?
I'll jump in, Dan. I think those are definitely there, right? And you can look at budgets. I mean, the amazing thing about working with public sector is everything is public out there. So you can look at, what is spent year in and year out on maintaining these legacy systems. And I saw one stat that, I think it was $68 billion last year in the federal space towards maintaining legacy systems. So the scale of maintaining those is massive, Mitch. But the other thing that comes into play there is the fact that, this revolves around the constituent. The government is there to serve the constituent. So I think we have seen this change of how do we increase the delivery of services, through the use of technology to the constituent at a level we never have before. So I think that is a shifting mindset that is driving a lot of modernization in a very good way of how do we, when you log in through your state, how do we make sure you have one login that gets you to your DMV, but also your applications that you need to run and under your benefits that you're requesting, as opposed to three very different environments for that had historically been there.
At every level, you were mentioning earlier about it, education, state and local government, as well as federal. One characteristic, at least on the government side, is the leadership is constantly changing, right? Or whether it's, new presidential administrations is coming in with their priorities and slashes of what they change, or, at a governor or legislature level. So priorities change sometimes pretty quickly. We're seeing a lot of change happening with the Trump administration stepping in. A lot of things that were, regulations now aren't, or we're not going to follow that. We're going to do something different. It seems to me that requires a lot of flexibility of how do you support that? Because oftentimes it's sort of like the long chain, you snap one in and it takes a while for it to make it all the way to the end. How do you help the organizations you work with respond to those kinds of changes? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'll take this one. So oftentimes those change that happens at the administration, they're not as direct or as impactful as actually we're seeing this year. Right? I think the president came in with a plan very specifically to change a lot of what was going on in the government. So I've been in the government supporting public sector for 30 years and been through many administrative changes. This is probably the one of the most direct to, hey, I want to change the government. And quite honestly, I think you need to go through these because the government, through bureaucracy, and I think bureaucracy isn't necessarily a bad thing in the government, right? When things change, you don't want the machine that 300 million people are dependent on every day to change very often and frequently, but you do need to change over time. So we do a lot of the innovations that Matt talked about, and we, just like in the commercial world, we see that happening in pockets and goes forward. But every once in a while, you need that kind of the stoke the flame just a little to change a little more dramatically. So this is going to be a little different for us in public sector than previous administrations. And we'll see. I'm not sure it's necessarily a terrible thing. How the agencies address this and deal with the budget cuts and deal with the headcount changes will be interesting. But I'm confident we have the ability to support it with the ecosystem that supports the government. And if there's a will, there's a way to get it to work, right? And folks that are in the commercial world have to deal with budget cuts all the time and have to deal with this all the time. So there's no reason why the government can't deal with it as well.
Yeah, and if I can just add in and bring it more to a state and a local level, because that guy, I think there's some good lessons learned there. I live in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we get a new governor every 4 years. So change is going to happen every 4 years. A lot of government has addressed this through IT strategic plans and publishing what their 5-year roadmap is. And what's interesting though is as administration change and leadership changes, if you go back and look at the National Association of State CIOs, NASCIO as an organization, they publish their top 10 concerns that are out there every year. Every year since it, and Dan, I don't remember the number if it's 15 years now that they've done it, but it goes way back. Cybersecurity has been at the top every single year. So, I think fundamentally as we look at things like cloud, as we look at things like AI that's coming in, which finished number 2 on the list this year, we know that cybersecurity is going to remain up there. We know that legacy modernization has been on that list from the beginning. We know that the citizen experience, which is around data analytics and how to serve that constituent or that citizen, we know that AI is going to come into play. So I think generally government working together knows where they need to go. It's how can industry partner with them, and how can we achieve those bite-sized chunks that have very meaningful impact for them. That is really going to be the difference from, Dan mentioned these big bang projects. I don't think there's an appetite anywhere, whether that's at the federal level or down to your local government, to be able to say, let's take on a project that's going to take 4 more years to do it. So it's about that incremental change to serve the citizen. And cybersecurity is at the top of how do we continue to do this in a manner that keeps the citizen data safe.
I imagine nobody walks in and says, we're not going to do cybersecurity anymore. That's not important. Let's do something else. No, that's on everybody's top list in commercial and in government. Well, let's talk about the network side of this. When I was doing network kind of work, it was still in the days of this point to this point and who the provider was, and you kind of stitch it all together as like an erector set, right? And what box does what in the rack that does this kind of security or this kind of routing or whatever it might be. And the network doesn't look anything like that today, right? It's all software driven, and you have providers like Cloudflare, like yourself. And full disclosure, Techstrong is a customer of Cloudflare, so I've worked with you and your organization a lot and enjoy that. You have a great service. Talk about how that fits into the strategy that you mentioned, Matt, in that priority. So you're obviously advising and working with the governmental agencies at all levels on where they're going and how you obviously can help them get there and make that transition.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest ways it fits in is we talked about where the government wants to modernize to, but we also talked about those legacy infrastructures that they're coming from, whether that's on-prem or one of the first generation, cloud migrations they've had, whether it's, SaaS, services inside of that. The reality is government, just like industry, has struggled with, retaining top talent, recruiting talent, a retired workforce. So the challenge of how do I support all of those environments is ever at the forefront of mind of government leadership. So the use of network needs to be thought of not in terms of how do I get a user to one specific application, which was a lot of the legacy, mindsets of how we did it. Do I need to get this user to this? In terms of how am I able to get all users to all the environments they might need to go to, knowing that that's a changing environment of where that user might be, whether that is a constituent coming in, whether that's a contractor working with government coming in, whether it's a return to work that we're seeing take place. And those applications don't all live behind, the moat and castle of the legacy network anymore. So if I'm getting a user to an application that's outside of my world, how do I make sure I have the right controls? And do I want to have to think of security independently from network? Or should I be thinking of one, common layer of connectivity across the board? So how do I connect all users to all applications in the right way, when they should have access to it? And more often that involves using the internet as that core foundation of connectivity. And that's where obviously Cloudflare fits in quite nicely as we're talking to customers about that.
Dan, I imagine you've got something to say about this.
Yeah, and I helped build a lot of those networks back in the day.
I can imagine.
So, but like Matt was saying,
we're not saying it's your fault though, Dan. Just to
not judging, no judging. We're amongst friends here.
Because I realized we have to replace those systems with the newer systems, new models. So when we built those networks, like Matt was saying, 80% of your traffic flow stayed within your environment, whether that your environment was a campus or your environment was a LAN manager campus, and 20% went outside. It's reversed that now, right? The way we build applications through microservices architectures, it's none of that is built in your environments necessarily. A lot of our customers in public sector don't have data centers anymore, right? There's been, if you look at where public sector has helped lead, they were very quick to push for cloud, and very quick to look at how this new environment was going to impact cybersecurity. So terms such as zero trust actually came from the public sector, because the landscape has now much larger than it's ever been before, because the way we build applications, the fact that we have a workforce that's distributed, and it's just going to keep growing, right? You will have less and less resources in your physical environment, and you will share resources outside your physical environment. So you have to be prepared for that from a cybersecurity perspective. But that's, like you said, that's why Cloudflare is here. We understand that the internet is not just a nice to have, it is a critical infrastructure for most every company and many public service customers now, because of that new environment that which we live in. So how do you then secure that properly? How do you control that threat landscape and shrink it through zero trust technologies and capabilities? And how do you prevent the nefarious actors that are out there from coming into your environment, right? So we talk a lot about that with our customers, and we show them how we can do that from a different approach than the way we did it 10 years ago, quite honestly.
And it's probably a whole nother podcast just on certifications in the public sector that would be good to put anyone to sleep. But how do you do it with compliance? How do you make sure you maintain all the regulation that's put in front of our customers to achieve across the board as well? So that's one of those other great challenges out there that government's faced with.
I think the way I position it with people are the public sector has the same issues and concerns as the private sector. They just have a different security equation, right? We all have this security equation. If you're working with a bank, they can give loans, and they give loans based on a risk management, risk assessment. And they have an equation that they can take so much risk on for so much investment. If you point that back into a public sector, they don't have the same risk equation. And it's because they have constituents that they worry about, and they have a zero risk in some areas because it's Department of Defense. You just don't have risk you're going to take on there. And that's really the biggest difference. And compliance is a big part of making sure that risk equation is addressed. And there's a lot of good comes out of that. I mean, we can thank the Department of Defense on the internet, because they built it because they needed to have redundancy and communications for Department of Defense.
Back to the DARPANet days, right? Thank you very much. It's interesting. It seems like one of the things, and I'm not trying to just, be a fanboy for Cloudflare, but one of the things you try to do is save money through consolidation, right? Bringing things together and take out the redundancy and redundant systems, and certainly networks, because they might all get built at different times for different projects. Not always share that, but it seems like as more things have moved to the cloud, both as the hyperscalers and also yourselves, that's one of the ways you can start to move some more security into the cloud, even parts of the apps into the cloud. And now you're not stuck in a, like it used to be in a standalone data center that was built for that project in that era.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the key factors to that, Mitch, is making sure that we'll call it that legacy application has the same level of confidence around the controls when you move it to that new environment. Right. One of the challenges for government is they've had such purpose-built infrastructures and security around an application based upon where it lived, as opposed to based upon how it needs to live in the future. So we built stacks on protecting an application that lived in a data center in a very certain way, or protecting an application in a SaaS environment in a very particular way. And I think that's one of the powers that has to come to play for government to fully modernize, is I need a consistent level of security across the board. So once I get that common visibility, that common control and understanding of who's accessing it, how it needs to be accessed, and how that needs to fit into my risk scenario, then I can maintain that across the different environments. So if I can bring something to every one of my environments with consistency, then I can decouple where that application actually lives in a much more rapid environment. So that legacy application, once I have confidence that I'd have the same control and protection in the cloud, I can move it to the cloud with much more ease. And that's been one of the really powerful conversations we've been able to have with customers, is one, understanding the risk to that application, which not all risk is equal. I think that's another thing that governments had to take on, is recognizing that there's levels of risk inside of their environment. And then how do I control that risk and mitigate any risk based upon where it lives?
That is one of the advantages that I've seen from working with, a cloud provider like yourselves, is that you can do things in the cloud, like just simple examples: bot management, web application firewall, API security, things you can manage in the cloud, but also tailor to different environments, different locations, different policies, regulations, whatever it might be. But you're still working on a consistent platform for the most part. So it makes it much easier to manage, and the visibility of it. I'm curious about, a big topic today is resilience. And to my working definition, like any term we have in our industry, there's 1,000 definitions. Whatever purpose it serves to help me is usually the definition that we use, right? I kind of think of resilience as the ability to, withstand or kind of tolerate the unexpected. We all are doing things to increase uptime, but it's those things that we can't totally plan for. And, a meteor hitting the earth is probably one we're not all going to survive, but there's a lot of other ones we might be a little bit more resilient towards. How is the public sector thinking about resilience when it comes to networking?
Well, they've been thinking about resilience for a long time, right? As I said earlier, that's why we have the internet, right? Because of the Department of Defense looking at resilience. But it's trickled down. I think cyber resilience is the buzzword this year. And every CISO is thinking, what is their role in that? In to your point, whether it was cyber threats or physical threats that are happening, they're happening more and more frequently. How do you get prepared when the tsunami or the fires hit, or hurricane knocks out a city block or two city blocks? You happen to have a big part of your data centers there. So our customers are always thinking of resilience, clearly. And we're a big part of that. Obviously, the nice thing is you go to the cloud, you have inherently built-in redundancies. We built in tools to help that redundancy come to light and be active immediately, so that the citizens never even know a location went down or there was an outage in this due to this storm or a cyber attack. And that's the beauty of this next generation architecture. I shouldn't say next generation. It is the generation we are in right now, right? This cloud generation architecture that was built for applications that are out there in the cloud so that they can withstand a lot of that by default. But we built that into as part of what Cloudflare does for our customers. And what we really focus on, and which is our customers like about us, it's multi-cloud, right? Because what we're not seeing is no one's going to jump everything into Microsoft or to AWS or into Cloudflare. Everybody has this multi-cloud environment. So it's really important for us to give you that cyber resiliency in a multi-cloud environment. Being that overlay that can do it, whether you're doing it with the CDN technologies or DNS technologies, to let you get that resiliency built in at the layer 7, not just the layer 1, 2, and 3 level. We have to have both, quite honestly. But we can do it so that you can have your infrastructure or your applications in multiple clouds, and we will help you give you that resiliency across those clouds to include your private clouds. So it's what all of our customers want, and I think we're hitting a home run on that part of the world.
Yeah. And I think back, we'll do us old guys kind of reminiscing of, we used to build up our COOP sites or our failover sites and talk about what was the downgraded experience in resilience, like what had to live there. I haven't had a conversation like that in years anymore. The power of cloud technologies, whether it's Cloudflare working with a quote unquote competitor or one of our complementary offerings, you can often layer those in an environment where your level of resiliency is much greater, and it's no longer seen by the end user who needs to get to that certs. And that's so powerful to be able to say, wow, I can think about this massive legacy infrastructure that I'd have to build twice, 5-10 years ago. And now I can have 2 cloud providers sit there and have redundancy in my DNS environment or of my connectivity to my infrastructure or across the multiple clouds. That completely has changed the game. And we have to break away from that mindset of, oh, this is a separate infrastructure, it's something else, and really just go, how does this service live beyond a failure at one place or another? Hopefully no one has that, but we know we have to prepare for it in today's world.
I think our customers have the unique vision that they have to take not only resiliency in the back-end systems, but the front-end systems, right? So because our customers are the folks that go into those disaster areas, right? So how do you create when there is no last mile, how do you create the last mile with wireless technologies, et cetera? And then we can ride right along with that. So
if we talk about the criticality of service, Mitch, if you tell us, a student or a teacher these days that internet's less critical for them, they'll tell you how long they are, right? You talk to your kids about what happens at school when internet goes off these days. So it's a very different world, than open the textbook and turn to page 32. In today's world of the internet is foundational at every element, whether we're talking education right on through to the critical services of defense and healthcare and beyond.
So you're saying the internet is somewhere in the lower stack of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, up there with food and safety and things like that.
Teenagers and early 20-year-olds might put it above food. I'll say, yeah,
barely, right?
Yeah, I don't know your house when TikTok was shut down for that.
You would think a tragedy was happening. And it's funny you mentioned that too, Dan, because I was thinking about you're in a world thinking about physical kinds of events. You're in a world where you not only have to operate and be resilient when something happens, a hurricane or tornado or something, you have to respond. You also have to be able to execute. And that's where other parts of, EMA and other organizations come into play. They have to go in the field and rebuild, get a capability back up. So you have to live on both ends of it. You can't say, well, we're waiting for our providers to get back going again. No, you are. You are the front line in all situations.
Yeah, it makes it a challenge, but it's also fun, right? It's you see the public sector has some very unique use cases that no one else gets to play around with. So that's one of the reasons why I stuck around for so long in public sector, because we do really interesting, fun things out there.
Well, let's do this. We're just about out of time, and I could spend another 4 hours talking to you guys. What is kind of top of mind for the next, let's say this year, maybe going into next year? What are some some of the top conversations, the topics of those conversations that you're working on with people. Matt, you kind of alluded to some of them around cyber and API security.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on that?
I mean, if we went a whole podcast without talking about AI, I think we'd be remiss. I mean, that's clearly top of mind.
How do we take so long to not make
exactly? So, we think about it in a few ways, and it's interesting. It's not just the model that's going to serve the services out to the student or the constituent or the citizen. It's what should government be using AI for? How do we, as government takes on more AI, how do we protect those AI models? How do we make sure that our employees and our contractors are going out and using the right AI tools and, not uploading, the wrong data to the wrong, user setup there? And then ultimately, where is that AI going to be delivered from? And we talked a little bit about some of the data sovereignty and regulations and stuff, but where is that going to be delivered from? How's that going to be delivered on government services? That's very top of mind across the board for whether we're talking educational research, educational sharing, government services, and even national defense of how do we take on all of those elements in government.
You might not want government employees signing up for their DeepSeek service. Not yet, anyway. Let's find out what's going on. That's your perspective, Dan.
I think every customer I talk with wants to talk about AI. How do I get prepared for it? How do I secure my environment before it's here? How do I make sure I'm doing the right thing? Interestingly enough, the government's been doing AI for a long time. I like to call it legacy AI, right? And machine learning has been in place for many in use cases in the government. When they did the assessment, there were like 1,700 use cases, of which probably 3/4 of those were in machine learning. Now, generative AI is new, and they are definitely taking that on. But it is, how do we get prepared for it? What do we need to do? They don't want to be behind that curve, right? And the government has very quickly realized the dependency of data with AI. And the government has a data problem. They got way too much data, right? And a lot of that data has never been labeled and so you got all this data. So we spent a lot of time with, customers talking about where do we start? Well, we start with looking at your data, understand the AI technology to go in and get familiar with how they act and build guardrails around those. But really you got to focus on your data management strategy first. And that's pretty daunting, especially in the federal government, because they've been collecting data on many things for a long time. But it trickles all the way down to universities and state and local as well. So that's what we talk about. We talk about AI, how they can use AI in various use cases. And very quickly we get to, let's talk about data management and let's talk about protecting your assets that you have while building out these new AI models.
Well, we do have a parting gift for everybody that waits to the end of the episode to bring up AI. So you guys, let's get one. We'll send that to you in the mail. All right, gentlemen, it's been a real pleasure. Both Matt and Kent, fantastic talking with you about it. Having worked with the government a little bit myself, both in education, but also in work, you get to see how much research is actually funded by the government, which is why there's so much adoption of AI and other technologies, security technologies, a lot of things that, not everybody in private sector realizes that's there. So we appreciate the hard work that's also done, but also funded by the government. Well, thank you both for joining us here on the last great cloud transformation program, video series, and episode talking about the public sector. Wish you both all the success as you work with the new administration now and the next one after that, whenever that happens, as well as whatever level that is. So keep us safe and secure, and thanks for helping deliver those services that we get from our government. So thanks again. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you next time.
Welcome back to Techstrong TV. Lisa Martin here, coming to you live from Wasconi West at RSAC 2025 in San Francisco. This is Techstrong's 10th year of covering RSAC. We've been having some amazing conversations today with cybersecurity experts, which you know because you've been watching since we started. I've got two great guests here next, here to talk about what they're doing in the federal space. Bridget Gleason joins us, the CRO at Spacelift, and Irina Denisenko, the CEO at Knox Systems. Ladies, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you to be here.
Love talking partnership stories, so let's do an about for each one.
Okay.
Spacelift. Give the audience an overview. We're talking about infrastructure as code, but what's your secret sauce?
Policy-driven, governance, security, enabling teams to go fast. Yeah. It's all about velocity. But you can't sacrifice on security and governance. So that's really the secret sauce.
And you're enabling developers to go faster, you're enabling platform teams to have more control.
Right, the whole ecosystem to go faster. Because the name of the game is getting your software out there.
Yes.
And you can't do that if you're not able to deliver it on reliable, secure infrastructure.
Absolutely.
So, and that's all that we're talking about today is around security, and it's becoming more and more challenging and more
important.
So
absolutely. It's kind of a double-edged sword because it's essential, yet there's so much more software being developed every day.
Right.
And that threat landscape just gets more and more amorphous and sticky and...
Right. There's no surprise that we've seen a huge uptick in demand at Spacelift.
Irina, give us a background on Knox Systems. Where you based? What do you do? How do you partner with Spacelift?
Thank you. Well, Knox is a very simple concept. We are FedRAMP as a service.
Okay.
We host our customer applications in our federally compliant cloud, and we get them FedRAMPed in 90 days for 90% off of what it takes to do it alone.
Oh my gosh,
and
that's
so
huge.
We are so excited to partner with Spacelift to be able to bring them into FedRAMP, but even more importantly, to be able to use them for us. We manage over 20 applications, including Adobe's federal cloud, and we need tooling to do that in a compliant way.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why we're so excited to be using Spacelift.
And how long has the partnership been going on?
It's being announced tomorrow.
Oh, congratulations.
So you're like, this is
We're
hot.
breaking news?
We're breaking
Ladies,
news here.
thank you. I'm
Breaking
excited.
news. Hot off the press. And you know, when our CEO came to me and was telling me about Knox, and like you said, 90% discount, 90 days. I thought there's no way.
Yeah.
And for us, we have this growing demand. Our growth is being fueled right now by large enterprise, government organizations, lots of regulatory industries. And so having this FedRAMP piece is so significant for us. And also being able to deliver that to Knox is really exciting.
Is this opening the door for Spacelift in the federal space?
Yes, to some don't require FedRAMP, and we're able to satisfy that, but many do require FedRAMP. The other that Irene and I were talking about as we were walking over here is large enterprise. Also, when you have that FedRAMP certification, they know that you've got a very strict security checklist that you've already complied with.
Yeah.
And so I think that's going to accelerate also time to market for some other companies that we're working with.
Well,
so
you're giving them the
we
confidence.
are thrilled.
Yeah. You're giving them the confidence, the customer base.
100%.
Of what you're able to deliver. Why would some federal agencies not be required to be FedRAMP certified?
You
Is
probably know that as
I assumed it was a blanket requirement across.
So the situations are really if you're delivering on-prem, and Spacelift is able to deliver both a SaaS and an on-prem. So if you do on-prem, that's fantastic, and you're able to deliver to the government because effectively you're air-gapped. But for the many SaaS solutions out there, and to be able to operate at the speed of SaaS and at the scale of SaaS, that is where FedRAMP comes in. And that's really where we're enabling Spacelift to really accelerate.
Okay, got it. Talk a little bit about what federal agencies will be able to achieve with this partnership. What's in it for them?
Absolutely. So I'll start off right off the bat. We have 15 federal agencies that serve as our authorization to operate providers. That means they are our sponsors. And they are thrilled about this because what it means to them is they know that the applications that sit in our boundary, the applications that they consume, are that much more secure, that much more observed and compliant with all of not just the FedRAMP regulations, which are very important and really the name of the game, but also there's many additional regulations around now AI coming out, around cryptography coming out, because of course software is moving so quickly. And so as we harden our stack with tools like Spacelift, it means to them that they feel a lot more confident consuming from our cloud.
And you know, I do a lot of marketing. I've been in marketing for a long time, and confidence is critical. It's not a marketing term. That is to be able to give a developer, a platform team, an agency, the trust and the confidence that their applications are secure is not table stakes. It's table stakes.
No, it absolutely has to be. And Irene and I were talking earlier today about how this administration is looking to modernize a lot of the infrastructure.
Yes, it is.
That's going to require, for them to do it, a lot more software companies that are certified to service the government. And it's part of the reason I'm sure you're seeing a big demand. We're seeing a big demand because for us to fulfill that, we've got to satisfy these requirements. So as you said, it's trust.
Yeah.
But it's also, there has to be the security, very real security. And it is frightening to think about with AI and some other tools out there that the threats are getting bigger. And so being able to have a platform like Spacelift that is very strong around security, compliance, governance, et cetera, is critical. One of the things we heard today, we were at the same talk this morning, was companies that want to allow their security folks who are working on compliance issues, everything you need to do to satisfy compliance, they would like them to actually be working on security issues. So a platform like Spacelift that can take away some of those compliance chores and busy work will enable some of the security people. What did they say today? How many? 500,000?
Open positions.
Open positions in security.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So we've got to make sure that the people that that can be doing security are working on it. And Spacelift can help take away some of the other compliance and auditing and some of those other requirements that we can help fulfill through automation.
Right.
And so you have the security folks focused on
and that's what they want to do. Developers want to develop. Security professionals want to secure. By being able to offload and automate some of those, I don't want to say menial tasks, but tasks that take time and resources is huge.
I don't know if you know that we released an AI agent about 2 weeks ago, Saturn Head AI. And I mean, you're talking about the mundane, repetitive tasks. For DevOps engineers, that's finding out what happened when a deployment fails. And it requires looking through very complex, voluminous logs. It's mundane, it's repetitive, and it often requires a more senior engineer to be parsing through those logs. So our agent can go analyze the logs, in plain English, give you a description of what happened.
Probably like that.
Like that, and then also these are the things required to remedy it. So again, making sure that we've got the more senior people deployed on the highest tasks.
Yes. So from a sales perspective, are you selling into developers? Are you selling into security teams? Is it both?
Yes.
All the above?
Yes.
Okay.
We get interest from the developers, we get interest from security, we get interest from CIOs, we get interest from platform teams.
Okay.
It kind of comes across the board depending on what their lens is to look at it.
Okay. What excites you? I mean, there's so much. You talked about AI, and we can't go to a conference without talking about AI, right?
We can't.
Even a fashion conference is going to be talking about AI and fashion, I'm sure. But it's been around for so long, yet the ChatGPT catalyst a couple years ago just brought it front and center, and everybody is diving in head first. But it also opens up vulnerabilities and more opportunities for the bad actors. What excites you about some of the positives that you're seeing in the security space where AI is concerned versus all the fear that's out there?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you from just operating our federal boundary, it is a game changer to have AI reasoning agents that we can custom train on our data, run with open source models that we are able to fully understand, and actually take those agents and scan our boundary for issues with the boundary not being compliant with FedRAMP. So rather than having to do something manually only once a year or once a month or as often as you can get to it, we're able to truly do continuous monitoring, and that is only enabled by AI reasoning agents, which is why we're so excited because, yes, the bad guys are going to move fast, but we're able to move faster.
That's so important because it's like the AI arms race.
Yeah.
We see it country to country, all the competition going on, and we see every organization embracing AI. It's rare if I talk to a CMO who's not embracing it, at least generative AI. And now it's agentic AI as well, and ephemeral AI. Talk a little bit about the go-to-market strategy, sales, CEO. What is that going to look like from both of your lenses?
With regards to the partnership?
Yes.
Again, we were talking about this on the way over. I asked Irina, so when will we be FedRAMP authorized exactly? And she said
June 1.
June 1. That's
June
around
1.
the corner.
Hit go.
So again, I've got a pipeline of opportunities right now of, again, large enterprise regulated industries, government organizations that have already reached out to us and are looking at Spacelift. So I think we'll continue business as usual. We just now, there's a gap that we hadn't filled, and we thought it was going to be, honestly, Lisa, more than a year and very expensive for us to do it. So this is like Christmas for me to have this. I mean, it's so thrilling. And I think for our customers as well, because they're trying to do the same thing. They're trying to create resilient, scalable, secure infrastructure for their environment. So to be able to satisfy that just feels really great. I think it's definitely a win-win.
It sounds like there's already a lot of momentum from a demand perspective. Are you seeing the same thing on the Knox side?
Absolutely. So part of this partnership is actually we at Knox are installing one Spacelift worker per application inside of our boundary. So that's already almost 20 workers installed. And as additional customers come on to Knox, they're using Spacelift. But the other thing I'll tell you is that even, for example, one of our customers, as I mentioned, is Adobe. They're now starting to look at Spacelift as something they might want to be using even beyond just their federal application, but in their development team beyond. So it's a really, because it's such a broadly applicable tool, not just for federal security, but much more beyond that. It's a great place to really spread the word.
Sounds like you guys are going to be awfully busy. That's a good thing, right?
Absolutely. I just want to shout it from the mountaintops. I'm so enthusiastic about.
I love it.
I'm so enthusiastic about the partnership. Again, it fills a great gap.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be great partners. It's so mutually beneficial and reinforcing of one another. So we're really excited about it.
And you're going to be able, we talk about cyber resilience all day long. It's a journey. It's not a destination, but it's also one, I always wonder, how can organizations truly become resilient? How is this a facilitator of that? Because resilience is the goal for so many organizations across industries.
Well, this is one step towards that.
Absolutely. One thing to really, I think the position we take at Knox is to be aggressively conservative, right? Okay. And you can only be aggressively conservative in your security practices, in your resource configurations, is if you're able to, one, automate, but B, observe exactly what you're doing. That's why we use infrastructure as code, and we always have. That's why we wanted to use Spacelift right out of the gate, and we said, please, would you get FedRAMP, please, so that we can use you. But that is the only way to stay resilient. If you're able to automate and be kind of everywhere all at once all the time, that's the only way.
Right. What do you hope for, last question for both of you, what do you hope, here we are almost in May, June 1, hit the ground running. What is kind of your dream for the rest of 2025 as partners?
Well, I can tell you we are going to be bringing on a number of applications into the Knox boundary. Every single one of them is going to be running spacelift workers to orchestrate their environment. And what I'm so excited about is to really be able to see this, mass machine humming.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that there are going to be, it wasn't that long ago that Log4j took our entire industry down for, months.
Right. Yes.
And there will be more. And what I'm very excited about is that we are constructing this boundary in a very hardened way, in a very thoughtful way, and Spacelift is a key part of that.
That's critical. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong TV. It's been great to have you.
Likewise.
Learning about the partnership. Congratulations. The news comes out tomorrow. We get to break some news. I always love it when I get the chance to do that. But it sounds like you're creating that resilience that organizations, not just the federal agencies, but in every industry.
That's right. Right. This definitely goes beyond just federal agencies, so it's really thrilling.
Well, congratulations again. We'll be watching your trajectory, and we thank you for sharing your insights on Techstrong TV.
Thank you.
For my guests, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. This is day one of wall-to-wall coverage, 4 days here on Techstrong. Stay tuned. My next guest joins me in just a minute.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. I always enjoy having a first-time guest on our show and introducing you all to a new company. So I'd like to introduce you to Marty Kagan. Marty is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Hydraulics. I hope I got that right. Hey, Marty, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you on here.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay. Marty, we're going to talk about hydraulics a lot. But let's first talk about you, Marty. You're the co-founder and CEO. I'm sure there was a lot of thought, consternation. Everyone who's ever started a company has been through this. They say you got to be a little bit crazy, but how crazy is the question? But give us an idea of kind of your road leading up to co-founding Hydraulics here.
My background is mostly in the content delivery space. I worked at Cisco and Akamai and Fastly, running big engineering teams there. But I started a company prior to this called Sodexis that we ended up selling to your neighbors, Citrix, down in Florida.
Sure, I remember.
The challenge we had with Sodexis, we were just generating huge amounts of data, about 23 billion records a day. And it was like writing a blank check to Google every month to deal with the data. And at the time of the acquisition, my co-founder, Hassan, said, I think we're doing this wrong. I think everyone's doing this wrong. I think there's a better way to deal with this kind of volume of data, that there's a hole in the market when it comes to that kind of scale. And he had a bunch of ideas that we thought, well, you're probably wrong because it's a big crowded space. But on the off chance that you've sort of looked at the problem differently, it's a big market to disrupt. And so we decided to give it a shot.
Absolutely. And you know what? That is a big market. I mean, so my background's in security, cyber. And one of the things we've had for as long as I've been in security is, the more we want to track everything, right? We want logs for everything. But, the average security incident, you may not discover it until 9 to 18 months after it took place. And so you need to keep records.
I think there's some myths in the industry around that the organizations want less data, when in fact we really think they want more. I think that you can't treat lossless transaction logs the same way you treat lossy application logs, where there's noise and redundancy. And I think that the hot, warm, cold strategies that many companies have adopted were really a trade-off rather than optimization. That the problem was that you've got finance putting pressure on IT to say, you got to cut costs, you got to contain costs. And the same thing, you've got the product engineering, AI, ML, data scientists saying we need more data. And that tension between managing your costs and making everything available creates an opportunity to change the economics and solve some interesting problems.
Absolutely.
What we found, there were lots of great modern data stacks like Snowflake and Databricks that do amazing jobs of decoupling compute from storage, but they're not really good at driving interactive dashboards. That's not really what they're built for. And so you've got a NOC and a SOC and these other groups that want to be able to interact with the data. They were often reliant on things like Elasticsearch for only the most recent 24 hours of data, and then everything else ends up in cold storage, and that creates problems that you don't have access to all your data. So that was sort of the problem we wanted to go after.
It makes perfect, Marty. I live it every day, because I think you're right. First of all, I remember it's got to be around 1992 or 93, maybe 94. I bought it was a hard drive. It was gigantic. I think it was 40 megabytes. And it was literally a hard box. It was about this big. Remember those days? And,
spinning media with,
And I said, my God, this is more memory than I'll ever need. What am I going to do with all of this, right? But the very there's some sort of law at play. The more storage you have available to you, the more things you find that you need to store, right? But then there was this.
Well, cost is a big driver. Affordability is a big driver. So you say, well,
absolutely.
And data anxiety and data regret are very real. So you think, well, I wish I could keep everything. I wish I could index everything, but I just can't afford it. So we'll just index these columns and we'll just keep this data. We'll roll it up into our summaries. We'll throw away the raw data because we just can't afford. But really, I don't. But then later I'm going to regret, like, I wish I'd kept that. I wish I'd indexed that. And so that we felt if we could just make it easier for everyone to store everything and keep everything and index everything, then you would eliminate all that anxiety and regret. Like, you just wouldn't have to worry about it. And
absolutely. But there was another thing at play, Marty, where people said, you know what, not all data is created equal. I am going to keep this in, as you mentioned, cold storage. Maybe I'm going to put this on a tape. Maybe I'm going to keep this in S3, but I'm going to keep this somewhere else, right? Because I need this close by. I need this fast, and I don't really go into that as much. And so that was one of...
That's because there's this trade-off between fast and hot and expensive and cold and slow and cheap. And if you can eliminate the difference, then why would you not have everything hot? Why, if you're going to store that stuff anyway, like regulatory reasons or whatever, if you're going to have all this data, you might as well make it usable. And it's only the cost that is driving you to say, well, let's just put it in cold storage. And we found as we open it up, people say if all your cold storage is all of a sudden you have sub-second query performance against all of your data going back 3 years, it creates all new business opportunities that were sort of limited, that you couldn't get to before because you've been forced to stick it into somewhere that was
absolutely. And then when you went to retrieve it from the cold locker, you my God, no one told me it was going to take this long and it was going to be this hard.
Or this expensive. The other thing people are finding is actually getting data back out can actually be really expensive.
Yeah. So talk to me about how hydraulics, excuse me, how hydraulics help solve this.
We felt there was nothing else really built for that kind of a terabyte to a petabyte a day scale. There were lots of solutions where you're talking millions of transactions, but when you're talking billions, you need a different architecture. You need something that is built on stateless auto-scaling, so you can handle DDoS attacks. Things like ETL, traditional ETL, where you can extract all the data and write it back in, that works fine at the million event scale. It doesn't work well when you're talking hundreds of billions of events. To have like multi-stage pipelines to manipulate your data before it goes into the data lake can all of a sudden cost just as much as the data lake. So you need a fully integrated solution, and you need something that is Kubernetes native, that is designed to scale up and down automatically. Because as much as you want to be able to handle the Super Bowl, 5 minutes after the Super Bowl, you don't want to be a database that big. You want to back down to the scale you need. And so building something that was stateless and scaling, was a unique approach to the market. And Hassan, my co-founder, felt that.
everyone. Welcome back to Techstrong TV, live from day one of RSAC in San Francisco, California. I'm your host, Lisa Martin. We've had great conversations with leading cybersecurity experts all day. We've got a great lineup tomorrow and Wednesday, great guest on Thursday. So definitely continue watching. We appreciate your viewership. My next guest is no stranger to tech TV shows. My longtime friend and colleague, the Chief Marketing Officer of Infinidat, Eric Herzog. Eric, award-winning CMO. I lost count of how many awards you have. Have you? I did make you count the other day.
Yes, you did make me count the other day. It was around 30.
It's amazing. So Infinidat, storage. What is a storage company doing here at this premier cybersecurity event?
Well, storage is often overlooked by the CISO or the CIO.
Is it?
And it's not overlooked by cyber criminals. 90% or more of any enterprise's most valuable data is sitting on their enterprise storage. So if you don't do something, you're essentially not only putting on social media that you're going on vacation, you're not leaving the doors unlocked, you're leaving the doors and windows wide open with signs in your front yard that say, steal my valuable corporate data. So storage is often overlooked and it needs to be included in a comprehensive cybersecurity strategy. And the cyber criminals know all the data flows, they watch all this stuff, it's all done surreptitiously, so they're constantly observing and making sure they know where the data is and what data they want to go after in order to hold it for ransom or malware, or if it's exfiltration, right, stealing the data to sell it to somebody else. So those are all areas where enterprise cyber storage needs to be front and center, and CISOs and CIOs and the CTOs need to understand that if you got 90% of your valuable data there, you might want to protect it.
Yeah. Might be a good thought. How are you seeing the CISO role evolve into understanding that very challenge that you just described? Is it evolving in the right way?
It's starting to. It's slow. A lot of people in the storage space are imbuing their products with cyber. For example, ours, InfiniSafe, the bulk of it is for free. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but when you buy our storage systems, you get the InfiniSafe technology, which, by the way, has won 2 awards here at the show.
Congratulations.
And you can turn it on. It's easy to use, and it's the ideal thing to help reduce the threat window. It integrates seamlessly with SIEM, SOAR, or if you've got a SOC. So it integrates into a wider data center portfolio so that it's not just storage on its own. And that's why we think that CISOs and the CTOs need to understand how much it is. And we have a number of our customers that use it. A lot of times it's been the storage guys who've gone to the CISO and said, by the way, did you know the storage we bought has InfiniSafe, which basically we got for free, and it does this, and then the CISO will go, wow. So CISOs need to just be more comprehensive in their view. They're always thinking about the edge, right, if you will, the moat and the walls of the castle.
Right.
They do think about the server farm and the networking. As you know, most of the major network vendors have security built in as well. The issue is storage guys do too, and we were one of the first to do that several years ago. And so now it's time for the CISOs to realize if you want to do it right, you need to include your enterprise storage as part of that comprehensive cybersecurity strategy.
It's a no-brainer, and it's not a nice to have anymore. It's an essential. I mean, here we are at RSAC, and all the stats on the trends in cybersecurity. It's no longer is it going to happen to us? It's when. It's how often. It's how much is it going to cost. So this security cannot be an afterthought in anything, whether it's AppSec or storage. It has to be baked in from the beginning, don't you think?
Yeah, it absolutely needs to be front and center.
Yep.
I mean, it is in my world, it's a checkbox item.
Yeah.
Okay, there's all aspects of networking, those are checkbox items. There's all kinds of aspects of enterprise storage that are checkbox items. Well, we would argue that if you don't have cybersecurity as a checkbox item in your enterprise storage, you are leaving yourselves incredibly vulnerable to 90% or more of your most valuable corporate enterprise data. That does not make logical sense.
No. Well, nobody wants to be the next headline. That's for sure. But are you finding that the sales cycle is getting a little bit easier as CISOs and CIOs are understanding the vast majority of our data is sitting on these storage systems? The doors are open. The sign, like you said, come on in, steal our data. Is that conversation getting easier?
Yeah, so we launched a new product last year called the InfiniBox G4. That's our storage array product. That's our new version. And I did a intro call, presenting under NDA with one of our existing customers, a global Fortune 200. And so as we're going along, I had a couple slides on InfiniSafe because we added some things to it. So the entire presentation was supposed to be 45 minutes. It ended up being an hour and a half. 45 minutes of it was when I showed the cyber slides. We need to know this, we need to know this, we need to know this, we need to know this. And that just was happenstance, right? We had a launch deck that included everything in the G4 portfolio that came out, which it had some slides on cyber, and it completely derailed the meeting in the right way. They then followed up with a 3-hour meeting dedicated with the more technical teams on what does InfiniSafe do, how does it work, how does it help reduce the threat window. We guarantee recovery times, for example. We guarantee, no matter how big the data is, and I'm talking it could be petabytes, recovery on primary storage of a minute or less.
Wow.
And in fact, we did a public webinar last quarter, and we recovered 4 petabytes in literally 4 seconds. I kid you not.
That's
and I'm
amazing.
such an old geezer, being almost 70 years old, that when we do demos, they're live.
Yeah.
We don't pre-record anything.
No, I know you don't do that.
I don't believe in that, because if you can't do a demo live, then your product must not be very good.
Exactly.
So we do them all live. We did the same thing with a backup data set. We work with all the major backup vendors. It could be Veeam, Commvault, Veritas, IBM Protect, doesn't matter. In this case, it happened to be Veeam. 25 and a half petabytes in 12 minutes.
Wow.
And no one else can do that. And
That's
we guarantee
amazing.
that in writing. It's a guaranteed
Do you
SLA.
really?
Yeah.
That's
all guaranteed.
outstanding. Because it's essential. I mean, there's no time to waste. When an attack happens and it's discovered, there is no time to waste because it's brand trust, customers churn, it can be a brand nightmare. How do you bring the customers, as chief marketing officer, I know you're out with customers all the time, how do you bring them into the conversation and enable them to help develop the InfiniSafes and the technologies that you deliver?
So what we do is we actually lead with cyber number 1 and AI number 2, although this is not an AI show. And the reason is that when you look at the CIO surveys of spend, both last year and this year, number 1 and number 2 was cybersecurity and AI. We happen to have solutions that are integrated with storage in both of those areas. And so we lead with those. And many times I lead with cyber first. And then I talk about AI as well, but it depends on who your audience is. If the CISO's there, you're all about cyber. And even with the CIO there, you talk about both, because those surveys from all the leading analyst firms, both last year and this year, are number 1 and number 2 spend plans from CIOs is cyber security and AI. And since we have storage that actually has both of those things, then we want to be considered as part of the thing. And it's a pretty easy discussion. We have an infamous scare me slide.
So what does it entail?
Well, for example, one of the security analyst firms estimates that the total cost of cybersecurity, which includes headcount, consulting, if you do have to pay, if you lose data, how you resurrect that because you have to bring it back, is around $10.5 trillion for enterprise.
I saw your LinkedIn post on that.
Yeah,
that's just in 2025, right?
Yeah, that's the 25 number, and that's not from a storage guy. That's for security card. Now that's all in.
Yeah.
So that includes preventative stuff. That includes what you do when you have an attack. So for example, in many of the areas of the world, such as the United States and Europe, publicly traded companies have to declare if they have a cyber attack.
Right.
So for example, last year in Q1, one of the leading Fortune 50 companies had to post that they had to take a reserve of $1.9 billion. That was one company because of a cyber attack. So there's a lot of issues around it. There's a lot of expense. Don't just think paying the ransom.
Right.
You've got to recover the data.
Right.
You have to get a known good copy because ransomware is not King Kong. It's not Godzilla yelling and screaming. It is the ultimate Jason Bourne. As you remember, first Jason Bourne spy movie, he didn't even remember he was a spy. That's how
true.
good he was. So that's what cyber attacks and cyber criminals are all about.
Yeah.
So you've got to be able to prevent. You've got to be able to recover. We would argue that the era is here of what we call next generation data protection. Mm-hmm. It's not just about how you back up the data anymore. It's the assumption, as you said, it's not if you'll be attacked, it's when and how often.
Yep.
The average enterprise, by the way, suffers 1,653 cyber attacks weekly.
Weekly?
Weekly. That's
how many
average.
But how many are they detecting?
Well, that's the other thing. Are they detecting everything? They may or may not be detecting everything.
Probably not.
So with all of those types of attacks, it's really critical they think about what's the next generation. That next generation includes being able to recover any data set size of your primary storage in under a minute or less, guaranteed.
Right.
Or with backup storage, be able to recover it in 20 minutes or less, guaranteed. And so how do you recover? How do you get a known good copy? And part of what we do with InfiniSafe touches all those areas. how we do to help reduce the threat window. For example, when Microsoft Sentinel or Splunk or IBM create our season attack, we actually can have it talk to our storage and automatically start doing things. Not pick up the phone, not text, not WhatsApp, none of that. Automatically through APIs have that software, data center-wide cybersecurity software, or the SOC, talk to our storage and start executing things to help reduce that threat window. That is modern, next generation data protection that does things that no one's been doing in the past.
So from a differentiation perspective, when you're standing on your Infinidat soapbox with your Infinidat pin, what are, because the guarantees, I've not heard that. I've heard some guarantees, not to the extent that you're talking about. So I imagine that's a massive differentiator when you're doing marketing or when sales are in accounts, being able to show them the proof in the pudding and saying, we're putting our reputation on the line here.
Absolutely. And again, while they're recorded now, when people get on those webinars or see us at seminars or other things, when we're standing in the booth, those demos are live.
Yeah.
We don't fart around.
Yeah.
We just do not do things. We're old-fashioned, but you know what? Where's the beef from that old Windsor? Where is the beef?
Good old 80s.
And again, really, I would argue that everyone in IT is from Missouri, the show me state.
Yep.
So we show.
Good.
We don't video, we show, and we show live. So it helps a lot. Helps a lot. Obviously, we're high-end enterprise. We don't do entry or mid-range storage.
Okay.
So our average sales cycle is 9 to 12 months anyway.
Okay.
Independent of the cyber angle or the AI angle, which we have as well. And we make sure that we emphasize those values. Remember, those are not really technical values, they're business values.
Sure.
If you can avoid having to file a $1.9 billion filing with the US SEC that you had a cyber attack because you're leveraging Infinisafe, that has value, not only of the $1.9 billion, but obviously your name is all over the news because it's public. And if you're in the global Fortune 2000-ish, that matters, right?
Well, nobody can afford to be that next headline, as I mentioned, because it's brand reputation. A brand can be destroyed in the matter of minutes. So nobody has this luxury of going, we'll do security, maybe later. We'll do it in these different patches. No, it's got to be comprehensive across the entire enterprise.
Absolutely. And when you think about what they do right now, the edge. Is there a wall to their castle? Abso-frickin-lutely. Is there a moat? And there's a moat probably filled with alligators, crocodiles, and piranha. Abso-frickin-lutely. But you know what? Last time I saw Robin Hood on TV, Robin Hood got through all that stuff. So guess what? Cyber criminals will.
Yes.
So you've got to be able to chase them down. You've got to recover a good data set. All that is critical stuff that you need to be able to do. And that's something that, next generation data protection that we do with our Infinisafe technology at Infinidat is what you need to do to make sure that you are protecting your most valuable data. And again, 90% or better of it is sitting on your enterprise storage. So why leave it exposed? Why leave the door open? Why have a sign saying, come steal my stuff, right? You don't want to do that.
How has AI, you talked about the AI angle, and we're in this AI era. Ever since ChatGPT was born, everybody's AI. Can't go to a conference without talking about it. But how does it change the game for the better from a cybersecurity storage perspective? Is this an advantage?
So sure, absolutely. We have a technology called Infinisafe Cyber Detection. It's award-winning, of course. And what it does is it scans data sets, whether that be a snapshot, volume, databases. It scans for anomalous behavior using AI and ML technology. So, and it learns through AI. So if there's the Lisa malware, and now there's another malware that kind of looks similar to Lisa, it can learn that, oh wait, it's got the same attributes, but that might be malware. And then as it continues to learn, it can identify and then alert.
Okay.
And again, that alert through our Infinisafe Cyber Detection can be tied to pushing data and pushing that information actually over to the cybersecurity side.
Okay.
So in short, not only can storage be a way to recover with our Infinisafe Cyber Detection, to have that rapid recovery that we guarantee, but also be used as the storage early warning system that can communicate with the data center-wide cybersecurity packages. So that's one of the values of leveraging AI and ML in a cyber storage environment for both resiliency and for recovery.
Huge value add there. Last question I want to touch on. I know that another, you mentioned award, I have it in here somewhere. Infinidat, I just saw this on LinkedIn, made the CRN Storage 100 list in the software-defined storage category for the 6th year in a row. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Over 90% of your solutions are delivered with global channel partners. Talk a little bit about that in our final minutes and how that channel partner program is really enabling customers to become resilient.
So we make sure that the partners are an extension of our sales force. They don't just fulfill. And at some companies, they say they use a channel, but the bulk of the revenue, having worked at 2 global Fortune 500 storage companies in the past, it was mostly fulfillment. We don't do that. So we co-sell with all the accounts. We have global Fortune 500s that we've brought to our partner base, global Fortune 500s that the partners have brought to us, and then we work that transaction together. So we make sure we have a whole training program both for the sales team and for the system architects and solutions engineers of our partners that gives them a technical background and a sales background of figuring out what they need to do to sell our technology in all areas, including cyber, but AI, generic high-end enterprise storage. What does that mean? How do we deliver both CapEx and OpEx savings? But we have a program called the Enthusiast Program. That's a global program for our partner base that we rolled out about 2 years ago now. And it's a mandatory thing once you sign up with us that you've got to have employees that get certified both on the technical side and on the sales side
as well. Last question I have one more for you. Since you're always out with customers, what's your favorite customer story? Maybe it's with a partner or maybe it's direct that you think really just shines a light on the value that Infinidat is delivering, those guarantees coming to life. What's your favorite story?
So we were presenting at a trade show and we did a panel. So the panel included one of our global channel partners and 4 end users, and me. I was the moderator. So as we're talking about, it happens to be on InfiniSafe, by the way, the partner was talking about how there's 27 common customers. All of them are global Fortune 2000, not all Fortune 500, but definitely in the Fortune 2000, and that all of them were using InfiniSafe. All of them. And part of what he's talked about is that they happen to have a cybersecurity practice. And that cybersecurity practice is independent of storage because they sell cybersecurity packages like Splunk and Microsoft Sentinel QRadar. They have that as a separate business. So what he talked about was how they've basically made sure that the storage guys understand enough about cyber to identify an opportunity, and the same thing with the cyber guys. And so it was a great story. It involves a partner, 27 different end users, all in the Fortune 2000, all leveraging InfiniSafe to help protect their data, shrink that threat window, and get to the next generation of data protection.
All about shrinking that threat window. Eric, thank you so much for joining me on. Welcome to your first Techstrong TV show. We appreciate your insights. Great work that Infinidat is doing. I'll have to check out the booth in the next couple of days.
Great. Well, thank you. And anyone who's here at the RSA show, we are in Moscone Hall North, 5172, so please stop by. We'd love to talk to you about how you can protect your data better and how you can make sure that the cyber criminals don't steal it, don't destroy it, and don't wreak havoc with your business.
Absolutely. Again, Eric, thank you so much for sharing your insights. We appreciate it. For Eric Herzog, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching day 1 of Techstrong TV coverage from RSAC. We've had a great day. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. I've got some great co-anchors. Alan Schimmel's going to be here, Mitch Ashley, I think some other celebrities that you'll see. Lots of great content coming at you over the next 3 days. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey everyone, we're live here at RSA. This is Alan Schimmel. It's my first interview for RSA 2025. I've been busy over, I don't know if you can see it out the back, but Moscone South is just over there. We're in Moscone West, and I've been over in South all day. I haven't had a chance to be here. Lisa Martin's done a great job. I hope you're following along. What a best way to kick off my RSA coverage, though, than with this guy right here. If you don't know him, shame on you. But no, if you don't know him, he's the CEO of Futurum Group. It's my good friend, Daniel Newman. Daniel, welcome to our RSA coverage, man. You're my first interview.
Yeah, and welcome yourself. I mean, we're at the desk together.
Yeah.
Our first one since we got happily married.
That's right. And that was in Boca, was the last time we did that.
That was in Boca. Yeah. And our first RSA together, though, as one big happy family.
Yes, this is the first time you've been here. So, and this is a good RSA. They're expecting somewhere between 40 and 45,000 people. You know, we do this event every year over in conjunction with them. This is our 10th year doing it. And we had, well, at 2 o'clock we had about 850 people there. But we'll probably finish with 1,000. It was an amazing day of AI, cyber, app dev.
Yeah, it's been a good one so far. I came in on Sunday. I know the event technically is not even really fully started, the expo floor, but been doing some stuff around the perimeter. I had a great sit down with Palo Alto Network CEO Nikesh Arora. They bought a company since last night.
An AI company.
Announced and launched a new platform. So talk a little bit about that. Spent some time with Cisco's Chief Product Officer, Jitu Patel.
Love
today.
Jitu.
Had him G2's great. Great sit down. I went over and visited the Veeam house. I was just sitting with Google Cloud for a while.
Really?
Of course, Google is making big moves. We'll see.
Billions and billions.
30-something billion. Got to get the Wiz deal done. You know, the environment's still a little questionable.
So I heard the Wiz deal is not getting done now till 2026.
I haven't heard anything official, and even if I had, I wouldn't say it here.
Okay.
But let's say from the onset of that announcement, there's a lot of regulatory uncertainty still. And Google, of course, is in the middle of a lot more regulatory scrutiny, Chrome, advertising business. They're just going through a lot right now. And so while personally, I don't actually believe this transaction is particularly problematic. I think when you're a company that's kind of facing this many investigations, both here domestically and around the world, trying to get something through, you know how hard it is to get these deals done. You need a lot of regulatory bodies to approve them.
There's also a PR aspect to it. And like you said, while this particular deal I don't think represents any sort of monopolistic behavior or anything, because of the atmosphere that Google finds themselves in, it's going to get so much more scrutiny than it deserves, quite frankly. You know, I'm not a handicapper, but the odds of this thing getting done are just not as good as you would think that it should be.
Yeah, so let me tell you something that is very interesting in those conversations that I had, though, so far. This industry has long been very fragmented. There's so many different types and pieces of security. Yeah. You come here, and it's not a few dozen power players. It is hundreds, thousands of companies. There's new companies, tons of venture money going into this space. You know, we're securing this application, this device, this edge, this data. But there is this really big sort of movement by these larger companies to try to do a platformization.
Yeah.
I heard it from Nikesh. I heard it from G2. This kind of, the industry needs centralization, and that AI is a bit of a forcing function.
Maybe. But so here, as someone who's been in security 30 years, the move to a platform, you know, it's little fish get eaten by the medium fish, big fish eat the medium fish. One of the issues in security is innovation at the Cisco level or even the Palo Alto level kind of stopped. They count on acquisition for innovation. And what you used to hear was products become features, right? So you would have a small company that made a product, and then that became a feature in a larger product set. Well, the other shoe of dropping on that is products move into platforms.
Yep.
And then the nice thing about platform is you don't have to own every product that fits into that platform. You could partner and have an ecosystem, if you will. I think that's been the holy grail that companies like Palo, Cisco, and before them, McAfee, Symantec, they all chase that holy grail. Very few companies achieve that platform status, which is weird because you would think, what's the big deal about being a platform, right? But why is it so hard? But very few companies get there, Daniel.
Well, it's a massive deal. And what's a little different in terms of a forcing function, one, AI, right? So AI is creating so much velocity, so much pace that companies have to be able to address that, and stitching together dozens or hundreds of different security solutions is a challenge, especially given the amount of budget that is security, which is generally single-digit percentage of an overall IT budget.
At best.
While concurrently tending to be not the strongest part of expertise within any IT team. And so the idea, again, it's a good idea, not necessarily saying it will work, but that you could sort of have that one universal platform. And by the way, we started there a little bit with cloud, right? It was, you're going to use one cloud.
Right.
And that one cloud will solve all your compute, storage, networking needs. And it's like, well, you need one cloud, but you also need a bunch of your own infrastructure still for this reason. And then it was how many years later that all those big clouds said, well, now you need more than one cloud. And by the way, there's a telco cloud and there's an edge. But I think the idea that getting underneath all of the security needs and having sort of a more prominent partner becomes relevant, but it also materially changes the makeup of the industry if that was to really take place.
Yes, it would. You know, the single biggest question I hear from my friends in security, especially those who can't make it out to San Francisco here at RSA, where's the innovation? Where is the innovation in security? We're doing the same things we were doing. Where's the innovation? And unfortunately, the innovation is generally not in Palo Alto or Cisco. Now, I don't mean to pick on them. They're two great security companies. The innovation, I always say, if you go down to the expo floor here at 5:30, it's kind of like the Star Wars galaxy. In the center of the galaxy, there's a big black hole that's sucking in light.
Yeah.
That's where these big companies have 40 by 40 booths and 80 by 80 booths. It's when you get to the outer rim, you see innovation. Those 10 by 10 booths where security people are innovating, coming up with the next generation, especially with AI, agentic AI stuff. And I see it in two ways with AI. One is AI is a sword, one is AI is a shield, or using a shield for AI. I think the whole system is geared, and I'm not saying it's cracked, but the whole system is geared to keep that innovation engine humming.
100%. These big companies will make a number of purchases of these smaller companies. That was the Protect.ai acquisition.
Absolutely.
It's just that there are thousands of smaller startups either being seeded in Series A's and B's that may not see that exit, but we do need, in any industry, and that's the same thing in AI, there's lots of companies trying to innovate there, but we are seeing a very exciting convergence. Yeah. Security doesn't sit on the island anymore. It used to be like IT, security. And now these two things are very much interdependent.
Yep.
And that security platforms plus data plus infrastructure aren't sitting that far away from the type of compute applications and resources and agents.
Absolutely. Let me bring up something else. I'd like to get your thoughts. Hey, if you need a nap,
no, I'm
tissues,
good.
Okay.
But we're all a little sick.
Yeah, well, it's going around here.
Thank gosh, from where you sit watching us right now,
they can't catch it from here. So, I don't know if you had a chance to go over to the what they call the Innovation Sandbox here.
No, not yet.
So, 20th year at RSA, they pick 10 companies every year to compete in the Innovation Sandbox. A who's who of winners over 20 years. Lots of IPOs, lots of big exits. This year they're doing something a little different. Every one of the 10 finalists is getting $5 million in venture money from CrossPoint Partners, which is the company that now owns RSA Conference.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. What's your opinion about, so RSA Conference as a conference, should they be investing in companies? Are we going to mess up? Are we going to kill the gravy train, this whole system of innovation? Like, you know, there's a lot of people here are saying RSA is a conference, not an investor. They're changing their business model. It's now RSAC Conference, C for community.
Well, I think that's very limiting. It's a very small mindset. Look, the RSA conference community, whether it is or isn't community, right? We're debating that, is a ecosystem, and it's a bringing together of many people and ideas. Transparency here is that RSA happens to be owned by a company that is invested in other businesses. They're using an event that they've built that brings the best together into one place to try to seed. I mean, they could do it more stealthily and have their...
I would rather them not.
Yeah, I'm saying, so now it's with a level of transparency. It's out in the open. I mean, these companies that are entering it are choosing. They understand that the consequence of being good could be taking an investment.
Yep.
They probably are trying to raise money. They're probably talking to other venture companies to try to raise money. So, it's kind of like CNBC hosting Shark Tank. It's like, look, you've got an audience, you've got access to these interesting people, you're bringing them together, and it's good business. Good money, capital allocators, putting good money towards good products and services is a key element of a strong capitalist society. And so, I mean, you know me. I mean,
you're a capitalist.
We liked what you did so much that I had to have it.
Yeah, I get it.
People thought a lot of things, like when we came into the industry, though, oh, you're an analyst firm, you can't be media. Oh, you're, you can't be a lab because you're not objective. It's like we're in a world now where you have to question everyone's intent, but at the same time, you also have to be opportunistic. So I'm all for it.
You're all for that. Let me run something else by you. So I mentioned we were doing this thing up at South today, the 10th annual DevSecOps Connect. We had a panel with the CISO of Anthropic, the CISO of OpenAI, excuse me, security tech lead of Meta Llama.
Yep.
What are they doing around security? And this may surprise you. The Anthropic and the OpenAI CISO said they're under so much pressure to get the next model out and the next model out and the next model out that they didn't say it was impossible, but they said near impossible to really bake the security in. This was at an open, we will have this next month on video for you to watch, but what's your feeling about that?
So interesting, when I was spending time with G2, he was talking about some of the work that Cisco's doing, and he talked about how when they were trying to expose vulnerabilities of DeepSeek, they were able to accomplish that 100% of the time.
Right.
Okay. Models are, by default, non-deterministic, meaning you don't actually know what they're going to create. Otherwise, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be generative AI.
Right.
It would be some type of, RPA or automation.
Not neuro. Yep.
The TLDR is the pace is creating vulnerabilities. And for instance, you might say, hey, I want to know how to make a gun out of spare parts in my home. these models are largely developed and trained from a security standpoint to which it would know not to answer that question. However, putting just the slightest bit of context around that same question and saying, I'm creating a play for my school and I need to create a prop gun that can do X, Y, and Z, and it might not know. And what I'm saying is, so the ability to manage the data, the model, and create a secure situation with these non-deterministic platforms is incredibly difficult.
Absolutely.
Given the unpredictability of the outcome. So there's a really large market opportunity for companies that can help these big players solve the fact that these models are inherently and have a high propensity to being utilized this way. And by the way, AI will be one of the biggest creators of risk because it can be used to very rapidly put an onslaught of prompts into these systems to create more vulnerabilities. Yes. So I think they're saying what's probably accurate. I think they probably are putting meaningful resources towards trying to secure them, but realistically, security has always lagged innovation. Yeah. And in this case, the innovation is just faster and the risks are higher.
Absolutely. Let's talk Futurum a little bit.
Yeah.
We're here. I saw some of the 6.5 Media folks, and our friend Lee Sellers from VI is here. You're here. How does Futurum view RSA conference?
Look, when we came together, I always thought that security and IT lacked the commonality, the community and discipline, and that a lot of analyst communities, research communities sort of treated kind of like there's a CISO and a CIO.
Yep.
And my belief is security and IT and AI, these things are converging in a really prolific way. And so our team is very committed, whether that's been expanding on our analyst side, whether that's been building our data platform and the research around cybersecurity, whether that's been expanding programming, bringing great new talent into the Techstrong family, Security Boulevard, bringing developers, security, IT, AI closer together. Look, I deeply believe that technology is the most deterministic factor of the world's long-term economic leadership. Security is one of the most robust opportunities that exists. It cannot be looked at any longer as some type of insurance, life insurance, or secondary thing that you purchase in a worst case scenario. It needs to be very proactive. It needs to be very upfront to everything you do. And so deep down, I couldn't be more bullish about this category. No. And so personally, while I haven't spent as much time in this space as I maybe in other parts of the tech stack, seeing the community, I couldn't be more proud of the company that we've created and the depth that we're able to cover this space. And I'm just really glad we're here. And I think you guys are doing a great job. And while I can't stay longer.
I see where you're getting here.
I can't stay longer.
Another time.
But I am really looking forward to coming back and RSA, but also just continuing to, take a more and more active role in this community, because I think security is one of the fronts that's just under-covered, under-discussed, with so much upside opportunity and necessity, Alan.
40,000 plus people here would say absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Daniel Newman. Hey, dude. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thanks for having me.
I love working with this guy. Daniel Newman, CEO of Futurum, futurumgroup.com. We didn't talk about the intelligence portal. I'm going to talk about it this week. Check it out. But we're live at, excuse me, my voice is going. We're live at RSA. We'll be back. Actually, this is it for day one, right? Well, day 0. We'll be back tomorrow for day 1. Until then, enjoy. Bye-bye.
I won't.